fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Barbara.
And I'm Julie.
And together we're Scarlet Rose Crafts. We're a family-run business, been in business for 2 years, and our aim is to bring new and innovative new products to the crafting industry.
We've both been involved in crafting industry for many years, and we're continuing to move forward with our new company now.
The Easy Matte Plate is our flagship product, followed by our innovative Easy Shim product.
Our range includes diamond trail plates, ultra-sized dies, cards and sticky sheets.
We're constantly developing new and unusual products, so watch this space.
On our shows, we hope to inspire you with our products so that you can carry on crafting, because our motto is, because we can.
So don't miss the Scarlet Rose Craft shows on Hochanda.
Hello, my name's Catherine Sturrock and I bring to Hochanda my company Character Crafts. Character Crafts brings to you our laser cut designs. Each design is designed by myself. We cut them on the laser machines here in Doncaster and bring the products to you at home. Character Crafts is suitable for all ages and all abilities, so I hope that I can inspire you and help you along with your crafting. I like to show you how to use different paint techniques and different techniques to bring the characters alive, and use various mediums to decorate, and I also use air dry clay for decorating with the flowers. So make sure you look out for the Character Craft shows on Hochanda. I hope to see you soon.
Hi, I'm Sarah.
And I'm Vicky. We are the Stamping Sisters
From Stamp Addicts. We'd started our family-run business in 1992 when we were importing rubber stamps from the USA.
But now we design and manufacture them all here in-house in our shop in Bedfordshire.
We make grey rubber stamps and we make them as deeply etched as we possibly can so that you can use them in many different ways.
On our shows on Hochanda, we like to give you lots of different techniques to use with the stamps, different ways that they can be used and ideas.
We hope that we can inspire you to get out your stamps and have a play. Look at all the different designs we've got. We've got Christmas, we've got scenic, we've got cute and furry. There's something for everyone.
Make sure you don't miss the Stamp Addict shows
on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Bev. Hi, I'm Sam. And we're from Be Crafty. Be Crafty is a family-run company. Sam is my sister. And we love bringing brand new products to Hochanda. We manufacture and design all our own ranges of stamps, inkables, MDF, lots and lots of inspiration that we love to bring and share with you.
If you tune in to Hochanda to join us, you'll see that mine and Bev's style are totally different. But what that does is it brings you lots of styles and techniques that you can include in your crafting too.
Our ranges are increasing all the time with the lovely hand-drawn images that Sam and myself are trying to bring to you, plus the fantastic new designs that we like to bring in the inkables, in the dinkables and the MDF as well, so you can use them across all different sorts of crafts and bring the best we can to Hochanda too. So make sure you don't miss the Be Crafty shows on Hochanda.
Good morning, welcome to Hochanda. I'm Natasha McCarthy. You've got me this hour, but we've got a fabulous guest all the way in Australia. Yes, we have. We've got So to Grow on, and we've got lovely Lindsay, who is somewhere in Australia. Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, I am doing great.
Oh, how are we doing? Can we hear well? Are we all right? We're crackling a little bit, but we will catch up properly. So, If you haven't seen Sew to Grow before, we've got an absolute treat for you today, because we've got essential tools that you need if you're going to do any kind of dressmaking, starting from the very, very first thing that you need to do, which is just to measure yourself. And then we've also got your fashion, well, it's your fashion multi-tool. So as soon as you start using any kind of design, there are going to be things that you need to mark on your pattern, to graduate from one size to another, and this multi-tool is going to do the lot. Lindsay's going to show us exactly how to work with these. And this is an absolute must. Lindsay, this is fab. It does so many things. Is there one thing?
It sure does.
Yeah, it's brilliant, absolutely brilliant, and compact as well, because normally they're so long and bulky.
That's right. Well, I just find something that when lab or when they're working at home, that they have a tool that does everything that they need for a dress and pattern design.
So just the one tool doing 6 things, which is fab. There we go. Should we have a quick look at it? Shall we get this out and have a quick look? So on the back, it's going to show you. So you've got your French curve in there. You've got the ability to do your hemming. You can do your buttonhole placement, which is one of those things, it needs to be right. You know, you get it just a 1/4 of an inch out, you'll see. And then you've got your seam gauge as well, which is absolutely perfect, and your mitered corners, getting those right. And then you need that point turner. Very, very useful, very well thought out, compact, easy to use. And here it is back in stock. This sells out every time we bring it to air. Sells out, but we've got it here, we've got it back in stock, which is very, very handy. Now, are you going to show us, Lindsay, some ways in which you like to use this?
I would absolutely love to. So basically, the fashion multi-tool, like you said, it has 6 different ways that you can use it. So we have our seam gauge here. We have our French curve on the edge. This is used for doing your hems. This little edge here is a 45-degree angle, so it's going to be for marking your mitered corners. And then this one here is for like poking out all those little nice corners, like if you're going to do a collar. And then we also have where we can place our buttonholes. So if you give me just a sec, I'll turn my camera down, and then I'll be able to demonstrate like on an actual pattern piece, so you can see all that it does.
Brilliant. Whilst you do that, Lindsay, I'm going to show everybody the next item that we've got. Again, this sold out last time, but here it is back in stock. So this is the Sew to Grow tape measure. The very first thing you need to do is obviously to measure yourself accurately. And the thing with this tape measure is that it's going to sit, oh, there we go. It's going to sit beautifully into your curves, and then you can click it into there. And you can put it where it needs to be and adjust it. So your tape measure should always be level when you measure yourself, and it's the hardest thing to do. And actually sometimes you don't want to have to find a friend to help you measure yourself, or maybe there isn't a friend around. We're socially distancing. It's not convenient. So now you can measure yourself without the need to have a friend. And also, you know, you can give it and get it to exactly the size you need. You can put it to where you need it to be because it's hooked in there, so you don't need that other hand. And then because it's retractable, you just press the button and it will then go to where it needs to be. You can then adjust it so that it is flat all the way around. It needs to be horizontal all the way around when you're measuring. That's the key to getting the right measurement when you're doing it for yourself. So this little gadget here is the perfect way to do that, so that you don't need that extra set of hands. It's one of those things when everybody says, oh, you know, just get a friend to help you. Yeah, no. So for $13.99, you don't need that friend. You can do it all for yourself. There we go. And that is back in stock. Oh, this is all being dispatched from the 13th of December because it's coming from Australia. Lindsay is an Australian brand, so it's coming from Australia. 14th. The 14th. So that's $13.99. There you go. That's where the 13 came from. $13.99 being dispatched on the 14th, and they will come to you straight directly from Australia. So that's your self-measuring tape, which is fab. And then of course, we're going to see the multi-tool. So I think Lizzie's just getting herself ready to show us the multi-tool. There we are. Let's have a look.
All right, so I hope you can see okay because we are losing light fast here in Australia because it's getting towards dinner time. But I want to show you how the multi-tool works. So I've mocked this up like a pattern piece that you would normally use on just a normal sheet of paper so you could see it a little bit better. So the first thing I want to show you is how to use this area, this French curve. So here we have our neckline. Now, sometimes your necklines, you don't like them that low, or maybe you want them a little bit higher. So you can use your French curve to easily mark, join up with your shoulder seam, and raise your neckline. You can also go over here and change the depth and change the complete arm side of your pattern piece. Also, it lines up here with your dart, so if you needed to shorten your waist and change your darts, you can also move that up and change things around. So French curves are what's used to design and grade and change patterns. So doesn't it make sense to use this to manipulate our pattern pieces? So that's the first really clever thing that this pattern or this tool does. Next, we have our seam gauge. So you know sometimes when you're hemming or you need to mark things, you're like, where is that little seam gauge? Well, it's on your multi-tool. So you can go ahead and mark your 1/2 inch, your 1 inch, whatever distances that you need so that you can go ahead and mark on your pattern pieces. I also have your point turner, so that's right here at the end. And that is perfect for your collars. So if we turn this right side out in those little corners, we don't want to put our scissors in there because sometimes our scissors will poke holes, but your multi-tool, you can kind of just stick that in and get a really nice sharp corner. And then I also like to hold and push along that seam, and it's going to push out that seam so that when I iron, I have a really nice flat seam. The other thing that I love that this tool does is easily mark my buttonholes. So each of these distances, this is 5/8, this is 1/2 inch, this is 3/8 of an inch. So these are all different distances so you can mark the size of your buttonhole. And then they go down by 1/4 inch. So I could mark my buttonhole and then skip and then mark it again and then skip 1/4 inch and mark it again. So now my start and stop point for my buttonholes are evenly spaced apart, and they're also perfect from start to beginning. So that makes it so much easier. And the last thing I want to show you is marking your hem. So all these different lines are so that you can mark your hems extremely fast. So if I was going to do a 1/4 inch, or like a 1/2 inch hem, I would mark this, slide, and mark this at 1/2 inch because from here to here is exactly 1/2 inch. So I just slide and mark, and then I can take it and fold up to the line and iron, and then I would take it and fold it again. So it just cuts out so much time having to measure mark, because you can just use the side of the ruler, or let's say you wanted to mark it at 1 inch. You can literally just lay that on the edge. Imagine if you were going to make curtains, or you were going to make something where you had to hem a lot. Well, that is going to give you that perfect line to fold up to, and then you can fold again, and it's going to make your sewing so much easier. So this is a fashion multi-tool, and I also included a convenient little hanging hole up at the top so you can hang it on your pegboard at home, and then you can chuck it in your bag to take with you whenever we have sewing classes again, whatever that's going to be. I don't know, but at least you'll have a tool that does everything you need.
Oh, fabulous. Thank you, Lindsay. What a handy little gadget that is to have. I think anybody that's ever tried to do any kind of dressmaking knows that that's a great size. It does all of those different things, which is fantastic. And I'm going to be honest, that the point turner, fabulous. actually for craft sewing as well. This doesn't just have to be for dressmaking. I'm not someone who has any luck in rolling out seams at all. Some people can just do it with their finger and thumb and just roll seams. I absolutely can't. So I always have to get in there and ease out those seams. But seeing how easily Lindsay did it with that, that's absolutely perfect. So a very handy gadget. And again, with your hemming, whether you're hemming your trousers, whether you're hemming skirts, whether you're hemming your curtains, whether you're just using it. I mean, I do lots of cushions and things like that where I want to turn back that seam and I want to turn it twice, but equally, so that I don't have the raw seams. That's great. Absolutely perfect. So don't just think dressmaking. It's perfect for dressmaking, but it's going to be one that you'll reach for when you're doing all sorts of other sewing as well. So a very, very handy gadget there for £17.99, and also not too big. You know, sometimes these French seams, these French curves, they're huge. I love the size of this. Very compact, easy to use. Fabulous. Okay, so the other item that we've got for you is your Sew to Grow tape measure. Okay, so this is £13.99. Your code is 015267, and I think we're going to see Lindsay use it.
All right, I am so excited to show you how to use the self-measuring tape. So I teach a lot of workshops, and in the workshops there were so many women that would measure themselves and they'd pull the tape measure too tight, or they'd have it too loose, or they'd have their fingers in it, and they kept saying, well, how am I supposed to measure myself at home? I don't have a husband to help me or a friend to help me. And I thought I need to come up with something so that we can all get accurate measurements, even if it's just us by ourselves at home. So that's where the self-measuring tape is going to make such a difference. So to use this little guy, we are going to pull it out and it kind of retracts. You can hear it clicking. And then we're going to put it into the little hole. And then when you press the button, it's going to contract. So this comes in centimeters and inches. And so inches are on this side, centimeters are on this side. And then it doesn't start at 0 because it has to account for the difference between here and here. But I'm going to show you exactly how to put it on your body. So when you measure yourself, what I like to do is place that little hole up, and I put it behind my back, retract it, and then click it in, and then push the button, and then it goes to my body. So what I like to do is make sure that it is on a part of my body that is curved, so that that curve sits really nice and flat, and make sure you're breathing, because you might hear an extra little click. And then you can make sure it's level, just like you guys were saying before. You want to make sure that it's level all the way around. So this is something you can do by yourself at home in front of a mirror. And then all I like to do is just pinch and pull it out and check and write down my size. Now, there's no need to take this apart if you want to measure your waist. So you just kind of pull it out, wiggle it down, and then put it at your waist. And push the button again, and voila. So it sits nice, and then you can look in the mirror, make sure it's flat all the way around, and it's as easy as that. The one thing I love that this does is measuring your arms. So if you make jackets or shirts, sometimes our biceps are a little bit larger than what the pattern is, and we want to check. And it's hard to get us measuring tape and wrap it around and measure yourself. So what I like to do is go ahead, make myself a circle, stick my hand in, and then once I'm in, I just push the button, and there you go. So you can measure your biceps, you can measure your thighs, you can measure your entire body, just with this simple tool, and you don't need anybody around to help, especially now while we're socially distancing. We now have a tool that we can keep on sewing and measure ourselves.
Oh, Lindsay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, these tools are fantastic to use. And the other thing is that if you're making, maybe you're making a dress or something for a special occasion, they always say that you should wear the underwear that you're going to wear when you wear sort of that dress or whatever, because if you've got a push-up bra or something and you haven't accounted for that extra push, then, but the thing is that you're going to measure yourself without other clothes on. And not everyone wants to, you know, get in their underwear in front of their friends. You know, and let's be honest about it. You know, not everyone needs to see that. So to be able to do this in the privacy of your own home with whatever undergarments you're going to be wearing, especially if you're making something for a special occasion that is fitted and accurately fitted, then this is what you need. But also to be able to do your arms and all that kind of thing, as Lindsay's just shown, it is a very handy little gadget. I was saying to our producer, I've been using these for years and they are fantastic. It's $13.99. 015267. There we go. All right, we've got some patterns. So once you've measured yourself successfully and you've got your tools and you are ready to go, then let's have some absolutely gorgeous makes. And this here is your Olsen reversible jacket. And this is going to flow absolutely beautifully. We've got one in the studio here. And the beautiful thing about it is you can wear it like a waterfall here like this, but then if you want it a little bit more, then we've got the belt as well. So you can add the belt in when you need to just have that little bit of extra warmth or a little bit of extra style in there. It's entirely up to you as how you want to do it. Now, you can make this out of linen, you can make this out of boiled wool, you can make it out of so many different things, and you'll get that different feel depending on what materials. That's the beauty about being able to dress make, is of course whatever fabrics you decide to make it will change the feel of it completely. And of course you can make it reversible, which is fab. And so you can have an awful lot of fun. Look, there's a little pop of lining up there. Lindsay, what sort of capabilities do we need to have to be able to make this? What level is it?
I designed this to be a super beginner-friendly garment because I wanted people to have an introduction into jacket making that wasn't scary. So I walked you through how to do flat felt sleeves if you're going to do something like boiled wool. It's basically you make an outer shell and a lining if you're going to do linen, and you're just sewing them together. So there's no buttons, there's no zippers, there's no tricky plackets. It's a very quick and simple make so that you can learn how to work with those trickier, heavier fabrics. So I would say it's a great beginner jacket.
And of course, when you've got your tool, you're going to be able to use out these seams perfectly, absolutely perfectly. It's a really flattering fit. I might have paraded around the studios in it a bit earlier. It was really comfy and it felt so good to wear as well. So this is your very first option in terms of your patterns today. This is the Olsen reversible jacket. Now this goes from sizes extra small up to 4XL. Let's have a look at the pattern back here. So your 4XL is going to be with a bust of 47 to 48 inches, with a waist of 43 to 44 inches and hips of 49 to 50 inches, so that you've got all of those different sizes covered. Now remember, of course, if you're using your tool, you can lengthen it, shorten it, however you want, so that this is going to be absolutely perfect for you. That's why we dress make. Because, you know, otherwise you go to the supermarket or the shops and it's one size fits no one. This way, one size just fits you. And that's $16.49. You're going to be able to use it, make it in so many different fabrics. It's going to be tremendous. Are we doing a demo on this, or are we going to move on and look at another one? Another one, friend? Should we go and look at another? Let's have a look at the blazer. Okay. Now this is the now how beautifully soft is this? So if we're talking flattering, this is it. Because normally when I think blazers, I think things that are a bit more rigid and a little bit more constricting, but the flow on this is just gorgeous. And again, this can be made in all sorts of different fabrics, but just throw it over a vest top or a little t-shirt or a long sleeve top, and it's incredibly versatile. Look at that, absolutely gorgeous. Now this is part lined. See, the lining comes back to there, so you can have a little pop of colour if you want, a little bit of fun there, but you don't have to go to all of the effort of lining the whole thing, which makes it an awful lot easier to make as well. And it's very, very flattering. Let me turn it around to the back as well. So it's going to just hang and drape beautifully at the back. You've got, I think you've got some darts in there. Yeah, here we go. So around on that side seam there. How lovely is that? I don't know about you, I just want something to skim. And I want that flattering skim rather than anything else. And this is really lovely. Now, I'm just trying to see what fabrics they've recommended on here. So rayon, voile, lawn, chambray, linen. Oh, nice. And other light to medium weight woven materials. So again, a really flattering make, very, very versatile. And if you can just see these seams here, that's what I was saying. You know, this back seam here is going to bring in that waist whilst just skimming it and giving it a really flattering silhouette. And that is 16.49. Oh, is Lindsay modelling it? Show us, Lindsay, what have you got? Show us. Oh, nice, very nice.
Yeah, because the way I designed it as well, like you were saying, with the contour darts in the back, I also designed it so that this folds back, and if you wanted to, you could do a contrast fabric so that you could see that inside here. Also, I love how it just points at your waist. So it's a really beautiful effect that you get because it kind of comes in and then points to your waist and then goes out. So you can put a button there if you'd like, and then keep it a little bit closed, or I like to wear mine open and loose. And you know, sometimes just you're in an office where things are a bit chilly and you just want something to cover your arms, and that's why I designed this. Was just, you look smart, you look professional, but it's kind of comfy, casual. And you could also do long sleeves, 3/4 sleeves, because I'm always pushing up my sleeves. And I just wanted to give something that had a tailored look, but was still like, just go anywhere. You could dress it up, dress it down, you know, just an easy blazer.
You're so right about being able to dress it up. I mean, and again, depending on what fabrics you do it in. I mean, I could see that over quite a smart dress for a wedding or something like that as well. But equally, like you say, in the office, when you just want that extra something, it's always freezing in the studios. We've all commented this morning. It's like, oh, it's really freezing in here. And that's when you just want that extra little something, nothing too heavy, but just that extra something. Or even just if you're going to a restaurant or something like that, just something so that when you walk in, you know, you look smart.
Yeah, exactly. And I try to think when I design for people, what do we wear every day? And most people wear things that are low fuss, easy to wash, easy to wear. And that is pretty much my whole range. Is I'm trying to make a capsule wardrobe, something where you can make all things that flatter your own specific shape and your body. So you're making a U size, not a standard size. And then you can have a whole closet of patterns and clothes that fit you. And that's the whole idea behind my entire pattern range, is so you can mix and match everything. And the jacket's just a part of, you know, making that wardrobe beautiful and easy to wear.
I think this is the thing, isn't it, Lindsay? When you make something for yourself, because it fits nicely, I don't know, there's something about it. You stand a bit straighter, you know, you feel a bit prouder. And even if it's just going on the school run, to be able to throw on something that makes you feel good, it brightens up your day. And in whatever colours. Yeah. The number of times you go to the stores and they don't have it in a colour that's quite your skin tone, doesn't quite work. You know, and for me, I would be putting a little button on there so that if I just needed to, like you say, if I just needed to just have that little extra thing, I would have that. No questions asked, beautiful. But then it drapes so beautifully otherwise. Just lovely. Really, I really love this one. And it's $16.49. Perfect. Yeah. So the next one is the Bondi top. Now, this has been a bestseller for Lindsay, and I can really see why. It's to get those flattering tops where it's gonna just flow, skim, but give you shape. This is it. This is it. And again, here it is. Look at this. How beautiful is that? I mean, just tuck that into a pair of jeans and you are away. But also wear it with shorts or a skirt or whatever you need it to be with. And how beautiful is that? And, you know, how many times do we hear people say, oh, I don't like my shoulders, I don't like the tops of my arms? They're covered. in a really flattering way. It's not too tight or anything like that. It's just covering it in a really sophisticated, gentle way. I really, really love this. And again, depending on what fabric you decide to use, will give you a different feel and a different fall. And this is $16.49. I can imagine that in all sorts of different colorways. Now, if you want to make this into long sleeve, then Lindsay's very cleverly created the top extension pack. So you have to have this one first so that you've got all your basics covered, and then when you want to then add different things and make those pattern hacks, then you can start to add on. How gorgeous is this? So to whatever length you want it to be, then you can change it, and you've got one top that suddenly does multiple things. And if I show you the back of the pattern in just one moment as well, here we go. Then you can also turn it into like a tunic dress. Isn't that lovely? So incredibly flattering, very versatile all of a sudden, all from one pattern, and then you get this to extend. And that's, if you look on the front there, then you can see you've suddenly got those longer sleeves on there, you've got it as a dress, or you've got it as a tunic. Brilliant. Now, Lindsay, what have you got behind you?
All right, so, my camera's a bit too low. Hold on just one sec. There we go. Oh. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. So the Bondi top is my #1 selling pattern, and it has been for the past 5 years. And I think it's because there's only 3 pieces. It fits everyone beautifully, and it's just so versatile. So you can make so many different things with it. Like you were showing, you can make it into a top. So that other dress, or the other top that you were showing that was pink and floaty, that's actually the Frankie shift, not the Bondi top, but the floral one next to it is definitely the Bondi top. So I have a couple here. So you have this one. So you can just see it's a simple box top, but you can add some details, like I put some lace on the back. You could do some fun embroidery or some hand stitching. I also have a little nice box pleat here at the back. So you can see it's easy to wear. This is in just a light chambray. And then I have here in a rayon. Again, I've done this all in like one color. So again, super fun, super simple. I am actually wearing it hacked. You can see I gathered a little bit of a skirt to it, and this is just the top of the pattern, and I've just put a gathered rectangle to it. And then this one here, this one is the dress. So this is on the front of the expansion pack, and you can see that I've put a little bit of a casing, and it has pockets, and I can't have a dress without pockets. So it's taking that basic design and then allowing you to change it into a dress, add sleeves to it, add pockets to it, add a casing. It just makes such a basic thing so many more designs. So I think if you're going to spend the money on a pattern, which patterns aren't cheap, then you may as well have the most out of one pattern that you can possibly get.
Oh, you're so right. Here it is. Here we go. So apologies for looking at the wrong one. Here it is. So we've got it here. We have got it here. So this is your Bondi. So this is Lindsay's best-selling pattern. Yeah, look at this. So if you want to have it, you see, this is it. This is it. It's longer at the back. How many times you sit down and your top doesn't quite? It's not the best look, is it? But with this, problem solved. It's going to cover because it's slightly longer at the back, or tuck it in. And then if you want to have that contrast panel across the top, oh, nice bit of glitter in here. Fab. Then you can, or have it all in one. But yeah, that's going to just sit really nicely. And again, sleeves that aren't too tight, but they're covered. And that's really lovely. And that's $16.49. But as Lindsay says, this is your starter position. And then when you get the extension pack, then you can start to put the dresses on. Have it as a tunic, have it long sleeve, short sleeve, however you want to have it. So many ways to wear just one pattern. It's great. Look at that. Fab. So that's $13.99, 629 309. But if you are going for the extension, please make sure you have the Bondi pattern, because that's your starting point. Now, the last pattern that we've got on the show for you today is the Fall in Love cardigan. And yeah, it is so soft. It's really beautiful. Now, Lindsay, you said that actually was it your grandmother made this for all of the women in your family?
Yes.
Oh, fab.
I know, she's in Texas, and she has been sewing since she was really, really young. And I came up with this pattern, and she said, oh, can I please have that? Next thing I knew, she made me, my aunts, my cousins, all matching black and white striped.
Oh,
matching
wow.
So we looked like a herd of zebra, but we were...
Oh, that's so gorgeous. Now, you see, this is it. That's a complete compliment. When you have a pattern that someone makes multiple times, you know they absolutely love it. And again, this is going to be one that you are going to wash and wear and wash and wear, and have it in all the different fabrics. But it's got such a flattering neckline, and you can have it just folded over like that, because you've got that sort of placard there, down there. Or turn it up at the top of the collar, and you're going to get a completely different feel. And especially with winter, it's just nice to have that little extra something going on there. I'm a big fan of this. Big fan of this. Now, Lindsay, you're in Australia, so you wouldn't know this, but I am nearly 6 foot tall. So finding clothes for me is always very, very tricky. Is this something that I could easily extend to make it a bit longer if I wanted to?
Yes. 100%. Actually, the one I'm put on just now is extended. I know you can't see the bottom of my legs, but I've extended this by about 3 inches. Ooh. All of my patterns have short and lengthened lines in them, and so you just cut on the short and lengthened line and drop it as long as you want to. I've also used this to make myself like a robe, so using some nice French terry and then dropping it to the ground, and then you can make yourself like a beautiful cuddly robe for the winter. And this one I've made out of a bamboo stretch. And I love the front, and you could do that with something contrasting. And the tie, you could completely eliminate it. I like that it gives you that little bit of a waist, but if you wanted to and it was extra cold, you can always wrap it over the front and give that a tie as well. So yeah, it's easy to lengthen. Yeah, I'm 5'10", and some things aren't even long enough for me. So I find myself doing the same thing.
Yeah, it is one of those things. It's you know, I'd like to say I was asking for a friend, but I'm clearly not. I'm just asking for me. Sorry, everyone. But I need to know, because it is lovely. Now, what level of ability do we need to have to be able to make this? Again, I'd like to say asking for a friend, but...
I would say you would need to be a confident beginner. Sewing stretch is not hard at all. You only need a few things. I'll just grab those. So if you are going to sew this yourself and you have just a standard sewing machine at home, you don't even need an overlocker or anything like that.
Can
you just need to make sure that you have...
If I've got an overlocker, can I whip out my overlocker?
Oh, it would be 10 times faster if you had the overlocker.
Okay, so I can get 10 done in the same time. This is perfect. I'm going to have an entire wardrobe done. Yep. Excellent.
You can just start a production line.
Perfect.
Yeah, so you really just need some ballpoint pens so that make sure that you aren't piercing through the fiber. So always use ballpoint pens. I also like to use a walking foot. So when you use your normal foot, what happens is that it just slides on top of the fabric. But with a walking foot, you have some teeth on the bottom and then the teeth on your machine, and it grabs it evenly. So it gives you less of a chance of getting the wave, or, you know, sometimes when you hem knits and they just seem to stretch out of proportion, using a walking foot's really going to help that. And also, you want to use a zigzag or a lightning bolt stitch. So the top part of this I've sewn together with the lightning bolt stitch, and it stretches with the fabric. Now this side I've sewn with a straight stitch, and when you pull it, pop, your threads are going to snap. So as long as you remember to use the right needles the right foot and use a zigzag stitch, you can make this no problem.
Yeah, I call it the Harry Potter scar stitch. It's the one that looks like the scar on his head.
Yeah.
You go on your machine. I'm like, must remember the Harry Potter stitch. So they're the ones that you need to use. And your ballpoint. It's just how my brain works. I'm sorry, Lindsay. And you are good to go. Now, do I need to worry about whether it's a two-way stretch jersey, a four-way stretch jersey? Can it be any jersey?
Yeah, so I typically use a four-way stretch jersey, but the one that you actually have there is a two-way stretch French terry. So as long as it's running across the grain, you should be fine. It's just not going much stretch as, say, like my bamboo version that I was wearing earlier, which is a four-way stretch bamboo jersey. I do like to make sure. Yeah, I like to make sure that they have a little bit of a spandex or elastic in them, because they're going to give that good recovery and make sure your elbows don't get, pushed out or anything like that. Because when things are 100% cotton, usually your elbows get a little bit droopy, and over time you can see lots of pilling. So I find that having a little bit of spandex helps keep the pilling down and gives it nice recovery.
Excellent. Lindsay, just can I ask you, how did you get into dressmaking for yourself? How did this all happen?
Oh, it has been a journey, I'll tell you. I grew up in East Texas, and when I was in college, I went to university in North Carolina. I started working and managing a sewing shop there in North Carolina, because I just walked in and said, "Hey, can I work here?" And she was like, "Do you know how to sew?" And I said, "Yeah." And so I immediately got hired, but then I started teaching workshops for young adults. And so I was like 19 years old, and I was surrounded by these amazing women with all these talented. So there was a lady who did dressmaking, and she taught me all about pattern designs and dressmaking. There was somebody who did quilts. There was somebody who did bags. So it was like that passing down the gift of sewing to the younger generation. And that is the whole reason I've started my business. Sew to Grow is sew to grow your skills, planting the seeds to grow the future of our craft, because I am so passionate about sharing my love of sewing with everyone. And I realized that there were so many women out there who were making clothes that didn't fit because they just didn't know how to grade between sizes, or they didn't know you could use different patterns and mix them together. So I started this business as a way to teach the world how to sew, and I used to get to travel the world and teach workshops and have all these patterns. And they're just for women to feel beautiful. Like you were saying earlier, that feeling when somebody walks out and they have clothing that fits and their shoulders go back and their head sits a bit higher, that's why I do what I do. That's why I sew, and that is why I teach others.
You can see it, can't you? You can absolutely see it. And I know that for me, after having children, things didn't fit like they used to, and so what used to flatter now doesn't. And so being able to make your own, yeah, it just feels better in the colours that you like, the fabrics that you love. Perfect, absolutely perfect. So thank you, Lindsay, for bringing this to us, because, yeah, I think it makes a difference. I think it makes a big difference. Really lovely, really lovely. Now, whilst you get ready for your next demo, let me just recap here. So we've got the fashion multi-tool for you here. Again, this is going to be one that when workshops start again is going to be really handy. Or if you just want something that is compact and easy to use, you've got your French curve in there, so you can grade out from one side to the next, because we're not all like a size 14 all over. You know, some of us are bigger up top, smaller. We're all different shapes and sizes, and this allows you to graduate between those different sizes. Or maybe you want something, as Lindsay said earlier, you know, a higher top or a lower top. It's entirely up to you. This is how you change it. This is how you get a pattern and you personalize it to fit you perfectly. And then you've got your buttonhole placement, you've got your seam gauge, which actually I'm going to use for everything. You know, whether it comes to, especially with cushion making and things like that, when if I'm doing like an envelope back and I want to turn over that seam twice and I want it to be accurate, I'm going to be reaching for this. Your mitered corners. absolutely perfect. Having that 45-degree mark, that's where it's at. Having that absolutely perfect. Now, you see, quilters are going to use that as well. Because as soon as you get bias strips, you know, we're thinking quilters as well. So don't just think dressmaking with this. This is going to be a tool that is going to work across the board, no matter what kind of sewing you do. It's $17.99. Of course, it's absolutely perfect for dressmakers. But I'm just saying, as a, you know, as a craft sewer as well, it's going to be really handy because you've also got that pointy bit that's going to point out and push out those seams, which is going to make it so much easier for pressing them, so that you don't have that bit where the seam is kind of in a bit and you sort of accidentally pressed over. It's just, you know what I mean? You don't need to have it anymore. It's $17.99, 952001. There we go. Which way around do we want it? There we are. There it is. And then, of course, your Sew to Grow tape measure means that you can measure yourself in the comfort of your own home without having to have someone else. So if you are measuring yourself, and I would recommend that you measure yourself in your underwear, which again, you don't necessarily want to do in front of a friend, then grab this tape measure and then you can do it. And you don't have to wait for someone to be there to help you, because you just tuck that into there and then you are good to go. So as Lizzie showed us earlier, you know, even if you're just doing around your arm, you can just then thread that through your arm, and then that retractable part means that it's going to go at exactly the right tension as well. Because sometimes, you know, we go a bit too loose, we go a bit too tight, and it's just not quite right. But also you can get it on that horizontal plane as well to make sure that you are it's amazing, actually. It's amazing when you do finally get everything horizontal, how you can, you know, you can drop a couple of inches. And I'm all up for that, just by being on that horizontal plane. So $13.99 is worth every penny to drop those few inches by getting this absolutely measured to perfection. That's 015267. Now, these will be sent from Australia. The dispatch time is the 14th of December. Okay, so you are going to be ready to go come the new year. You're going to be on fire. Fabulous. Now, let's have a look then what Lindsay has in store for us next.
All right, so here I wanted to show you how to do a flat theme. So if you've never done it before, it can be a little bit tricky, but I'm going to show you just how easy it is. So with the Olsen reversible jacket, you can make it with the linen, and you can make it completely reversible, or you can make it single-sided with a fabric that doesn't fray. So you could use a Ponte jersey, you can use a boiled wool, so anything that doesn't fray on the edges. So here we have the option 2 single-sided jacket, and it's going to talk to you about how to work with wool, all the different things about don't use a dryer and use a rotary cutter when you cut it out so you get really smooth edges. So it tells you all my patterns. I like to tell you little tips of how to work with the fabrics or things that I think are tricky. And I also have YouTube videos that I've come up with so that on those little tricky parts, you can actually follow along and do this. So I do have a video for how to do a flat felt seam, but I'm going to show you how to do it now. The first thing you want to do is you want to take your pieces and you want to put them right sides together. Okay, so that is just your normal. Then you are going to sew your seam allowance. So this is a 1/2 inch seam allowance. And then we are going to take our scissors and we are going to trim back one part of the seam allowance. So I'm cutting that back to about 1/8 of an inch because we want to reduce the bulk in this seam so that it lays really nice and flat when we go and press it. Okay, now if you're pressing boiled wool or something that might be synthetic perhaps, you want to make sure you put your iron on the right setting. And I also like to use a bit of a pressing cloth on top of it. So you're going to fold that over and press it over to that one side like that. Once you've done that, then you're going to go to your machine and you're going to put on either an edge stitching foot or your walking foot, and you're going to start sewing close to the other edge. So you can see here's my cut edge, and you're going to press that over, and then you're going to start sewing close to this folded over edge. Okay, and then when you are all done, it's completely flat from the front and then also flap from the back as well. So it creates, out of two pieces that are quite chunky and thick, it creates a beautiful flat seam, and it allows you to put together your entire jacket and keep those edges looking really nice and neat.
Fabulous, thank you. So is that how you're going to do all the seams? Where is it? Over here, if you're using a boiled wool, is that the way?
Yes, if you use a boiled wool, you're going to do all of your seams this exact same way.
Excellent, excellent. And what if we're using a linen and we want to do it reversible? How are we going to do our seams then?
Yeah, so you're going to just sew your seam as normal, but you're not even going to overlock them because they're going to be hidden inside the jacket. So you essentially make an outer, like an outer shell, and then you make an inner lining shell, and then you basically sew them together like you would a bag or a pillow. You just sew a entire outside rectangular edge and then flip it through a hole. So you don't even have to finish off the edge.
So would you then have to top stitch to hold everything in place, or is it just, it will just, when it's pressed, it'll just hold?
I do give it a really nice press, and I use some sort of a spray starch to spray it and keep it really nice and flat, and then I do go around that outer edge and top stitch. Again, that's completely optional, but yeah, it's going to just hold everything really nice and flat.
Fabulous. Oh, that's excellent. My mind is already racing as to having maybe a bit of an exciting lining going on in there. Oh, and what you can play with, the colours that you can play with, the two-tone that you can play with, be amazing. So we've got a few more minutes, Lindsay. Is there anything else that you would like to show us this morning?
Well, let me move my lights out of the way. Just one sec. I could show you how to do the burrito method for the bespoke blazer if you want to give me a sec to set up my sewing machine.
Absolutely. So if you're going to do the burrito method, then which pattern are we looking at for that one?
That one is the bespoke blazer.
Oh, this one here. Okay, so this is our best seller this morning. This is the one that you are all absolutely loving and going for. So the burrito method, I believe, is going to be so that you've got this sort of half lining through here, but all of the seams, all of the working is going to be on the inside so that you don't see it. So it just gives, look how smart that outer is, with no seams. That's why it falls so beautifully, and that's why you can have it draped almost like a waterfall if you want to, or you can of course put your button and hold it there. That's what makes this top so versatile. It's really lovely, really lovely. There we go. So that's £16.49. So to grow bespoke blazer. Now this is going to be in a size extra small up to 4XL. If I grab the pattern here, then I can tell you that the XL is 47 to 48 inch bust, or a 43 to 44 inch waist, or your hips is going to be 49 to 50 inches on there. But incredibly flattering. It's that back panel for me that just, it brings it in, lets it skim, lets it give you some shape as well. Really lovely, really lovely. Lindsay, are we good to go?
Yes, I am all set up and ready to show you. All right, so this is what we're aiming for. So this inside seam, you can see, is completely encased on the front and on the back. So it's not a tricky thing, but it's best that I show you exactly how to do it. So I'm starting with fabric that has a clear right and wrong side. So it's easier if you start your jacket with something like this rather than a linen, because sometimes with a linen, because you can't really tell the right and wrong side, you can get easily confused. So start with something that you can clearly see, or mark the right and wrong side. So here I have this side that I haven't done yet, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my front little flat piece and I'm going to put it right sides together with the back side seam. So here's the back side seam facing up, and then I'm going to put this right sides together with the side seam. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take away the lining. So that is completely out of the way. And I am going to put a pin up here at the top and put a pin down here at the bottom so that the seam allowance is kind of out of the way and matched with the bottom here. I'll kind of hold it up so you can see what I've done. I've moved the seam allowance out of the way and I'm putting that right there at the bottom of the hem. So pin at the top, pin at the bottom, then one in the middle, so that this all holds together really nicely. Then you're going to go to your machine and sew a 1 centimeter seam allowance. So I'm going to try to do it from the side here. And make sure you don't run over your pins, because from spending years selling sewing machines, I don't think you can quite put that up a little bit so you can kind of see me sewing. So from years of selling and using sewing machines, running over pins can really damage and like knock that back up into your machine. Okay, so when you get to the bottom, make sure you don't get that pin out. You're just going to do yourself a little back stitch, but don't sew past the hem. Okay, and here is the burrito part. Right. So what we're going to do is you are going to, we'll move that down a bit more for you. You are going to put a pin in the right side of the lining, and then you're going to put a pin to the wrong side of your back. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take the lining and we're going to go down and make the pin kiss the other side and then pull that straight. Okay, so I'll show you one more time. These two pins have to kiss. So we're going to take this pin and go down and around the hem, and see my two pins here, one here, and now they're kissing. So then I can pin this together and then do one more seam, and then it's going to flip out and it's going to look absolutely amazing. So if you want to take over for a second, I'll sew this seam and then do the big reveal for you.
Oh, fantastic. We love a big reveal. So funny, actually, because the burrito method I did last week on a cushion. So it's really strange to see it with dressmaking. It just shows all of these skills are transferable. And what a great method. And it just means that when we open this up, you can't see any workings. And it gives that professional finish. So you're not... You can see this fabric has a right and a wrong side easily, but you're not seeing that right on this edge. It's lined so that even when it falls there, it's got that lovely professional finish. And how often are we going to actually see that far back? It's really lovely. So $16.49 for this, 768 400. We've only got a couple more minutes, so we're going to have a how many seconds? 50 seconds. There you go. See, that's not very long at all, is it? So no, it always comes down to pressure sewing. What have we got, Lindsay? Have we got seconds to show?
Yes, I've got seconds. So we're going to do the big reveal, and all we're going to do is pull this out. I already clipped the corners. And there you go.
Perfect. If only you had a pokey tool to ease out those seams. Perfect. Lindsay, thank you so much.
Yep, how good does that look?
It looks amazing. Really amazing. Thank you so much. What a lovely guest. What great designs. What fantastic patterns. Make sure you've got everything that you need in your basket. Do check out. We're going to be back with some more sewing in just a little while, but stay tuned. We've got lots to come. Of course, it's our one day special coming up next. It's Sentimentally Yours, one day special. Then we've got Slice Tools. And then, yep, it's my favourite fabrics coming up at 10.
Have you heard of Hochanda Freedom? Did you know that as a Hochanda Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £5.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Hochanda Freedom members badge, regular newsletters, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with Hochanda more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause it if you're going away, or you can cancel it at any time. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or head to the website, quoting item number 88888 and join Hochanda Freedom today.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years, I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products, and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us at Hochanda and crafting with La Blanche.
Hi there, I'm Nick from Odicoat. I've been crafting for as long as I can remember. It started off making things just for myself, but then friends and family asked if they could use them too. It was really important to me to bring something unique to the crafting arena, something that was different and something that people would enjoy using just as much as I do. Over time, I want Odicoat products to build you a complete library of dies, stamps and stencils which you'll enjoy using whether you're new to crafting or you're a seasoned crafter. My products will complement everything that you have already, but they will also work perfectly as a standalone product. I really hope you'll come and join me on Hochanda for my shows with Odicoat.
Hi, I'm Hayley. Join me for some amazing Fabric Freedom shows. Fabric Freedom design all their fabrics here in the UK, and they design them with quilters in mind, so they're really good at picking out those unidirectional prints, really nice and small prints so you can work on smaller patchwork projects, and paste prints as well, which is one of their signature fabrics. They do lots more fabrics besides quilting cottons, so tune in to the Fabric Freedom shows here on Hochanda.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dies in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. So on our Hochanda shows we aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration. Be sure to join us for our Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
Hello, good morning. It's 8 o'clock, which means it's one day special time. And I have to say, I've just been chatting with Julia. Hello, Julia. Hello, darling. Hello. Good morning. And you were talking about how, well, we were talking about how this is something a little bit different from Phil, and also about how Janice was on Skull Watch last night.
She was on Skull Watch last night, yes.
Now, I'm sorry, Janice, but if anybody should be on Skull Watch, it's me. So I'm going to be looking for them. You can look with us too. But do you want to tell us a little bit about, because it's a lovely style. It is. It's funky. It's different.
So this is the Colour Me Happy collection from our Phil, and when he was designing these, I mean, quite often he kind of WhatsApp and, you know, sends me the pictures of them. What do you think of these? What do you think of these? And they kind of evolve differently to how, as usual, to how they were going to be, because I thought originally he was going to do one set with one font, so a couple of sentiments in one font and another couple of sentiments in a different font. It was all going to be different, but instead he's made all of the sets have the same font, which means that when we get to the alphabet later on, you'll be able to say birthday wishes to you, and perhaps put the name behind underneath it.
That's cool. Oh,
and the letters will be exactly the same.
Like this one then?
Just like that.
So you can personalise, that's the lovely bit, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the lovely bit. Obviously you've got numbers in there as well. But so in the sentiments, each letter, so if you looked at like wishes, wishes has got a skull on the top. Yes. And if you looked at birthday, in happy birthday to you, that I is still the same. Right. So the letters and the flourishes around them are the same throughout the whole of the collection.
Amazing.
So the idea was that he knew his pens were coming, he knew his alcohol pens were coming, and he wanted something that you could colour them in with. Right? Yeah. So that's what they were developed for, to use with the alcohol pens, but you can use them with your oxides, you can use them with your watercolour blending brush pens, you can use them with any of your colouring mediums, or just stamp and emboss them if you want to. They're very, very, they're very techniquey. You know, quite often sentiments aren't techniquey. You either stamp them with an ink or you stamp and emboss them, that's it. Yeah. But because of the colouring element in them, you can do an awful lot with them.
Amazing. Well, we've got some new samples which we're really chuffed about. So this person, sadly their name's not on it.
That would be Joanne, probably.
Joanne, lovely, has actually filled it in with a bit of glitter.
Yes, so you could do that. You could put your glossy accents in there, you can put your Sakura Stardust pens in there. If you go on to black, obviously you can use your Moonlights. Yeah. So there's an awful lot that you can do with them. It's fabulous, isn't it?
It is, and I just absolutely love all that detail surrounding all of the letters. And I can see, did you say Joanne?
This is Joanne's.
Yeah, I can see she's used some of
Trudy's fashion. That's the fashion victim. So yes, think about all of the extra images that you can use. You can also, because you've got the alphabet, you can do Christmassy things as well if you want to.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Any time of year, these.
It's another fashionista. That's our trendsetter.
Yeah, lovely stuff. I'm looking. Look, if you look closely, then you'll see little things. Like there's a little crown on here.
Yeah.
So it's like one of those things that spot the whatever.
So you can choose as well. You can choose whether you colour in those flourishes as well, or not.
Absolutely.
There's so much versatility with these, which is absolutely tremendous.
Amazing. More samples, more samples. Here we go. Do you know who's done this one?
That would be another of Joanne's, because I can recognise Joanne's style, so yeah, that's
it's beautiful. And of course, stamping in different colours, it all works so well. Yeah. But I just want you to focus on the detail and how this is a little bit different. So because I don't know about you, Julia, but like I want new, and there's always stamps that I go back to, but then even with sentiments, I want something that looks a bit different, and this does.
Yes, yeah. I mean, obviously, Sentimentally Yours is about sentiments. Yeah. And with these, they really are the focal point. Yes. So they make a real impact. I mean, look at that. I mean, look at the colours there. That's another of Joanne's there. So, so you can make a real impact, but if you don't want to have it, you know, an in-your-face sentiment, you can put it on the inside.
Absolutely.
You can decorate the outside however you want and have a nice big panel on the inside.
I really like that. See how beautifully she's coloured it as well. She's really done a gradation with that one.
Yeah.
Beautiful. I'll just show a couple more then, but you're getting the idea now. But yeah, see if you can spot all those different elements that have been popped on there. Oh, it's got some little bees flying on there. So it's a really...
The bees are extras, so the bees have come in from something else. So that's one of our Flora Musica. Joanne's kind of pulled in lots of Phil's different collections, and the one that you're going to show here is from Trudy's Portraits collection.
Amazing.
That's all coloured in with the alcohol markers, and she's got a little bit of the Flora Musica around the outside. So I mean, that's a really kind of interesting composition where she's got lots of different elements on there.
I agree. Right then, so have another look then at these stamps. I'm sorely tempted, I have to say, because, like I said, they're something that little bit different. And you can never have too many, I don't think, of your sentiments.
No, you can't, because also, you know, you don't want to send the same, you know, one person the same thing every year, do you, if you're sending birthday cards or whatever cards, you know. So, yeah, it's nice to have something different. And also, they're very good for your journaling.
Yes.
Because Janice suggested, because there's Create Your Own Destiny, and what's the other one? Full colour or something, isn't it? I've forgotten. I'm sorry. I'm not with it at the moment. Live Life in Full Colour.
That's it.
So you've got those two, which are very journally kind of things. So you can pop them in your journals. But also, Janice was saying yesterday that, do you remember the old style writing that the monks used to do in all their scrolls and things, where they'd have a massive big letter to start with, and then they'd do all their writing around it.
Yeah.
So you could use the alphabet to start a paragraph in your journals or in your scrapbooks or just in your diaries and your happy planners. I mean, Trudy sent in a picture from her happy planner yesterday where she used Live Your Life in Full Colour on the right-hand side of her page, and then she used the letters to do November on the sort of the dashboard on the left-hand side. So that's a nice idea as well with it. They're very, very versatile.
That's what I think too. Oh, we've got Trudy's picture here. Let's take a little look, because this is cool. I see. Is this the one?
That's the one.
Yes, look at this. That's beautiful, and I love how she has coloured it in. I like her composition as well. It's very cool.
Yeah. She's very good. I mean, obviously her colouring is out of this world, but yeah.
Beautiful. Right then, coming back to our fabulous collection. Now, you can buy them in sets of 3 if you wish, but on screen we've got the full collection, because that's where your most value is. It is what we call a why not deal. Why not become a Freedom member? Because then also your postage is covered and you get a further discount, so it's well worth it. And then, yeah, your postage is covered for the full month. We've also spread the cost for you, 2 payments of £36.55 if you are that Freedom member. Now, if you do want the individual sets of 3, here we go. £43.47. Item number is 193458, and in here we've got the happy birthday, someone special, and you are fabulous, but we can't fit it on the screen, but we will. And then we've got the second set. This one's got the very best wishes, birthday wishes, and this is the one that's in full colour. £43.47, or again 2 payments of £21.74, 446614. And then we also have an alphabet for you. Ah, yes, this is the one you were talking about, Julia. Here we go. So you've got the alphabet, the uppercase and the lowercase, which is always perfect to have. 2 payments of £20.24. Item number is 082364. Now, can you believe it, Julia? But it's just how my shift has worked. I hadn't seen these until this morning.
Really?
The Phil's fabulous alcohol markers, the complete set that we've got here. And this is part of the monthly mega deal?
Yes, and today is the last day that you'll see it on a mega deal.
So we thought we'd pop it onto this show because, as you say, Julia, it's the last day. What do you like about them?
Well, I like the fact that it's got a brush tip.
Yep.
All the alcohol markers that I've used in the past have had a chisel tip and a bullet tip.
Yeah.
But we've got a brush tip and a chisel tip. So that means you can do all the kind of flicky kind of movements, and so
brush lettering.
You can do your brush lettering, absolutely. You can do really nice blends, but get really fine detail. So when you're actually colouring in your swirly bits on your alphabets and on your sentiments,
Yeah.
you can actually really get in there with the, you know, into the fine points. They're very juicy. The barrels are really nice to hold.
They are. They're ergonomic, aren't they?
Yeah. Trudy and Phil have gone through, and it's taken them 12 months to get what they wanted.
Yeah.
They've figured out the colour palette that works really well. It's not every single colour that they do.
Yeah.
But they figured that this is all we actually need.
Okay.
And each individual set has got greys in it, and it's also got coloured skin tones.
Good, good.
And so it actually gels together as an individual set. But obviously, once you've got all of them, then you've got all of the shades of all of the colours that we actually think you need.
Yes.
There may be some more. There might not be. It depends. When we're colouring in, they think, oh, we really need another one in there, then they may well add them to it, but it's unlikely.
Okay, right, there you go. Yeah. You have it there. Everybody's fine in the studio. It's just one of those things, sorry. All right then, so here you go. You've got sets 1 to 7 here. Again,
yeah, Janice has been colouring in on the back, and of course it's copy paper, it's gone through, so.
Yes.
But she's just been trying out the brush tip.
That's all right, I quite like what she's done. She always has a play, our Janet, always. Now, as you can see, there's blue on the screen, which means that we've got a freedom discount. You're saving a lot, actually. In fact, basically, you're not paying for one whole box of these alcohol markers. So it's £224.94. You've got a £54 and some change saving. There you go. And instead of 2 payments, we've spread it 3 times. Again, we try our very best to make it as affordable for you as possible. 3 payments of £74.98. This is a really nice set that maybe you can club together, like the family clubs together, and maybe does a payment each. Oh, and by the way, with FlexiBuy, we will post it out to you once you've paid that first instalment. So if you're wanting it for Christmas, we should get it for Christmas, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Wonderful.
It's immediate dispatch, yes.
Yeah, excellent. There you go. 214773 is the item number. Without further ado, you can see the number on screen to call, 01733602000, or do hop onto the website at hochanda.com, whichever is your preference. Okay, what are you going to do, Julia?
Right, so I'm just going to show you how to do a quick topper with the sentiments, and we're also using the Textural Temptations 2, which was very busy last night. It's a new textures set from Phil. It's an A5 set, and it's got 9 individual stamps on it. And they're clear, but they're really nice. They fit in your hand, and I did measure them on my live, but they measure just under 2.5 inches, so about 2 3/8 by just over 1.5 inches. So that's how big each one is.
May I do a quick stock update on those, actually?
Yes, of course you can.
Because for these lovely texture stamps, which I eyed up immediately because they're really cool, we are over half the stock gone if you're wanting them. So they're a really fabulous set. Oh, you've done a board for us.
Yes, I stamped them all out.
Thank you.
Because even though the packaging is really good, you don't quite realise just how good they are until you actually stamp them out.
Yeah. Good stuff. Thank you. Over half the stock gone.
So I'm actually using the Silky Smooth card for alcohol markers, because at some point I'll probably colour it in. And we're going to use, when you're using alcohol markers, you have to be careful. Whatever colouring in medium you're using, you have to be careful what ink you actually use to stamp with. So if I'm using alcohol markers, I need to use a dye-based ink to stamp with. You can also get away with distress oxide as well, but that's pigment and dye. But you don't want to use a solvent-based ink, so don't use StazOn or archival, because all your lines will bleed. So it's opposites attract.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Paula did some brilliant ink schooling,
didn't she?
And
she put on Facebook last night that Hochanda have uploaded it to their YouTube channel.
Oh, good.
So it's there permanently.
Oh, that's good.
So it's a really good reference for you guys if you're worried. So let's go for some purples for a change. Purples and pinks. So
definitely not my favourite colours.
Definitely not.
No, they are.
But we'll go light. We'll go sponge sugar and shaded lilac. They're 2 nice colours. And because these are really dinky little stamps, it works really well with dinky little ink pads.
Yeah.
which of course means that you can build up a really large collection of colour quite cheaply.
Yeah.
So the dinky ones are good. So let's go for this one. I've got my favourites. I have to try not to use my favourites. I don't know why I have to try not to use them.
No, I said that yesterday, funnily enough. I know. I always go for those colours that you're using rather than like the yellows and the oranges.
I actually like the yellows and oranges too. So I'm just using this in my hand and just stamping all across my card.
Yep.
You can actually use this to do a complete background if you want to, just in your hand. You know, you don't have to put it on a block. But that kind of just starts me off. And that's just going to... I love dye inks because that just washes off. It's just brilliant. Then let's go for... We've got a distressed bubble wrap here. Let's go for this one, and we do this one in spun sugar. It's just nice to give yourself a background.
Definitely.
And it's with you can do it second. You can actually stamp your sentiments and put this in second if you want to. This is very pale, but that's what I want. But I tend to like to do my background first. Because the advantage of doing your background first is that sometimes when you do your sentiment, you think, oh, I don't need to colour that in. It looks good as it is.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's a good thing.
Yeah. So there's just a little hint of pink in the background there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice and light.
Nice and light. If you want to go darker, then you can go up to something like...
Raspberry?
Victorian Velvet, I would go, because that's pink raspberry is probably the darkest pink. Depends how dark you want to go. So if you want a really vibrant, picked raspberry and a wilted violet would do quite nicely. Then we're going to stamp our sentiments. So we go for, let's go for one of the birthday ones, because those are the ones that you're going to use the most. Birthday wishes for you. We'll have that one.
I'm looking for a skull over your shoulder.
You need to look at the alphabet, then you'll see all the skulls.
Okay, I'm going to do that.
They're all laid out nicely for you. So you get two, as you see from the pack shot, you get 2 sentiments per stamp set. So each sentiment is like an A6 size.
Yeah.
Obviously, because of the different number of words, they fill the A6 differently, but obviously some of them are huge, like this one. And so it fills. This is an inverted corner rectangle, which we've also got on the show.
Excellent.
And
oh yeah, they're cool, aren't they?
All of the sentiments will fit in the rectangle beautifully. They'll fit in the other dies that we've got on the show, but it kind of fits the rectangle really snugly.
Yeah.
I like it in the rectangle. For me, it bodes really nicely. And because we're going to be colouring in at some point with alcohol markers, we're going to use Memento, which is another dye-based ink.
Right.
We could, of course, use Distress, but the nature of Distress is that it looks a little bit distressed. But you can absolutely colour in with alcohol markers with Distress ink. It's not a problem.
Yeah.
So give it good tapping, especially in the middle, because that's where it's most vulnerable. And use your stamp press just in case you miss a little bit, because it is a big stamp.
It is.
You know,
Stamp press is brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do like this Stamp Perfect. I've never used. I had got a stamp press at home that Paola persuaded me to buy. She was selling it on here.
Yeah.
And I bought it, and I've never got on with it. I used it twice and gave up. But this one I really, really like.
That's good.
Yeah. So I'm going to give it extra presses in the middle, and then peel it off.
Oh, look at that detail.
Look at that.
That's fab. And you're right, that little background.
That
Perfect.
little background works. So you've got all the little kind of bits and pieces coming in through the letters here and there, just for a little bit of interest. But then you can just go ahead and colour it in if you want to. But if you don't want to colour it in, you don't have to.
Because it's such a lovely focal point.
Such a lovely focal point.
Yeah.
So all you need to do is, you know, obviously you can bring in coloured card, but I've just got here a piece of black card, because obviously I've stamped in black, so that's going to go nicely with the next size. And then you've got your topper going already. Let's get a bit of whiteness behind it. So that's your topper all ready for on your card.
Perfect.
Or that could be on the inside of your card.
Yeah.
You know?
But the nice thing is, because they're such a nice size, you can batch make really quickly, and obviously we're given a blessing to make to sell should we wish.
Absolutely, yeah. Obviously, don't just go and stamp a load of toppers out and send them out to people and, you know, sell those. But yeah, make something with it, and
lovely card, lovely canvas, lovely.
Yeah.
Do you need a moment?
Yes, please.
Okay. Right then, so let's recap the one day special. Remember, you can get them in sets of 3 should you wish, but your best value is if you go for the collection. And look at this, so we've got to someone special. Have an excellent time we've got there. You are just amazing. Great stuff, I love that. Webster, is that really there? Because I can't see. Okay, right, fine. I thought he was joshing me then. Oh, okay, he's zooming in. There you go. You are just amazing. See, receiving sentiments like that, they do make you feel happy. It's like, oh, I'm just amazing when you get it through the post. And like we've been chatting through this whole pandemic, we've been sending a lot more cards and a lot more gifts to people. And it is so nice when you just open it up and go, somebody's thinking about me. So there you go. So this is your top 3. Again, you could get those as a 3 should you wish. And then we'll have a look. Oh, were we looking at the bottom? Oh, we were looking at the bottom then. Sorry. And there we go. Right. Yes, Webster, I'd like to go to the top 3. But just have a little peruse. Also, actually, while you're there, I'm just going to turn one of them around because I always think it's important for you to see. They are bigger than the packaging because obviously we need to get the logo and everything on. There you go. So really, really lovely sizes, really great focal points. I have more samples. There you go. Oh, this is nice because again, I think these are all Joanne's for now because they weren't seen yesterday. She's gone to a lot of effort, I have to say. Good for her, cuz can you see the tiniest foam pads underneath?
I think I wouldn't have the patience to do that, but it's so worthwhile.
It is because it really stands out, that one does.
Yeah.
See, this again would be fabulous on a canvas, I think.
Yes. Yes.
And of course you can find all the extras on here, like the eyelet dies on the website as well.
Yes, they should be in the brand section.
Excellent. And then we have another one. Lovely and colourful.
So you see, with this one, she's brought in lots of other elements from. I mean, she's got some of the texture stamps in there, but she's brought in loads of cogs and things from Phil's other stamps, and so you can obviously use it with whatever you've got at home.
Yeah. It's fab. And take a look close at the A. There's a little crown on there. And then on the I, there's Skull Watch. There you go.
You need to find another one.
There's an eye. There's an eye in the background.
There is, yeah.
Little eye.
Is it Horus? The Eye of Horus? Is that,
the one?
Is
it? I'm liking that. And there's, some of them got the most delicious swirls around them. Wait till you see the alphabet in a minute, because I've just been having a look while Julia was doing that. Another one, this one's nice because she's embossed it and it really catches the light and
that's
beautifully
one of Karen's,
shaded.
that is, I believe, yes.
There's a skull in the sea.
And this is really interesting because Karen has stamped onto one of the papers from the brushstrokes paper pad.
Yeah.
And she's coloured with the alcohol markers on that. So,
yeah,
that's interesting because it isn't the silky smooth,
but
they haven't bled all the way out.
Right.
So that's really interesting to me because I wouldn't have thought that would have worked.
Yeah. Ooh,
it's really nice, isn't it?
I love it. I love interesting things. It is. It's really cool.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
I think that must be one of Karen's as well. She likes to do kind of shape cards.
Yeah, she's brilliant. Look at this. All the samples
really
are absolutely
pretty, isn't
fabulous.
It?
Yeah, loving these. Wonderful. Again, through the course of the hour, and I'm on with Julia at 12 o'clock as well. I'll show you lots more samples. 2 payments of £36.55 if you are a Freedom member. So it is a why not deal. 420162 is your item number. Right, have a look at the alphabet as well. Here it is. Okay.
Alphabet fingers.
I know. Yes, I just love them. Now, okay, skull watch. Right, there's one in the sea. I spotted one there.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, yes. Meg's just said it's easy to see on the stamp. I'll have to hold it up then. Right, so I found one on the C. I know, I'm obsessed. Obsessed. There's one on the I.
Yeah.
There's crowns, by the way, A and K. There's one next to the E, who's really eerie.
Oh, see what you did there.
Now, is that an eye or is that a pair of lips?
I think it can be whatever you want it to be,
can't it? Yeah, it can. What else have we got? I know there's more because I was
looking. There's a skull on the N.
Where's the N?
It's after the M.
Webster just said it's an alphabet, dear. I really love the sword there.
Yes.
I love that one. Oh, there's one.
On the number 2, yeah.
I know there's more. I'm sure I saw more. I'll have to look later because otherwise I'm going to spend the whole time looking. There we are. Now, it's not just your upper case because you get in your lower case as well.
So the upper case is an A4 set, so just remember that. Okay. So it's double the size. So you're almost getting, with the alphabets, you're almost getting 3 A5 sets. So,
right.
so that's the first time that Phil's done an A4 set.
I really like the set. I love the size of them. And of course they're going to work absolutely brilliantly. Oh, I love there's like a thunderbolt there and there's wings. It's just too cool.
I know, it is really cool. It's not Phil, is it?
Yeah. Phil got cool. Well, he was always cool.
No, I'm not saying he's not cool, but this is really different for Phil.
I'm really liking this. Phil, if you're watching,
you can imagine him designing it, can't you? Thinking, oh, I stick one of those there. I never expect that.
I love it. Right then, shall I just do a few samples? Because these are really nicely personalised. Have a little look here. Isn't that fabulous in a frame and a lovely little hoop? That looks wonderful. There we've got the Noel. There's another one with the Noel. Look at that. So personalising is wonderful. Oh, we've got one with baby. That's so delicious. I love it. There you go. And they're all so different as well. Look at that.
So you can go really, really pretty.
Yeah.
Can't you?
Absolutely.
You can see by the variations of all the samples that, I mean, most of them are really pretty, but you could go really grungy as well.
Could.
So if we gave these to Lou would do something completely different with them.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because, you know, they will work for anybody.
Yes, indeed. Lou's just waved. She's in the studio. She's up at 11 o'clock for an hour, so please make sure you're joining her then. OK, if you would like these stamps, 2 payments of £20 and 24 pence, 082364 is the item number. Please do check out your baskets because remember it does kick it out of your basket after about 10 minutes. So do check out. What do you want to do now, Julia?
Right, so I thought we up until now all we've done is techniques throughout the hours. So the design team have made me some demonstration packs up this time, and so I thought I'd make up the pack that Jennifer's given to me.
Yep.
So it would be my interpretation of what Jennifer's given me, and bless her, she's put foam tape on the back of what I'm going to stamp on. So this could be interesting, but that's going to be fine because I'm going to stamp one of the textures stamps.
Yes, so
it won't matter, and I'm choosing a really grungy one, so it'll be fine. So this is one of the papers from one of the Brushstrokes paper pads. I'd like to say it's Celestial, but it might not be. It might be Nebula. I'm not sure. I'm sorry, but it's one of them. They will all work. And I'm actually putting the stamp on a block because you can if you want to. And I've dusted with an anti-static bag already, and we're going to stamp the just along the edge really.
Yep.
And see what we get. I'm not going to bother about over pressing or anything like that. I'm just going to try and get some texture down as quickly as possible, and then we'll put a little bit of embossing powder on, and then we'll do the other side.
Wait, what colour are you going for embossing wise?
We're going for gold.
Going for gold.
I should have used copper, and Jennifer told me that I needed to bring copper, and I thought it was in my tub, and it isn't. So that's my epic fail on that. So I'm sure it's there. No, I've just got 2 golds, 2 silvers, but I haven't got a copper. But it'll be fine. It gives you a different look anyway. Yeah. So we'll put that on this side, see where we're at. That's absolutely fine. Got away with that. And this is the pure gold. So this is with the pure silver, the pure copper, the black, the crystal clear, and the pure white.
Lovely.
And he's done a thing where you get a £5 off.
Oh, that's yes, because we were talking the other day, weren't we? It's literally you're getting one for nothing.
Yeah, you get one for free. Yeah.
Yeah.
and they are 20 mil pots, so you get kind of double what you're normally used to. And do keep them in the pot because the powder's anti-static, as is the pot. So really and truly, you don't need to anti-static, but it's a good habit to be in, just in case you pick up a powder from somebody else that isn't actually anti-static.
Normally my greasy fingers.
Yes, yeah, you only need to just touch your nose and then you've got a greasy mark, haven't you, really? And you don't, of course, you don't know in the manufacturing process of your card or your paper as to whether, you know, what else has gone on it, really. Yeah. So that's all my background done. I'm going to add the powder to the other side. I'm not sure what the foam pads are going to do when we heat them, but that'll be
interesting.
That'll
we'll set the place on fire.
I hope not. I hope not.
It's too early in the morning for that.
Yeah.
John off floor manager just went, yeah, very.
I think she said it for your benefit there, John.
Right then, the magic, my favourite thing.
The magic, yes, it never grows old, does it? And it's actually more magical with the metallics,
yes,
I think.
I agree.
So big thank you to the design team who helped me out this time because I've had so many shows.
You have, haven't you? Bless you. You're only here.
So it's been a big help. Yeah.
Here we go.
Here we go. These stamps, I just love these. As soon as I saw these texture stamps, I didn't know what sizes we were going to get actually, because Phil just showed me all the pictures. And I said, "Ooh, they're nice. I like those." And he said, "Yeah, they'll work great, you know, for your backgrounds and things." And then when I got them, I thought, I wonder why he's done them this size. But they do, you know, they fit in your hand really nicely.
Yeah.
They're very forgiving if you miss bits, or you can pop them on a block like I've just done. So you don't have to have them in your hand. And you can see they're going to make a really kind of almost like a distressed background, like a warm wood kind of background, this one. We're curling a little bit, but it's all right.
Sorry. I was just saying, I wonder if the heat will make the foam pads lose its stick or make it more sticky. We'll find out.
I don't know, we'll find out.
Yeah.
We can't put it down, we can't stick it straight away anyway, we need it to settle down.
Yeah.
But there we go, so there's our background.
Nice.
It's feeling a little bit weird actually, but yes, so yeah, nice. Okay, there's our background, so we'll leave that to settle down in a minute. And then she's cut me some little rectangles of, I don't know if this is, it doesn't feel like the super smooth, so we'll just see how we get on with it. That is the problem with somebody else doing something for you, but it's fine, we'll get away with it because we're going to emboss again.
Cool.
So, but what we're going to do first of all, we're going to change what Jennifer did originally, and we're going to put a bit of a background behind there as well. We're going to use my favourite though this time.
Okay.
Not that
Which one's your favourite?
The kind of crackled one.
Yes, that's
in the
my
middle.
favourite. No joke. I was looking at that one. I love a crackle. I don't know why I'm obsessed with them.
I love the crackle because you can put the crackle in your fingers, and you can go over the whole background, and it will look like it is a complete background. I've got one somewhere.
Yeah, my two favourites are the crackle, and I like the brick wall. I like that one a lot.
I nearly used the brick wall. I used the brick wall on one I did with Ben's name on it last night. So
cool.
This is the brick wall behind the bee there.
Nice. Yeah, you don't know this, but we've got an issue because we've lost control of all the cameras, Julia.
Oh no!
I know.
Oh no! Let's just be on the overhead then. So this is Ben. I did this last night on the inverted corner square, so you see that fits really nicely.
Are you able to move it down? Like we can't even move the overhead.
Oh right, okay. Sorry.
No, it's not your fault.
Okay.
The magic of TV when things go wrong.
It's cool, isn't it?
So that is cool.
So that's a Ben.
Lovely.
And then in the back of here, this is the crackled one, but I'm going to use that one now in a moment. And because we can't get in so much, I'll do it slightly darker so that you can see it a little bit better. So instead of going tumble glass, let's go broken china.
We are up and running again, Julia.
Oh, cool.
I don't know what happened, but there you go.
Okay, well, we'll try broken china anyway.
Okay.
And will I use it on the... Yeah, I'll use it on the block. Decisions, decisions, decisions. So we give ourselves a background. There we go, look at that.
Fab.
It is fab, isn't it?
Yeah, I really like it. And what it is, there's something satisfying, because I mean, I adore crackle pastes as well.
Yes, you do, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
I don't think I've done a show when you haven't toddled upstairs and bought the crackle paste when I've had one. As if you haven't got it already.
Love it.
Yeah. So of
Nice
course,
in that colour as well.
Yeah. So this is broken china, which is slightly. It's more of a blue than the peacock feathers, which has got a little bit of green in it.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that he brings a new blue out actually, because I really like blues.
Are we talking Tim or Phil?
We're talking Tim.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, because Phil doesn't do distress inks.
No.
There you go.
Yes, we might say. Who knows what he'll do in
I
the
don't
future.
think anybody could do distress like Ranger. So, right, okay, that's that. And then we're going to... I should have done that second. Right, let's give it a quick blast, because I need to emboss as well. Because remember, distress ink stays open for about 10 minutes.
Lovely.
So if you wanted to, you could actually put clear embossing powder on the top of this.
That would be nice.
That would look really lovely.
Yeah.
That would be a snapping background, actually.
Just so you know, at home, with these lovely textures, these texture stamps, we are over, in fact, I'll flip this around so you can see, we are over 60% of the stock gone. So there's the stamped images, and I've just turned the stamps around for you. There you go. £14.49, 032432. Back to you, Julia.
Okay, so as I'm going to stamp and emboss, and as I've only just distressed, I'm going to just rub it with my anti-static bag, just to make sure that hopefully we don't get gold embossing powder all over the place.
Yep.
In an ideal world, when I want to emboss on top of a background that I've stamped like this, I'd leave it to dry. You know, just put it to one side and go and do something else. But we're not in a real world, are we? We're
Not here at Hochanda.
in a TV world. So now we're going to stamp our letters.
Cool.
I must remember to clean that in a minute. So go to my alphabet, and we're going to use all the uppercase. So all from the big set. And so I'm going to put on it...
Go on then.
Alex!
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, so Jennifer put love on hers, which is lovely, but I'm going to put Alex because it's a four-letter word.
Yeah, Alex is a 4-letter word.
Not
some people.
As in rude, but I've got four. I've got 4 tiles here.
I'm joking. I've had way too much coffee this morning. Like, I'm really perky.
So we'll pop the A on first. Now you must forgive me if I don't get all these straight. You can see I've not used this one before. I don't prime my stamps ever. I just use them.
Yeah, some people say you should, don't they?
Yeah. But I don't think it's necessary. Sometimes with rubber stamps you might get a coating on them, but I don't even prime those either.
Oh, excellent! There's a skull on the E.
So I think you've got a crown on your A, haven't you, as well? Yeah. So that's one.
Princess skull.
And then we want the A. The L, sorry. Just done the A. I'd really like Janice's idea of
what did she
having the capital letter at the start of your journaling when you're actually writing something.
That is nice. You're right. I was thinking back to what you were saying earlier about how the monks used to do it. It used to fill a full page, didn't it?
They
like the S.
Stunning pieces of art. And I know there have been some alphabet stamps like that, haven't there, in the past?
I think so.
Yeah. I'm not sure if Barbara's done some, but. You can never have enough alphabets.
Yes. I don't know how many I've got. To be honest, I need to go home and sort my craft room out.
Oh, you and me both.
Yeah.
I think there aren't enough years left in my life to actually sort out my craft room. It's just absolutely dreadful.
I've had to buy more storage. I've got
a bed in my craft room and I need to get rid of it. and put shelving up. My daughter's offered to help me.
Yeah.
But of course that's not going to happen at the moment, is it? So.
See, because we rent, can't really
So
put
do
shelving
I.
up. Oh, you do as well?
Yeah, but it would be like, you know, the freestanding shelving.
Oh, I see what you mean, yeah.
Yeah. So,
Why do you have a bed in your craft room?
It's because when my daughter used to come and stay,
right.
She used to have my bed, and I used to sleep in the spare room.
Oh, bless you.
And it's actually a new mattress in there and everything. So, but you know, even the cat can't sleep on it.
Would you like people to email in if they want your mattress?
It's a new mattress.
I love it.
The bed's not being used very often because I can't get to it.
What, have you got craft stuff all over the bed as well?
The bed is absolutely covered, and under the bed, I've actually got an encyclopedia series underneath the bed somewhere.
Oh wow!
It's not Britannica or anything, or other encyclopedias are available, but it's not one of those. No, we're on our X. The X is very ornate. I'm not sure if all of this will fit.
Webster is inquiring. Webster's our director, by the way.
Does he want a bed?
Well, he's saying how long for delivery?
You'll have to come and get it.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
He says deal.
Oh dear. So not all the swirly bits on the X will fit, so I'm sorry about that.
That's all right.
You've got too big a letter, Alex.
Oh, there you go.
So give that a good press,
Yep.
and that's all my letters. And put my embossing powder on. I haven't got my assistant to put my embossing powder
I know,
away.
I missed that. I used to do it for Phil as well. Take his foam tape backs off.
Yeah, yeah. To do it all ourselves. It's like manual labour, isn't it?
Look at that detail, isn't that wonderful?
Yeah, so now we're going to emboss those. So grab my poker tool because they're bound to fly off. So do you want to do something else while I'm just embossing, or do you want to watch me emboss?
Well,
you can watch me. Why don't you watch me do one letter?
Meg, what would you like? Okay, yeah, that's a good plan.
It's a good
Meg
compromise,
says.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, so we do our A first. There she goes.
Yay! There we go.
So imagine that, Alex, in your journal, at the beginning of what you're writing.
Yay!
Yeah?
Yeah, love that.
And I'll do the rest.
Marvellous, look at that going. So funky, so pretty. Right then, while you are just finishing the embossing off, our monthly mega deal of the alcohol markers, do check out, because this is the last day of the monthly mega deal. Now, what we've got, well, the last day that you're seeing it, I should say, it'll be stopped on the 28th. Isn't that tomorrow anyway? Saturday, is it? Thanks, Julia. Right, so we've got the little chart. Well, it's not little because you've got so many wonderful pens. Here's the chart so that you can take a look. There's tons of colours. It's wonderful. You've got 168 fabulous colours. You can see you've got all your lovely primaries. You've got skin tone colours. You've got your greys, warm and cool greys. It's a really great comprehensive set. You can get them as sets, but again, your value really is it. I mean, everybody likes everything anyway. Well, the majority, and a sweeping statement. But basically, with this as a Freedom member, you're not paying for one of the boxes. They're $39.99 each. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Is there 24 pens in each? Why did I bother to count them? I don't know. It's 2. Oh, does it say on the box as well? Dope. I was just counting. Okie dokie. Now remember they're dual tipped as well. I'll just open one up again so you can see. There you go. So instead of a bullet tip, this time we've got a nice little brush tip, so you can do all your flicks and things, and then the other end is a nice little chisel tip, so you can really cover a big area. It is on a Freedom discount, and it is on Flexi Buy. 3 payments. Yes, it is 3 payments of £74.98. 214773 is the item number. If you did want an individual set though, because maybe your budget can't quite stretch, here it is, $39.99 at $745,245. We're seeing set 1. And then there's set 2. You can see those colours there. 3. Can you believe it is number 4? No, number 5. Now this is getting silly. Number 6. And, well, 7. There you go. Anyway, you can see them all. Actually, question for you, Julia, is do any contain a blender?
There are 2. There's a blender and there's a black. Yes.
Right,
so
okay.
there is one blender. So with some alcohol markers, you end up getting a blender and a black in every set.
Right.
But we haven't done that. We've only done one.
Lovely. I think I can see it actually. This is set 1, I think. Oh, so the black and the blender, from what I can see, they are both in set 1, should you wish. There you go. And you've got your nice sort of primary. You've got a few skin tones there. Lovely. All right, £224.94 if you're a Freedom member, or as I said, it's on 3 flexi buys, 214773. Back to you then, Julia. Where have you got to?
Oh, right. I'm just decorating at the moment.
That's all right.
So I've put my my backer sheet on, and I was just going to pop some pearls on as well while you were waiting, using my pickup tool. And Jennifer's popped some pearls in for me.
Yep.
These are the ombre pearls. We don't have them on the show. There were some pearls, some new pearls that we had the other day. Whether those are still available on the website, I'm not sure.
Yeah, the plum pudding.
Yeah, plum pudding, and there's the ocean sea spray, I think it was.
Yeah,
and
aqua
the porcelain white.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so we've got extra pearls there. Thank you. Right, so let's do a little bit of colouring. So I've picked out numbers 179, 68 and 61. This won't take too long because I'm only going to do one run through. So the idea is that you take your lightest colour first, which is my 179.
Yep.
Do remember that alcohol markers will colour any sort of non-porous surface. So if I go over my embossing, it will change colour.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So with alcohol markers, you don't get a resist?
No.
Oh.
No. No. It will colour them. So if you've got embossing like we have here, you want to be very careful not to go over the lines, which is why I normally just stamp and emboss in black memento.
Right.
Not emboss, just stamp with black memento. But just to show you can use an ink other than memento with your alcohol markers. Then we're going to take the next colour up, which is our 68, and we're going to go about 2/3 the way up, and we can still see our lovely distress ink pattern underneath.
Yeah.
Which I really, really like. It adds a little bit more texture, a little bit more interest to it. And then we go up there like that, and then we take our darkest colour, which is our 61.
Nice.
And then we're going to go about 1/3 of the way up.
You know me, I love my colouring. I was sat there last night again. I do literally, when I'm up here, I do about 4 or 5 hours a night.
I don't blame you. It is very relaxing when you do it. You know, I know if Phil's got, become quite stressed, with work and whatever, he'll sit down and colour for a few hours, and it does really, really chill you out.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to my lightest colour again. This is my 179 again. And when you go into your lightest colour, what it does is it kind of bleaches some of the colour out again, and it starts that blend process going on because the alcohol kind of reacts with the previous colours.
Yeah.
And like I say, I'm not too sure whether this is the right card or not, but it's working.
I was going to ask you, funnily enough, what card that was.
Yeah, I don't know what this is.
Okay.
It doesn't feel as smooth as the Silky Smooth. This might be pure white, but you do really, really want the Silky Smooth.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's my letters done. And you can go ahead and you can colour in the embellishments as well, but we're not going to do that because that'll take too much time. And good old Jennifer's cut me some other rectangles out here, some mats, and I believe this is the totally turquoise. I can tell by the way that that's coming through that it isn't.
Yeah.
It's not reacting the same way as the Silky Smooth.
Got you. Oh, and of course, Phil's glue.
Phil's glue, which I think is probably on a deal still.
Oh, is it?
Probably.
Oh.
So you pop that on there, give it a little bit of a jiggle to get it right. And I've also edged these. I need to make sure I actually put your name on right in the right order, don't I? I've actually edged the rectangles with the broken china distress ink as well, just to make it stand out a little bit more.
I just love all the flourishes on there.
Yeah. It is a testament to the quality of the stamps that you can see all the detail when you emboss.
Absolutely.
And there's like little tram lines around each letter before you get to the solid part of the letters as well.
That's cool.
It's the last little bit.
Oh, we've put the uppercase and lowercase on screen for you at £40 and 48 pence. And again, it's on FlexiBuy. 2 payments of £20 and 24 pence. 082 364 is the item number.
Right, so now we can just put our card together, and it's like it's a DL card. So we've got the A, L,
Meg's just read my mind. When I went off and did my course, we had a guy who was also on the course whose name was Axel. And spelt using the same letters.
Yeah, it's like Lowen and Noel, isn't it? That's the same.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that one.
Yeah.
Anna.
Yeah,
well,
that's quite obvious, isn't it, really? Right, so we're going to butt that right the way up against the top. And then just add these with foam tape as well.
Fabulously spaced.
Yeah, she's done a really good job. The design team are epic. Design teams actually across all of the brands they are worth their weight in gold. They really are.
Yeah,
they're the unsung heroes, really, aren't they?
Yeah,
we couldn't do our job without them.
That's why I quite like. I mean, sometimes I do forget, but I quite like naming. Reading out their names.
I like to see names on the back because it is nice to give credit where credit's due.
Absolutely,
and it definitely is. So there we go, Alex. There's your card.
Yay! Thank you. Do I get to keep that?
Yes, you do, absolutely.
Thank you. It looks so grand. And it's got that fab background as well. Loving all of that. I'm very happy. Thank you, Julia.
That's all right.
Yeah, really, really like that. Now, as Julia has used the alphabet stamps, I'll just flash these up first. Wait. Here we go. There's a board there. Okay, so you're getting the two together. And as Julia said, the uppercase are sort of twice the size as the lowercase, but they work fantastically. Look at all that detail. You've got eyes and skulls and flourishes and wings and fire surrounding them. Yeah, it's so super cool, these. So if you'd like to go for them, you can spread the cost again. 2 payments of £20 and 24 pence. Item number is 082 364. And again, flashing up the one day special, which is the same font, so they'll all work together and you can personalise. And we've got some really nice, I'm going to turn one around again because they are bigger than the packaging.
We have to get Phil's face on, that's the problem, isn't it?
I love that. He does take a very good photo, though.
He does, I know, I hate him.
We're all jealous. My photos are shocking.
Yes.
But there you go, you can see you've got some fabulous sentiments. You are just amazing. We've got, what's this one coming on? You are fabulous. We've also got the happy birthday, etc. They are all there. So just to finish off, you've just got literally a minute. Let's look again at these samples. Aren't they great?
This is one of Karen's.
Thank you, yes. Pop your names on the back next time because it'd be lovely to read out. Good job you're here.
I think it's just Karen and Joanne that haven't put their name on. But
there you go. But it's beautiful work.
We do have the papers
beautiful.
on the show. We do have the pokers and pinstripes on the show as well. You see they're working really well.
Excellent. I'll just have to pop this down because there you go. Have a look at this one. You are just amazing, and again, cogs have gone on here.
Yeah, so I love the fact that these can be very pretty, or you can also make your masculine cards with them as well.
Absolutely.
So I think it covers absolutely every kind of genre and every kind of style that you could possibly want.
I concur. Love that. Look at the. Oh, what's this one? Ooh, oh, this is clever.
Yes, that would be one of Karen's as well. She likes this sort of thing.
Yeah, that's nice.
Is it, let's say Carol?
Carl.
Carl.
Carl, who's 50.
I think one of Phil's brothers is called Carl, but he's not 50. He's definitely not 50 because Phil's the oldest.
Thank you, Julia.
Thank you, everybody.
We will see you at 12.
Yes.
Marvellous. Right, we've got another show. Of course we have. Coming up after this break. Stay tuned. Oh, we've got some tools for you now. Slice tools, in fact. Followed by Natasha's favourite fabrics. There's some real beauties on there. And then we've got our Lou for a lovely hour of studio light.
Hi, I'm Abs from Olsen Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers of colours, textures and creating depth and dimension. Olsen Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dyes, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different size and formats. In my shows at Hochanda, I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the Olsen Create shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Katrina from Rowan Dean. We're a small family business that design embroidery kits. Embroidery has always been my passion and I'd love to show you how to do some of the stitches and some of the kits. We're based in Derbyshire and I'm really inspired by the landscape and flora of Derbyshire and I think other people will be too. Our kits are really easy and I hope they inspire you to have a go at stitching. Since we've been on Hochanda, we've had a great time. Everybody's been really friendly and really good. We've met loads of people all around the country who watch Hochanda and find it really inspiring. Don't forget to join me on my Rowan Dean shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Paul Church from Clarity Stamp. I've been fortunate enough to turn my hobby into a career and joined Clarity Stamp in January 2016. My background has always been in crafting and I enjoy making things and sharing things. That's what crafting's all about for me, making things and sharing with others, and also learning all the time. At Clarity Stamp we bring you a wide range of products from stamps, stencils, groovy and pergamano. And the great thing about that is that it covers crafters from all different aspects, so whether you're into stamping, stenciling, parchment craft, we've got it covered at Clarity Stamp. So I hope you can tune in and join the Clarity team on Hochanda.
Did you know you can watch Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player or Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Hochanda channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select settings. Select your network and select Setup Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or the bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Hochanda app. Simply press the home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the channel store. At the top of the channel store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter Hochanda into the search bar and this will take you to the Hochanda app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the added channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Now scroll down to the Hochanda app and press the star button on your remote. You can then use the arrow buttons to move Hochanda to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it. You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Well, hello there, good morning and welcome. I am so looking forward to this hour because it's got an hour of kind of the educational aspect with things that we use every single day in our crafting environment. Some of them we use and there's a few bugbears, a few niggles. Well, hopefully the products on this show are going to help you to smooth those out. Now, I'm not on my own. I'm here with the fabulous Harry from Slice. Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, not bad, thank you.
Now, you've come along today to explain a bit about the products that we're going to be looking at, and I do urge you to jump ahead because there's loads to check out on the website. So if you don't mind, we've not worked together, and I know some of our viewers may not have come across you before, so tell me a little bit about yourself and how you come to be here.
So Slice is all about safety.
Okay.
So everything that we do is based around ceramic blades.
Oh my goodness, what are you doing there?
So if you just have a quick look.
So all the tools have got a ceramic cutting piece with them?
Yep, so
okay.
literally every blade that we sell has a ceramic blade.
And why is that important?
So the way that we manufacture them, they're much safer. So as you can see, I wouldn't do that with a traditional scalpel. You've still got to treat them with respect.
Yes.
But everything that we do is ceramic.
Okay, lovely. Love that idea. And they've got loads of different ways that you're going to be able to work with it.
Yep.
Can I just show you the packaging? Because this is something, if you're shopping like me and you're looking at the packaging, that's where you're going to get a lot of your information from. But have a look at here. One of the things that struck me was when you look here is when it says to you that it never rusts. Never rust. How many craft blades have you come to use and you found that they're rusty? Stay sharp. That's another one of those things. I hate changing the blade in my craft knife. It's one of those things that I'm so nervous about doing. And you can see here, it's absolutely brilliant. There's scientific stuff on there, which I'm not bothered about, to be honest. What I need to know is that it's going to be able to work over and over again. And it's that kind of accolade that you've got there. Safer than your metal blades. Obviously, you do your own research with regards to that one, but it's going to last longer than your regular blade. And obviously, you've got all of those different kind of ergonomic elements with this one. So this is your craft knife. You've got the details on the screen there. I love this. It feels very posh.
It's one of them where most people are used to a traditional scalpel, which has a flat handle.
Okay.
And this is more like a pen.
Yes.
So it's more like you are holding
somewhere if
a
you
pen.
put your finger, your index finger there as well.
So it's easier to handle. There's obviously the grip on it, which makes it easier to hold. It's much obviously better to use in terms of your
so keeping my fingers well away from the blade there, but I'm guessing, I'm looking at the way that you're working with yours, you're going straight in right down by the blade.
Yeah, so it gives you more control.
Okay, so how do we work with this then?
This is, I'm just using some textured card here.
Okay.
So, and you would literally just use it as you would with a pen.
Oh my goodness, that's smooth.
And you can do obviously curved lines, you can do straight lines, you can create little triangles. Now you guys at home are obviously going to be a lot better than me from a crafting
I'm impressed.
perspective.
That's quite a balanced triangle, I have to say. I'm impressed.
So yeah, you can literally do anything with it, and it's not just your textured card or your standard card.
So as I say, that's quite a smooth card, and lots of our crafters will use texture, like the glitter card stock that you've got now. So you can still use it with this one.
Yep. So
that was quick. You're going to have to do that again. I missed it.
Again.
Look at that. Absolutely spot on. Now, one of the things that we find with a metal blade when we're working with glitter cardstock, because you've got the abrasive nature of the glitter, it can dull the blade. So does that not happen with a ceramic blade?
So our blades will last up to 11 times longer than a traditional blade.
Okay.
So if a steel blade lasts a day, ours will last up to 11 times longer than that.
I love that.
And changing the blade is very, very simple.
That was the next question. Can you actually change the blade, or do you have to buy a whole new pen?
Yeah, so it's literally just a twist of the cap, pull the blade out, and obviously change it to a new one.
I love that. And with regards to use of this, obviously when we're talking about blades, metal blades, we're saying about obviously children can't use them and to be careful with them. So with this one, can children work with these?
Children can still use them.
I mean, obviously we always say with adult supervision.
Yeah,
anyway.
so with supervision, I mean, I've got a 6-year-old and she's wanting to use them.
Get involved, yeah.
And it's about, you know, obviously it's still a blade.
Yeah.
It can still cut you if you try and cut yourself. So you have to obviously supervise.
That's it.
But it gives them a bit more ownership.
Yes, and also they like working with grown-up products. They don't like the kids' craft stuff all the time, do they? Now, one thing we will mention, obviously we are talking about a blade with these, so we are talking about over 18 with regards to purchasing this one. So do bear that in mind if you are placing your order for this particular one. But that is your first item, and that technology we will see echoed throughout all of the products that we're bringing to you. And already 20% of the stock has gone of this particular one. I think that's brilliant for you to take advantage of there. So if you're wanting your very stylish looking blade, as you can see there with your craft cutter there, I think that makes a fabulous gift for somebody, because it's one of those things that is incredibly useful and you'll be able to use over and over again. And so the details there on your screen there, 432742. Do pop that one into your basket, but before you check your basket out, do have a little look at some of the other goodies that we've got. This packaging is going to keep springing out, so bear with me just a moment because it's just driving me a little bit crazy. Next one that we've got for you, the scissors. Now, this is something I've not really thought about because, of course, with scissors, you've got the blade on the scissors as well. This time we've got ceramic bladed scissors. Now, I don't know if I've ever come across these before, Harry.
So these are they're about 3 years old.
Okay.
And these are probably our best-selling scissors.
Right.
Just because of the way that they're easy to hold.
Mm-hmm.
They're nice and small. They remind
Nice and
me
light.
of primary school scissors.
Yes, yeah.
The great thing about ours is, for example, if you've got kids that are making cards,
Yes.
and they've glued stuff down, you can clean our blades because they don't rust.
It's very it's still got the scissor sound.
Everyone says that.
Yeah.
When I was last on, that's all we sort of spoke about was the sound when you're actually cutting and the noise that the two blades make when they meet together.
Now, they've got quite a rounded edge to these. I mean, can I confidently cut right to the edge of the blade with these?
Yep. So what I'll do is I will show you. So I'll just use the textured
Yeah, that's
card.
fine. Yeah, whichever, yeah. Perfect, look at that. And again, I feel as if they're safe. I don't mind putting my fingers near the blades on these ones.
Yeah, so it's exactly the same technology and manufacturing process as our blades. So you can run your hands and fingers along them and they'll still do the job.
And it's still got that technology that means that the blades on these, of course, they're not going to rust, they're not going to, well, they will dull over time, but they're going to last 11 times longer than your traditional blades that you're going to get with your scissors as well. Lovely style as well, love the colour, and the colour aspect, that orange you'll see running right the way through all of these. Very, very comfortable to use, and as you see, can you hear that? Taking it up by my mic, but be careful because I'll end up cutting my mic cord and you won't hear anything then, will you? So I have to be careful
all
with
your
that.
hair. They'll cut your hair.
Cut my hair as well, if I need a trim. So there you go. If you fancy getting hold of yours, £32.99 being your price on these ones. So a paper card, is it this what we can use them for?
Paper card. So I've got here just a little bit of fabric.
Now you're in my world now.
And
I'm a sewer, so I'm interested. Oh my goodness. Wow. That's phenomenal.
And that's... So it'll cut all sorts of different materials.
Now, when we're working with scissors, usually it's a big no-no to cut your paper and card with a pair of scissors and use the same scissors on your fabric.
Yep.
Do we have to worry about that with these?
No.
Oh, wow.
So
oh, my goodness.
You can use the same ones.
Stop the front page. Hang on a minute. That is a total game changer. That's amazing.
Yeah, so you can use the same ones. I mean, depending on the thickness, so obviously later on you'll see the bigger scissors that we do.
Okay.
Which are obviously more for your thicker...
The longer blade.
Yeah, and they're used more for your thicker materials.
Oh, yeah, I can see those along the counter, yeah.
But from a standpoint, if you were cutting card or fabric, as I've just done,
and all that
you
kind
can
of
use the same scissors. But it
I
just
love
depends.
that.
We've got different style of scissors for different materials.
There you go. So if you fancy getting hold of yours, £32.99. These are kind of a bit of a luxury, I think, if you're purchasing them for yourself. But it's a wise investment because, of course, you don't have to worry. You can pick these ones and if you do need to cut a little bit of paper or card, maybe within a pattern, when you're cutting out a paper pattern, you don't have to worry about swapping over your scissors. So there you go. If you fancy getting hold of those, the details are there on your screen. Now, don't check out your baskets just yet. We've got lots more to share with you. Moving on to something that's got a retractable blade with it as well. This one, again, very pen-like in its appearance, as you can see. £12.99, very, very affordable. So I'm guessing with this one, is this a nice one to take if you kind of craft and pop it in your craft bag and things like that?
Yeah, so this is actually brand new. I mean, this is about two months old. So viewers last time will have seen the other precision cutter, which we also have. But this time we've designed it so that it's literally like a
it's just like a ballpoint pen.
Yeah, and you'll see.
So where's the blade on this?
So the
that
blade,
little tiny white bit on the end there. Or you're going to have to keep nice and still for us to get this on. It looks tiny.
It's very small.
My goodness, look at this.
So
wow.
You can see it just there.
Amazing. And that is all that you need to be able to cut in the same way as we saw a few moments ago.
Yeah. So you'll see that there's a little point, and on the orange part of the blade, you may not be able to see it. There's a line that shows which way you should hold.
Oh yeah, I can just about see that. Yeah, going kind of horizontally across. Yes. So what's the significance of the line there?
That just shows how you should hold the blade.
Oh,
so which way the blade should go up in terms of the sharp end, the cutting end.
Quite easy, yeah. Okay. And again, with regards to this one, what sort of things can we cut similarly to what we've seen earlier on?
Yeah, so it will cut through. This is more for detailed work. Okay. So a lot of paper crafters will use this just on standard paper or card.
And I'm guessing because the formation of holding it like a pen, it's when you're wanting to go kind of freehand. With the knife that we saw earlier, I'm guessing if you're running along a ruler or something like that, you need something to steady it. With this one, I'm thinking, you know, when we do things like, what's it called when we do the fine detail paper cutting and you do all those gorgeous designs in there?
You can use them for cutting stencils. So if you had a stencil,
it'll come to me.
So for example, I mean, if you go on our social media pages, you'll be able to see all the different types of crafting that the guys do. But it allows you to have more control because the blade is finer.
Oh my goodness! Look at that. That is impressive.
My incredible shape.
There you go. You tick 2 shapes now on your list, on your tick list. I love it. And there you go. You can see the fine detail that you've got with this one. I think it's going to be called paper cutting, actually. You know, the kind that I mean, where you have the template and you kind of follow the template and work your way through.
Yeah, that's it. And a lot they'll use a lot of straight lines that then create. So there's people that make chandeliers that go on lights.
Yes, yeah.
By using.
An inspiration and seeing kind of ideas like this. I know that you were talking about that obviously social media is a big thing. Are there places where we can see how people work with these as well?
Yep, so our YouTube page. We've got a lot of ambassadors that do tutorials on how to use them, what they use them for, whether it's from an art perspective or whether it's from a crafting perspective.
Yeah. I've got a feeling that everybody should have at least one of these in their home, shouldn't they? So there you go. If you fancy getting hold of this one, very affordable price as well at £12.99. So maybe you're thinking, well, I'm just going to try this out. See if it is as brilliant as Harry's telling us. Well, I can assure you it is. But if you fancy getting hold of this one, do be aware that nearly 1/3 of the stock has gone. Details there on your screen. So 288-224 if you are wanting to get hold of this one. Again, it's got all of that ergonomic design within the actual carriage of the blade there. And, of course, you have got the ability to pop that blade out of the way, retract it if you need to. But, of course, it's going to last 11 times longer than any of those metal blades that you have got that you've been working with. So if you fancy getting hold of that one, then please do so. Now, the next one that we've got, this one's slightly different. Again, it's got a retractable blade on it, but this time, I'm guessing, well, I mean, look at that. I mean, that's a good one. Maybe if you've got chunkier hands, maybe you don't want something, it could be dexterity issues, you want something more substantial to hold on to. We're looking still at a pen cutter, but this one has got your ceramic blade, but it's got three settings with regards to this one.
Yeah, so it's got with the manual pen cutter, it's got obviously open full.
Yes.
And halfway open and then closed.
Okay.
So it allows you to have the option of having the blade fully extended.
Okay.
Or not.
So just wherever you need it to sit.
Yeah.
Really, with
so some people
one.
don't want to use the whole of the blade.
Okay.
And obviously the less blade exposed, the safer.
So, that's a good point, actually. So you've just got your little slide, and this is the nice thing. It's just literally your thumb presses on there, and it will slide in and out like so. So again, the same ceramic blades, same quality that we're talking about, same 11 times longer.
Yeah, up to 11 times longer than your traditional blades. And the great thing with this is it can be used multi-purpose.
Okay.
So a lot of our artists and crafters use this to open the big boxes of materials that they get.
That's a good point, yeah.
So, you know, and it will cut card,
Yes,
board, as
yeah.
in, you know, what your materials will come in.
Okay.
Obviously, your standard tape, as well as doing what you need it to do for your art and paper crafting.
And I'm just reading on here as well, so you can replace the blade as time goes on if you're wanting to.
Yep.
And again, it's the same with every single one of these. You're getting that, obviously, the declaration there that it's not going to rust. This is the brilliant thing, you blades, and quite often we will buy these as throwaways. Now, if you're working with this, and you think about those throwaway knives and those blades, I mean, they can be quite tricky. Also, the one that I'm thinking of that's most similar to this one is where you snap off the blade. And again, that's another one that really does make me nervous, because you've got the blade, you don't want to touch it with your fingers, do you? And you think, right, okay, so I'm going to put it down, and I'm going to flick it, and I'm going to bend that blade so as it kind of breaks off at the next sharpest point. But you don't know where that loose bit's going to ping off to.
Yep.
So it could go off anywhere. It could go somewhere where you don't even know where it's gone. End up being on the floor. Children, animals. Worst case scenario. Every scenario is terrible with those. But it could flick up and hit you in the face as well, couldn't it? Quite easily. So with this, you don't have to worry about that. You're just retracting it.
Yep. So it's just retract, and obviously retract back, open, close. Changing the blade is very, very easy as well.
Yeah.
You'll notice that changing the blade with our knives and handles is very easy. I'll just quickly show you.
Thank you.
So you'll see there's two little, just there.
Oh,
there's
yeah,
the
a little
lines
vertical line,
that
yeah.
shows that the lid and the handle are meeting up.
Oh, they're locked together,
And
okay.
you just twist
Yeah,
and take it out.
okay.
And then you'll see the blades, and you
Right.
extend, and you just see that little notch there.
Okay,
And you
yes.
pull the blades.
So that's a similar scenario to a metal blade,
Yeah.
but obviously not the danger.
Yeah, great thing with these is because they're double-sided, so obviously once this part of the blade goes blunt, just flip it over.
So when you're using it, will we actually see that the blade will kind of round off and become more blunt, for the want of a better phrase?
No, the blade won't actually change how it looks.
Yeah.
You'll just
You'll
know
just feel it and just know
how
that.
the blade's reacting with the material that you're cutting, and you'll
Okay.
know that it's getting blunt.
Now you've got is that a piece of artwork in front of you there? I can't
This-
quite see from here.
Yeah, so this is a piece of artwork from Bonnie Snowden. So if you look her
That
up
is
on
beautiful.
Instagram, she was actually on the show back in January.
Oh, right, okay.
And artists use this particular product all the time. And what I'll do, I'll show you exactly what they use it
Lovely.
for.
And she's one of your brand ambassadors as well, so...
She is indeed, yes. So basically what they do is they'll use the pencil to draw whatever they're drawing, and then they'll use our blade, in particular this one, to get the texture on the detail of the fur. So what I'll do is you may be able to see
Oh,
just
yeah,
up here,
sure, the white, yeah.
where it's taken off. Now obviously you can tell that I'm not as
So
good
with this,
as they are.
are you taking away the surface of the drawing? You're not cutting into the drawing?
No, so this is why they like using our blade, because the blade doesn't rip the paper.
I see, right.
So because the blade doesn't rip the paper, it keeps the look of the actual artwork
I see,
there.
right.
And it gives you can change the angle of the blade when you use it. So you could do finer,
So
or
you wouldn't
can,
often be able to do that usually, would you, both directions?
and you can take off however much you want, depending on.
That's very effective.
So obviously, Bonnie's obviously already used it down here, where you can see
Oh, on the
obviously the
tail.
fur texture.
Okay.
So I'm basically ruining this bit of work here.
I'm sure she'll forgive you.
But if you look on our Instagram and look at the artists, mind-boggling what they do.
Well, this is it. I mean, anybody, I'm terrible. I can't draw a straight line with the rule. I've actually got a little bit of testimonial here from Bonnie, and she was saying about that the pen cutter is preferred because of the rounded tip blade. She likes that, and it allows her to get different amounts of pigment off, which is obviously, as Harry was just explaining there. I use it on its side rather than its tip, so it scrapes rather than cuts. On film, I tend to add all pigment and then use the slice tool to create texture and then go back with a pencil. And I think that's quite interesting because sometimes we think, right, we've got to go in and we've got to get that polished effect straight away.
Yep.
Well, Bonnie's explaining there by using the craft blade there that you can kind of get in there and build it up and do it a different way. So perhaps if you struggled in the past, maybe that's the way for you to try it. So if you fancy getting hold of yours, then obviously you've got the details on your screen there. Do pop that in. I'm going to scoot along because we've got so much to share with you. So next one I'm going to show you is this particular one here, which I think is going to be a useful one again. Harry's going to explain again to us. Now this one is your craft knife, and again we have got a little bit of an accolade here from lovely Stacey, which I'll tell you about in a few moments. Now with this one, the craft blade, it's a very slender looking tool, this particular one, and again you've got, and it's the orange cap with the here. I'm just trying to take the wrong end off there, but it's the orange cap. Is it the orange cap that comes off?
I'll show you.
Okay.
So
how does this one work then, Harry?
Everyone loves it, but trying to work out how it works to start off with is difficult.
Well, it's got a safety cap, so there you go. I should have guessed with that one.
You'll notice again there's a line just here and a line on the orange cap.
Oh yes.
That means that it's closed. When those 2 points meet, it's closed. So you twist it.
Okay.
And then it meets back up.
Oh, it's like a sleeve.
So the lid is always protecting the blade.
That's clever.
So, for example, if you've got it closed and you drop it, the blade's protected.
That is a good point, yeah.
Whereas with the other craft knife that we showed at the start, you can lose the lid.
Yes, yeah.
If you don't put it on the top. So this just has given you the extra ability to keep the lid and protect the blade at the same time. The blade is exactly the same blade that's in the other craft knife. Mm-hmm. So you see, again, finger friendly, safe to touch, and it performs in exactly the same way as the other craft knife.
And like you say, I mean, safety running through all of the different products here, and I love that idea. I mean, that is so clever. And how many times have we just put our blades in? Even if it's just for a minute, you don't know if little hands are around, they could pick that up. So if you just leave it like so, then all you need to do is literally pop that back and lock it in place, and there you go, it's protected. This is another one. This is Stacey's accolade with regard to this one, and she's saying that I use the sliced craft knife with the safety lid attached, as it's most similar to a traditional craft knife. I make lots of architectural paper cuts. It is paper cutting, that's the technique, isn't it? And this one is the best for linear drawing. I also use the safety cutter loads, which is a fab tool, not really for artwork, but as I do a lot of framing, it comes in handy. And she tends to use a lot of 120 GSM coated card and paper, so yeah, it is a good one to use here, and occasionally add colour as well, which would be about an 80 GSM paper. So and ticket board, mount board, all those different mediums. You think about having a blade. I mean, mount board is such a tricky one as well to actually work with, so yeah, it's worth thinking about. So 484620, £15.99. Now I think we've had a question emailed in from Christine. I should have mentioned this. If you want to email in and ask any questions, studio@hochanda.com.
Please do.
Christine wants to know, she's working on, it's kind of the subject of mount board there, she's working with grey board. Now of course grey board is another one of those ones that can be tricky. You're using a lot of pressure, which of course pressure on a blade is never good because you can scoot off in any direction. So which one would you recommend for Christine to try first off if she's working with that thicker grey board? And it's quite dense as well, isn't it?
I would probably say one of the craft knives.
So either the one that I've got here or the first one?
Yeah, but just because you've got more control. So a lot of people say to us, oh, it looks like you're having to apply more pressure. If you're applying more pressure, you have more control.
Right.
Because what I'll do is I'll demonstrate on the...
Oh yeah, thank you.
So this is just some leather. And because I'm more controlled with the pressure that's going through, you can see...
That is brilliant.
It's so easy, whereas with a traditional blade, because you know exactly how it's going to perform, you know it's going to slice straight through it, and you do it a lot quicker. which is why a lot of crafters, they're always telling us they're getting the tips of their fingers.
That's true, yeah.
cut.
And sometimes you get kind of, I almost feel the tension in my hands when I'm working. It's almost as if your knuckles are going white. You're holding it that hard and that tight that you're working through. And of course, if you are doing things like we saw there, Stacey talking about using things like your mount board, if you're framing pieces, cutting that aperture can be so tricky to do. So having the right blade for you to actually work with is key with regards to this. Lots of mixed media artists there. Think about all those different mediums that you're working with. It could be that you're working with your lighter cardstock. It could be that you're working with your heavier cardstock. Having a blade that you know is going to work with regards to all of those is the key thing. So that is the thing. If you're wanting to take advantage of this particular blade, as many of you are, then do pop this one into your basket. Details there on your screen, £15.99. I love the idea that that sleeve covers up the blade. Very, very clever. So there you go, if you fancy that particular one. What else can we tempt you with? Well, we've got a whole host here. We're looking at a scalpel. Now, you might like the feel of working with a scalpel because it's one of those ones that many of us will have worked with. So this one, we're talking ceramic again with this particular one, being the scalpel here. So again, a very traditional style where you can see the blade is sitting at the top. Again, that science, that technology brought into that blade, meaning it's never going to rust, it's going to stay sharp, and it's going to last around 11 times longer than your metallic blades. And of course, that safety aspect is something that is so key with regards to slice. So tell me about the scalpel.
Yeah. So the scalpel, again, it uses exactly the same blade as the two craft knives.
Okay.
It's just designed in a very similar way to a traditional scalpel.
Okay.
So what a lot of crafters, paper crafters, will be used to, this is pretty much a replica of that.
And I noticed with it, you've kind of got that scalpel shape. If I just turn that around, you can see it's almost like that slim rectangle that we're familiar with, so not necessarily got the rounded body to the knife.
Correct, yeah.
Love it, there you go. So again, if you wanted this one, now it says non-sparking there. Non-sparking, I've not come across that phrase before. Non-sparking, no tool blade change, and the thin nylon handle. And again, it does come with its little safety cap there. So maybe if you like that feel of working with a metal scalpel, the flatness that you've got of that handle within your hand, then perhaps this is the one for you to try. The thing that I love with this is the prices are so affordable. These are kind of like your try me prices, aren't they, at $13.99? And of course, it's one of those things that whether you use it every single day and you're going to take advantage of that 11 times longer blade, or whether you're just going to use it occasionally. I mean, imagine having a blade that perhaps you only use once or twice a month, but it's going to last you potentially a good 12 months with that one blade that's in there. Obviously, it's down to how often you use it and the mediums and the different materials, but details on your screen if you fancy giving that one a go, and a very affordable price at $13.99 as well. So what have we got for your next one? Now, a seam ripper again. Fabrics now. I'm back in my happy place. Now, this one here, oh my goodness, seam rippers. Regularly, we do get a seam ripper, perhaps come with your sewing machine. They do dull over time. And to be honest, if you are trying to do your seam ripping, or your unpicking, or your unsewing, as I sometimes call it, then that can be a tricky one to do if you've got a blunt piece, a blunt blade to work with, or the little kind of hook that you get. The reason being with regards to this one is that you are going to find that you could actually damage your fabric. Now, it's got a little kind of hook nature to this one. And we can kind of see where you've got that chamfering on the blade there with this one as well. So this particular one, I'm interested in this one because, again, sewing. So why do I need this one in my sewing box?
So this, again, exactly the same technology. The blade's obviously a lot safer, but this the way that the blade's designed is it allows you to get up and under.
Oh, I see. So yes, when you're getting into, I'm stood here doing the action of seam ripping, because it's one of those things that you do and you don't automatically think about. But yes.
Yeah. So it allows you to go exactly like the image there.
Yes,
it allows you to go. What I'll do is I'll show you. So depending on how you would use it,
okay.
Sometimes people will come in at the side, and you can see it allows you to get under, and
this is brilliant because you haven't got a pointed tip. This is the thing. I'm waving it at people now. I'm holding it and pointing. We're just doing this with it. With a traditional seam ripper, you've got a very pointed, very sharp tip. And what I found, especially if your eyes aren't what they used to be, which is me speaking for this one, what you can quite easily do is rather than getting the stitch, you get the fabric. Yeah. So with this, it's protecting the fabric, but going for the stitch.
Yeah, it protects the fabric, but it also protects your fingers.
That's a good point, yeah.
as you say, most traditional blades will come with a point.
Yes,
You'll notice
yeah.
that with all of our blades, they come as standard with a rounded tip.
Yeah.
So essentially, you can still hurt yourself if you applied enough pressure,
Yes.
but you've got the stab proof there as
I like
well.
the look of this one. I also like the look as well. I haven't mentioned this on many of the products that we've been looking at. If I just show you the end of this, you have actually got, on most of the tools, I think pretty much all of them, you have got the ability that if you want to add something like a lanyard or a piece of ribbon, so you can actually attach that to your machine or so you don't lose it, then you have got that ability there. But yeah, I'm liking the look of this one. I think this is something, if you're creating or you want to get a gift, stocking filler maybe for a sewer, personal recommendation with regards to that one. Do get that one in your basket, and you can see they're very affordable, £14.49, 079394. Now, it's nearly a third of the stock of that one gone. My goodness. I'm going to have to step it up those stairs to place my order for that one later on, aren't I? So details there if you're wanting to get hold of that one. Now, rotary scissors, again, fabrics. This is what I'm instantly thinking. Is that where I'm going to be working with this one?
So it depends on how thick the fabric is.
Okay.
It depends on how thick the material is.
Mhm.
These are, so funnily enough, these don't actually have a blade.
Okay.
So they're completely bladeless. So
Right. Now I'm intrigued. I mean, it looks very scientific.
So
It does look a bit like a face with a pointy nose there and a bottom jaw and an eye. So with this one, how does this one work then, Harry?
So you feed the material through the runners.
Oh, okay.
So the two rollers.
Yes.
And the material goes through there, and the rollers create the pressure,
Okay.
which creates the cut.
So, okay, I'm intrigued.
So
Can
they're
you show
great.
me that?
Yep. So they're great for big bits of material. So, for example, if you're framing,
So if you're working with an A2 or an A0
or if
something
you've
like that, big piece.
got a lot of material on a roll, for
Yes.
example, and the material will literally just go.
Oh my goodness. Can I use this for my Christmas wrapping paper?
I'm just about to show you that.
Sorry, I'm getting excited.
with Christmas coming up.
Because that's another one, isn't it, that we're going to be cutting lots of paper.
With Christmas coming up, I thought I'd bring some Christmas wrapping paper.
Okay.
And what I love about this is I hate wrapping presents
Yes.
by using scissors because the wrapping paper snags.
It snags, and also you don't manage to keep it in a straight line, so you end up with like a diagonal cut if you're not careful.
Yeah, so the good thing with this is you've got obviously lines, and what I'll do is...
Okay. And of course you've got the lines on this wrapping paper, making it easy. Oh my goodness, look at that. So when you're saying rotary scissors, you're not kind of thinking of it naturally in the fabric sense, as I would do, but the rolling blade.
Yeah.
That is brilliant. I love that. What a clever idea.
And you haven't got to worry about blades going blunt.
Yes.
Because obviously they don't have any blades.
Yes.
So again, perfect for in your office drawer.
So is
or
that kind of like a one-time purchase then, because it doesn't blade and doesn't blunt?
Pretty much.
Wow. That is phenomenal. And if you've got the kids as well who want to wrap their own gifts, that is a brilliant idea. That is a game changer. Again, finger friendly. You've got the handle there where you're going to be holding that, keeping your fingers well and truly away from, well, I'd like to say blade, but you haven't actually got that blade in there as well. So you can see there that it's going to sit between those particular elements there all the way around. Does it have to be paper that you're cutting with this? I mean, could you cut things like cellophane or tissue paper?
So tissue paper, because it's really, really light,
Yes.
that won't work. But if you've got, so we have people that are cutting thick bits of plastic.
Yes.
So it will cut through
Oh,
that
wow.
type of material. It literally depends on how the material
So
is
things
made.
like your acetate sheets that many of our crafters use.
Yeah,
and,
potentially. The good thing with these is, as well, if you've struggled from a dexterity
Mhm.
perspective in using scissors,
Yeah.
they're amazing for that.
And it's kind of one size fits all, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Whether you've got little hands or big chunky banana fingers, they are going to fit within there. And again, it's a comfortable action. Again, dexterity issues, if you struggle with having that strength in your hands to actually cut with your scissors, then this is going to be brilliant. I'm thinking as well, you know, my mum's 90, bless her, and I do worry when she's using things like scissors to open packets of things. So if you've got packets that you're wanting to open, could you actually use this to open like say if you've got like, I don't know, rice in a pouch or something like that?
I'm going to show you something that will be better than that.
Oh, I see. Ooh, let's get a bit bold now, isn't it? Okay, fair enough then. So is that a different tool that we're going to look at in a few moments?
It is, yes.
Brilliant. Okay, in that case, for the time being, I'll give you the details that are on your screen there. So if you want to get hold of your rotary scissors, just be aware that nearly 40% of the stock has gone of those. So if you're wanting to get hold of them, details there on your screen. And I love that. It's very comfortable feel with that. And also, as well, it's left and right-handed. That's another thing. So if you are a lefty and obviously scissors can be an issue sometimes, then there you go. You can swap that over quite easy. Like the idea of that one.
That's a good point. With all of our products, they're ambidextrous.
Oh, okay,
so
that's the word.
Left and right-handed.
Ambidextrous sounds so much more professional than lefty and righty. Thank you for that, Harry. I knew there's a reason why he's here. Now, the next set that we've got, this is something that I have experienced in the past. These little kind of, almost like a little mouse shape with regards to these. And these are brilliant. It's one of the first tools that the company brought out, I believe.
Yeah, so this was, pretty much literally one of the first tools that we made.
Okay.
Originally, it was actually made with a steel blade.
Right.
Very, very early on.
Okay.
And then, obviously, from the health and safety perspective, we got changed to ceramic. So you'll notice
that little tiny white element there.
The tiny little ceramic blade.
Yes.
And it's got a white triangle just to
point it out, yeah.
Great thing with this is, as you've obviously seen from down there, it's got a built-in magnet. So I have one on my cooker hood at home. Some people have them on their whiteboards, the fridge. It's also got a keyring hole, so you can have it on your keyring. So you just said about your mum.
Yes, yeah.
This is the one for opening things like food packaging. Again, if you're wrapping paper on the carpet at home.
So cutting wrapping paper on your hands and knees on the carpet, we don't have to worry about cutting through everything.
Exactly.
I love it. Okay, right.
And again, so literally all you do with this product is you hold it flat against the material that you're cutting.
Look at that. Oh my goodness, it's like magic.
And again, it will cut straight lines. If you want to do curved lines, you can do curved lines. But it's the #1 tool for having around the house.
You're almost a magician with these, I have to say. Absolutely amazing. Now, the details there on your screen. If you're wanting to get hold of those, you've got a set of 2. Now, when they come back, I haven't got the packaging with these. Do they come packaged together, or are they in individual packages?
They come as 2 individuals.
So 2 gifts?
Yeah. So you could have one for your stocking, for a stocking filler, and one you can keep at home and stick on your fridge.
I love that. See, that is almost, if you're buying, I know a lot of people this time of year will be making their own crackers and looking for gifts, table gifts almost. That is something that you could quite easily be popping within that cracker. I mean, you get that. It's so much better than one of those fortune-telling fish, isn't it? Or a plastic fingernail. So if you're making your own crackers, that's worth thinking about. $10.99, that's for a pair of these. They're both independently packaged, so quite easily you can split them up if you're wanting to. So you're looking at £5 and 50p. And again, this is one of those things that I think is worth having in the kitchen drawer.
It's and the great thing is, as I say, with our blades, they don't rust.
Yes.
So if you, for example, I use mine for opening packets of chicken, bacon, all that sort of stuff around the house, as well as cutting wrapping paper, kids' cards, all that sort of stuff, and you just wipe it.
Yeah, I love that. Now, with this, is the blade deep enough to actually cut and open boxes as well?
So it'll cut the tape on the top of the box.
Yes.
So, a lot of customers love the fact that they don't have to use a knife to do that. And if they use a knife, they can damage what's inside, exactly. So this is perfect for that.
Love it. There you go. Again, another one. I'm spending a fortune in this. Nearly a third of the stock has gone of this one as well. So 274,969, £10.99. You're getting 2 of those, don't forget, and they are independently packaged, just if you are joining us. We have got an amazing show. We're showing you all of those kind of cutting solutions, so ways that you can kind of extend the life of your cutting tools that you might or existing have, because we're talking ceramics. Now, with regards to these, we were talking about scissors earlier on, and we saw those amazing craft scissors being used, not only on paper, but also on fabric. Now, these ones, we're looking at a larger version of scissor with these. Now, a good size handle with these as well. So again, I'm thinking big hands, small hands, male hands, female hands, children as well, perhaps getting involved with these. Of course, we are talking about over 18s with any of these products, and when we do talk about crafting with children, we are automatically talking about the fact that you do need to be obviously giving children supervision when they're crafting in any environment. Love the way that these are packaged as well. So with regards to these, is it a similar scenario? So we're talking fabric, we're talking paper card?
Yeah, so obviously your standard paper card.
That's like a, yeah, whatever now, isn't it? I mean, we've seen how brilliant these blades are.
Different materials, and for some reason everyone likes that sound.
It's just, it is a very satisfying
it's the sound. So I've actually got just a bit of felt here just to show a different material as such.
See, that's quite a tricky one to cut easily because you've got obviously the density and yeah, the fluffiness all this with regards to this. There you go, cutting through there. Fabulous.
So it's there. You'll notice that the blades are different to a traditional pair of scissors. So they're a lot thicker in the way that they're made, which is where the safety aspect comes.
Okay.
You'll be surprised how many people cut themselves on normal scissors.
Yes, yeah. And you're right, they do almost look like they are children's scissors, don't they, with the nature, because they look as if, I mean, they are ceramic blades, but in our heads you might be looking at them thinking, oh, they look like plastic blades, but they're not, and they obviously have got that gorgeous kind of cutting action that you've got with regards to these. Something I noticed as well, we've kind of got a rivet here rather than a screw, because quite often with scissors you'll have a screw in there, they can become loose, they can kind of wobble when you're trying to cut with them, so I'm guessing you've got the security aspect that the blade's not going to be moving.
No, they shouldn't move, and if they do, again, you tighten it up with a tool.
So is it like a little Allen, it's like a little Allen key kind of screw in there? Oh, so you can tighten it up if you're needing to. Love it. And again, that endorsement there from Sliso. Safety is the key thing with Sliso. What they're making sure is that you're getting the results, you're getting the ability to keep your cutting tools working for longer, 11 times more so than perhaps the metal equivalent that you've been working with. But of course, it's the aspect, it's the technology, it's all of that information and that kind of research that they've done that go into these scissors. So the details on your screen there, it is a considered purchase when you're talking about scissors, but then again, it's not, because when I think about fabric scissors, you can quite easily pay the price that you've got on your screen there. And scissors are always tricky to kind of, well, I don't know about you guys, I struggle to get my scissors sharpened, and they never seem to be the same when you actually get them sharpened and you end up buying a brand new pair. So these are absolutely amazing for you to work with. 2 flexi buys on these ones of £20 each, which of course opens up your flexi basket. So it means that you can add in any of those additional ones that we've been talking to you about and spread the cost of those ones as well. Details there, 220869 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Now, many of the scissors that we've been looking at the moment almost looks as if they've got a rounded edge to them, to the tip of those blades. But with these ones, we're going to be able to get right into the nitty-gritty with these ones, because you've got your pointed scissors with these ones. These look amazing. I'm thinking kind of things like your decoupage, thinking of your fine detail work with these ones. Very nice. I like the way, and do you know something that with these, I've had scissors in the past that have been very pointed like this, and they come with like a little safety cap. That you should put on all the time because you can hurt yourself. I would not be doing that with those scissors, that is for certain, because you would hurt yourself. But with these, you have got that sharp detail there. It's almost shining there, almost like you would get with a blade, but this time we're talking ceramic. £32.99 with regards to these ones. So again, why do we need these ones in our crafty boxes?
These were designed because a lot of customers, what they do is they'll cut into a material first and then make a cut round.
Yeah,
just for
like
example,
a landlocked area.
Yeah, so just for example, they may have, I mean, this is just some, I don't know what sort of fabric material this is, but it's just some light
it's
paper.
Almost like the florist's
Yeah, it's just like the light
it?
tissue. And what they'll do is they'll cut into the middle, and then, I'm just trying to see, and then rather than having to cut up and in, they can create...
Classic follow the spiral, yeah.
They can create, just for example, a circle.
Yes.
Without actually having to ruin the rest of the material.
So very fine detail, you can get right in
So this
there.
is perfect for, as you say, your fine detail. I mean, it's not that fine, but...
No, but it shows you've got the complete control.
You can
to
see
be able
if
to,
I just ping it up here, and you'll be able to see on my top.
Tricky
maybe.
material to see, but there you
Just
can see that the hole's been cut through there very
and
effectively.
it protects the whole of the material.
Yeah.
Because normally, if with a normal pair of scissors, you'd have to cut up and then round.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, it's a tricky one to do. So there you go. If you are doing your fine detail work, again, incredibly light, easy for you to work with. The ceramic blades here, again, 11 times longer than your standard blade, but nearly a quarter of the stock has gone of these ones. So this is one that, if you are doing a lot of fine detail work, and again, that sound, absolutely amazing, as you can see there. So if you're wanting to get hold of these, 480927, £32.99. Do get hold of these. Now, I've got a feeling we might have quite a few sewers watching, because I know we're busy for these ones. The self-opening scissors, your little snips. Again, snips, very, very important when you are stitching, because, of course, there's something you can have in your sewing machine accessory box. I mean, this is brilliant. The seam ripper that we saw earlier on, and this little one here. And I'm guessing because you've got the catch on there, that's going to slide off. But look at that. Oh, you can hear that one. That's
So
a good sound.
these are great from a dexterity perspective.
Hardly any pressure needed.
No.
Amazing. So again, you've got the main aspect is the ceramic blade that you've got with these. Again, with my snips, I would never be doing that. Never get your fingers involved. But of course, the key thing with snips as well, and I find this time and time again, you buy a pair and you think, right, they're going to last forever. Nothing lasts forever. But when you do actually come to try and snip your thread, you find that it doesn't actually snip your threads, it kind of bends your thread.
Mm-hmm.
If you're lucky, it might kind of half cut, which means that you're ending up with a feathered edge,
Yep.
which means that you've got to get another pair of scissors out to try and neaten it up. So with this, one simple action there, snip, and there you go. You've cut those threads away. Again, very affordable. And again, with these ones, I mean, other scenarios you might use these, Harry?
So they'll cut, obviously, your card, your paper as well.
Mm-hmm.
But again, just like the seam ripper, that you can either unpick the stitching by coming under.
Yes.
And just there. So you'll see just there. Or you could actually go inside of the material.
And again, you're not damaging your fabrics.
And again, you're not damaging the fabric. So you see.
Love it. There you go. So you can, of course, snip off those threads quite easy with those. And again, it's just a nice, easy stitch in your hand, very light. Again, another fabulous gift for somebody. Maybe you know someone who's having a sewing machine this Christmas, or they're just into their embroidery. Then that is a lovely little tool to go for. And it's £17.49. A wise investment of anybody's money there. What was the update on that one? Sorry, Lottie. Nearly 40% of the stock has gone. We've got a busy show. It's really good to have your company, because, of course, the products that we're looking at here aren't the kind of, dare I say, sexier products. But they are things that we use every single day, and we invest a lot of money in our blades and scissors over the years, so it certainly does make sense. I'll move that out of the way because I don't want you to think you're getting two of those, but there you go. Details for those, if you're wanting to get hold of those, are on the website. Now, one more thing to share with you, because, of course, we've been talking about replacement blades, and many of the items that we've been chatting about have got blades that can be replaced. So here we have got a little set of your replacement blades. Now, with these ones, which tools are we going to be able to use these in?
So this will fit in the retractable precision cutter.
Okay, that we saw a little bit earlier on. Lovely.
So to change the blade is very, very easy. So you, again, everything's a twist. So you would just twist the cap. And the blade is just there. And you would actually just twist the blade comes out. And then you would obviously put in the replacement.
That's easy. So does the actual head itself, you're replacing the whole of that head really with regards to that then?
Yeah, just that, the whole of that orange head. So I've actually got one of the blades here from the pack. So that is what it will look like.
Oh, see, that makes it easy. Again, if you've got banana fingers like mine and you struggle, then that is something, because the thought of actually changing that little tiny bit. And again, it's one of those ones that your fingers, although it's not a proper blade, because again, if you've got a retractable standard blade, then again, it's one of those ones your fingers are getting really close to the blade. Very, very nervy when it comes to swapping your blade out. So don't forget, if you are going for the retractable precision cutter, the details are at the bottom of your screen. £12.99. I would add in 4 of those tips. Obviously, it comes with one of the blades in there. So if you want to increase the quantity to 5, then this is the way to get hold of them. 60% of the stock has gone of the retractable cutter. The details are at the bottom of your screen. So if you have placed your order for that, then please do. We don't know when Harry's going to be back here again, so just to save time, and also you don't want to be paying additional post and packing at a later stage for these, so why not add these in alongside? And of course, if you are going for any of the scissors that are on FlexiBuy, then you can spread the cost of these as well, so it's another way of getting hold of them. Now, we've had another question come in from Joanne, so thank you, Joanne. Joanne's asking about cutting packaging. So what sort of packaging, sorry? So vacuum packaging, you know, when you've got something that's vacuum sealed, and it's like, how do you get into there? So how would you actually get into that?
I would use the safety cutter.
So the little one, the little mousy shaped one.
Yeah.
Okay,
so we sell a lot of these to packaging companies, funnily enough, and a lot of packaging comes vacuum wrapped.
Yes.
This will even cut through your clamshell packaging.
Really?
Yeah, so you know, like when your ink cartridges...
Because that's the one that when you cut it, it's kind of sharp, isn't it? Yeah.
And this will cut through clamshell packaging.
Wow. Now, these are proven to be popular. You can see that, pop them in the lid there. They are magnetic as well, so going onto your fridge, going into your kitchen drawer, you don't have to worry about catching your fingers on those if they're in the drawer. If they're in your bag as well, I mean, imagine going into the bag and trying to find a craft cutter, a blade. You wouldn't stick your hand in there in the dark trying to find a blade, would you? There we go. This is what you need. Now, limited stock is the situation with regards to this one. So you've got two ceramic safety cutters. They are independently packaged when you're working with these. So do make sure that you take advantage of these while you've got the opportunity. They're proven to be one of the most popular items in the show, and I think it is a brilliant one to work with. I personally have used something in a similar guise, and I can say wholeheartedly this is a brilliant way. But you've got the ceramic cutter. The one that I had got a metal cutter on there, and over time I just found that I couldn't actually use it because it just dulled the blade. But there you go, two of these for £10.99, independently packaged. We've had loads and loads of fabulous testimonials from artists, professional crafters. Bethan has got involved. Bethan's, Bethan Andrews Fine Art, so it gives you an idea of the level of Bethan's crafting. So I use a slice precision tool for my artwork. It's great for adding fine hair details and whiskers to get pet portraits. That's exactly as we heard from Bondi earlier on. So that was which one was that one now? That was the precision tool. So I think, is that the one that I'm at here as well? That's the one I'm talking about now. That's handy, isn't it? So this is the one where you've got that pen-like formation. Now, we saw Harry working with one of those beautiful pieces that Bonnie had let us use within the show. So when you were creating, it's almost like you're scratching away the surface without kind of causing any damage, really. So it's kind of like just taking that little level off. So that brilliant white, which obviously you will be able to see when you lift that colour out, then you are able to use it. And Bonnie was working with this particular one, the retractable precision tool. And what she said with this one, oh no, actually, it was, it was Bonnie. So she prefers the kind of the rounded blade tip with this one. It allows her to get different levels of pigment off. So adding that fine detail, adding those highlights, adding those accents. There you go. If you're wanting to get hold of that, Bonnie is giving you her accolade. And she's a brand ambassador for the company, so she knows she's not going to put her reputation on the line with a product that she doesn't believe in. And that's the same for any of these products. You can buy with confidence with any one of these. Now, just to let you know, these fabulous little ceramic safety cutters, these are the ones that I definitely need to get hold of for my mum and myself and everybody, really. It's one of those items that when you see it, you think, well, everybody needs this. £10.99, they have sold out, you can see on your screen there. Now, we've just had a little word with Harry. We are able to get a small quantity of stock again. With regard to these, we've got slightly extended delivery with this one, delivering from the 4th of February, which still gives you time to get, not February.
I was just about to say, cool.
Where did you get February from?
We haven't even got Christmas yet.
Take your time, Harry. Yeah, put your feet up. Just get them out whenever you can. No, it is the 4th of December, so 4th of December. Lots of you shopping on the phone lines as well. We have got queues forming there, so if you are shopping that way, please be aware that you need to be placing your order as quickly as you possibly can with regard to these. They're proven to be very popular again. So if you are wanting these details on your screen there, if you fancy getting hold of these, then details are on your screen, 274969. We're literally down to the last probably 2.5 minutes left now. Harry, what have you got there? What are you about to cut?
So over the last sort of probably couple of months, we've started to see a lot more clay.
Clay? Okay,
being
right.
cut with our products. Now, obviously, I'm no clay expert. But this is just some clay that one of your customers actually kindly gave us.
Wonderful.
And again, you know, you can...
Oh my goodness, look at that. And then you could go and use this on your papercraft afterwards.
Yeah, so a lot of people would obviously clay modelling.
Yes.
So they'll cut like designs into the clay. And
use templates and things,
most of them will use that really the wet grey clay.
Yes.
That gunks up the blades. And,
yes, that's a good point,
and again,
yeah.
with our blades, you can clean them.
So that's a good point. We haven't covered that. When you are looking at cleaning the blade, if you're using something that's got like a sticky surface, maybe an adhesive-backed medium, I mean, the stickiness that's on the blades, if there is any stickiness?
So you just, I mean, personally, I would take the blade out and put it in some fairy liquid or something, and you can scrub it. With the scissors, you can do exactly the same.
So they can just go into a bowl and be washed?
Yeah.
That is amazing. What about putting things into the dishwasher?
Yeah, so they can go, I think it's for 30 minutes at a certain temperature.
But I'm guessing it's all on the packaging, or you'll find it on the website. So just check that out before you go throwing them into your dishwasher. But I love this because this particular one is your ceramic knife with that safety cap. So the cap slides down and it locks in place. So it means that you can pop that even into your pocket and not worry about it. And of course, as you heard, line up those different elements there, and then you can take that blade back, as you can see. Lots of stock updates to give you. We've only got a few moments to share with you. So the precision cutter that we were looking at a few moments ago, 70% of the stock has gone. You really do need to be making your decisions now and checking out those baskets. The rotary scissors, these are limited stock as well. These are phenomenal, brilliant idea. £19.99, and don't forget, you don't need to replace these ones. They haven't actually got a cutting area in them, but it's just such a clever idea to work with those. So if you are wanting to get hold of those, £19.99 and 374320. We're leaving you with cues, so apologies. We've got 2-minute cues on there, which aren't too long. I just hope that we've got enough stock to fulfil those orders when you do get to the front of the queue. So if you can order online, that's probably the best way to work with that. Harry, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure working with you.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
And hopefully we see you back again very soon.
Hopefully, yeah.
But if not, have a fabulous Christmas.
You too. Take care.
Okay, and there you go. If you're filling up your stocking or your basket for your stocking fillers, then please check your baskets out as soon as you can. I will see you a little bit later on. What a fabulous show. Loved it all. So, Natasha will, I'm sure, have had her eye on some of those, just like I have. Favourite fabrics and Natasha coming up after the break. Then the lovely Lou is back with Studio Line before we have another look at the one-day special with Julia.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Whether it's stamping, mixed media or art journaling, join us at Hochanda for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and we're really excited to still be working with you guys here on Hochanda. We were there from the very, very beginning, and we're still bringing you lots of really exciting soft crafts. We design and manufacture all of our kits and all of our fabrics here in the UK, and we love bringing them to you. So if you're an experienced sewer or you're just starting out in soft crafts and sewing, join us. There's tips and fabrics for everybody. Make sure you don't miss our shows and come and craft yourself silly on Hochanda.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. Oakwood Archer is a family-run business, and my son and my daughter work very hard with me to bring the best craft items to you in the UK. We specialise in high-quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Working with Hochanda is fantastic for us. It gives us the opportunity to bring all of these brands and all of these products from all over the world direct to you, the crafter in the UK. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits, just about everything you need to be a good crafter. So please don't miss Oakwood Archer shows on Hochanda.
If you love cake and you love to bake, we've got something you're going to enjoy. Here at Hochanda's Crafty Kitchen, we'll be introducing you to brand new guest demonstrators from the world of baking and cake decorating, who will be on hand to inspire you with sugar flour making techniques, food flavouring ideas, baking kits in a bottle, and as well as showcasing some very fashionable kitchen aprons. Watch out for brand new products, some very bespoke to the baking world, but others you can utilise within the world of craft, which will allow you more flexibility between the different mediums. Intrigued? Well, set your temperatures, set your timers, and tune in every fortnight to see what's in the oven on the Crafty Kitchen.
Flexi Order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Hello, sorry, we were chatting. Right, good morning. We have got some, as ever, beautiful fabrics on the show. Good morning to you, Natasha. Good morning. We were just having a right old chin wag then.
I haven't seen you for a couple of weeks.
I know.
It's lovely to see you.
Every 2 weeks we get to see each other.
We do.
Yes.
That's a treat.
Bless you. Now, let's talk about... These are so soft. They're so strokeable, these.
That was kind of where we'd got to, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just how strokeable these are. So the spots are here today. These are from the K Facet Collective. These are the brand new colours. So K Facet is, I kind of call him the king of colour.
Yeah.
He is incredible with colour. And he's changed the way that we quilt. He's changed the fabrics that we quilt with. And I love that kind of can-do attitude. And he's renowned for florals and things like that. And then I said, well, why don't you do spots?
Why not?
And he's like, well, I like a spot.
Yeah.
Why don't I do spots?
Do them.
So, of course, when Cave does spots, he does the most phenomenal colourways in them. I absolutely love them. Absolutely love them.
Yeah.
And these are from his August 2020 collection. So these are the latest colours that he's got. There are a whole array of spots out there.
Oh, wonderful.
But these are the latest colourways, and the Pacific is my favourite. Are we allowed favourites? The Pacific is my favourite.
Yes, because this one's mine.
Oh, is
so,
it? Okay,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
okay. So
yeah.
that's fine. We don't have to argue.
Yeah, we don't. So, all right, so this one that I picked up is the Merlot.
Yeah, Pacific next to it.
That one, so that one's your favourite, the Pacific. Lovely. Now, this is a bit of a different colourway. I wouldn't have thought of putting the green and the sort of burgundy together, but I actually like it.
Pop.
Yeah.
Could you imagine that as a gentleman's smarf? How smart that would look.
Very grand. I like that idea.
It would be so smart.
Yeah.
Love it.
Love it. A smart smarf.
A smart smarf.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, Webster in my ear is asking... He doesn't know what a smarf is.
So where's he been?
Yes, where have you been, Webster?
This is a smarf. This is a smarf. It doubles up as a face covering. You know, I've got it all turned down for being in the studio, but it flips up. Here we go. Over your face with earpieces in there.
Yeah.
Like that. We've got the pattern on the show.
Yeah. Fabulous, isn't it? And then it keeps your neck warm.
There you go. You can either wear it as a scarf, if you want to, I've got it all tied up out of the way.
Webster says he's totally sold on this now. Yeah.
There you go.
Very cool, isn't it?
Janice looks very smart in his.
There you go. So Webster's learned something. It says math after all, manager. Right, and then our last option that we've got is the indigo. So they're lovely colours. As Natasha said, these are the latest. You're picking any 2 half meters for $13.99, but again, I would say you could go for 2 sets of pick and mixes, couldn't you?
There's no limit. There's no limit. Do you know what, actually, having looked at Webster's knitwear that he came in this morning...
Oh, yes.
The this one...
Yeah, this one here.
Would look very nice with that.
Ooh, there you go. We'll see what we can do for you, Web. Right, OK, so it is £13.99. There you go, for any 2. Right, then we're coming on to a lovely bright layer cake. Yes.
So this is the Artisan range from K Facet again. So this is where you really get his style with colour. This was inspired by lots of different traditional forms of fabric printing. There's all sorts of different styles of print in there, from batiks onwards, and he just wanted to bring a great. They are hand printed.
Oh right.
So block printed, all sorts of different things in here, and he just wanted to bring them in colourways that you just don't normally see. I mean, look at that! Isn't that stunning?
It is absolutely
and that's
stunning.
block printed. So, and that one, that one by the metre was just glorious. I wanted that as a maxi dress.
Oh,
but you get little pops of it here. There's your batik.
Yeah.
Because the batiks that he'd seen, he didn't see them in colourways that he enjoyed at all. So he's like, right, let's bring some colour to these batiks.
Absolutely.
And he's certainly done that with these beautiful, beautiful colourways. And they just work so gorgeously together.
Yeah.
I heart them very much.
I heart them, I like that. What can we do for anybody new to sewing? Because a lot of people have taken up sewing and quilting and everything over the lockdown. What's good for a layer cake?
So a layer cake is 10 pre-cut 10-inch squares.
Yeah.
Really, really, really handy. So out of just the patterns that I bring to wear, you can make the tablet stand. You can make that out of 2.
Oh, that's cool.
2.5 10-inch squares, and you're done with that. You can make the Kelmscut quilt that we brought to you last time. Now that was done in William Morris fabrics, but it's all based around a layer cake. So if you've got a layer cake, it's going to look so different in that beautiful colourway. Absolutely stunning in that. Just mix through some plains with it, and that's going to absolutely pop. Maybe you want to pick up some pinks or purples or creams, or even just go for a bright white and mix it through, and it will be phenomenal. It'll be absolutely beautiful, and just brings that quilt in a different colourway. But basically, anything that you would do with a charm pack, so a 5-inch square, you just do with this.
And
it's just bigger. Takes less time.
And stay tuned, because we do have a charm pack, I should say, on the show too. 2 payments if you would like to spread the cost of £25.50 for the lovely layer cake. 030887 is the item number. Okay, so Anna Marie Horner.
Anna Marie Horner.
Yes, her fabrics.
Yes. Firstly, she's like superwoman.
Right, okay.
She's a mum to, I've lost count, like 5 or 6 children.
Oh,
she only
right.
looks about 21. She's phenomenal. And she's a fine artist, she's a fabric designer, she makes clothes, she does a lot, she's the full package, and on top of that, she's really lovely.
Yeah, oh,
really
good.
lovely.
Yeah.
Such a nice woman, and I've been very lucky to work with her in the past, and I love her design. So she brings that artistic flair and matches it with colours that are just so beautiful. Now, you see, I really respect her because in there she always uses like an ochre colour.
Right.
That when I draw, I'm too scared to use. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And she puts, you'll see, once you start looking at it, you'll see it throughout her colours. And it's always a colour that I shy away from using, but she puts it in there and it's just beautiful.
Open this then. Let's have a little look.
You see, it's in the one underneath as well. And once you start to look for it, you'll just see it poke through. And I just love it.
Nice. There you go. Again, just so you can see the size. This one that I'm holding up, this one is called Hindsight.
Yeah, so these are big, bold designs. These are calling for some bag making, cushions, something where you're going to really appreciate that big, bold, beautiful design. But also she uses hers for dressmaking as well. Paola could probably make about 3 skirts out of that. She's like half a metre of fabric. She can whip herself up a little skirt.
Like, she's tiny,
yeah,
isn't she?
I know. But they're beautiful. Bag making, especially. There's a bag down there. Actually,
oh, thank you. Yes.
Just which is a reversible one.
This is fab. Using
it was
these.
a great excuse to just use and then just swing it through.
I love reversible.
It comes out of need because I have a 2-year-old and Captain Small is, not shy of a bit of mess. And I'm just so fed up of always being messy. So if I can just turn something through and have a clean side.
Yeah, it works.
It's really nice.
It's really nice. I love a reversible. It's fabulous. Going back to these colours, this first one here, this one.
Oh, hold that out because it's got some beautiful detailing in. Oh, go on, Alex.
Okay, yeah, no worries, no worries. I will.
Oh, get me going, really bossy.
Come on,
Alex. Show us the fabrics.
This one is called Is it Skywalk? Okay, lovely. Hold that out. Let's have a little look at this beautiful set of prints. You're so right. Lovely. And then there's that...
Isn't it gorgeous?
It's soft, and then there's that nice pop of colour from the pink and the yellow.
Yeah, that yellow again.
Yeah.
Right?
You're so right.
It's in there and it brightens everything.
Yeah. Beautiful. All right, then. We've got more. We have more. I'm trying to make it neat.
Just down by your left hand, there's a little folded magnetic pouch, again on the website, made out of it.
This one?
No.
This one, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes. Ah, is this print? Oh, this is cool. How nice is this?
So you can put all your pens and whatnot in there.
Yeah.
Should you wish, but if you just have a look, there it is.
Yeah. Fabulous piece there.
And then the one that you just picked up is made out of the charm pack, same design, but just using those 5-inch squares instead. But you could have used just a 3 of your 10-inch out of your layer cake, because not all designs will use, not all quilt patterns will use all. Is it 40 or 42 in that one? I'm not sure.
In the layer
in the
cake?
layer cake.
42, I think, makes sense.
Yeah. So not all quilt designs will use all 42. You might be left with a couple left over. Then something like that is perfect. Nothing is ever wasted.
Nope, all good. Going back again to our names, so take a little look at this one. This one is called Queen Anne. Queen Anne Apple. Great names.
Oh, yeah. I mean, who knows what they refer to?
I don't know.
Half the time I have no idea, but we go, yep, it's nice.
Next
we'll
one.
go with that.
Lotus Midnight. That's really bold, isn't it? Love that.
That's why I use that on the bag.
Nice.
Like, yep.
And then the next one, Lotus Prussian. Lovely.
Beautiful. So that's got your Prussian blue in there. Just stunning.
It is. And then moving along, this is the Heather Walk, this one.
Yeah, so that's like the tealy one that we just showed you, but just a different colourway, a softer pinks and purples and mauves in there.
Nice. And then we've got the Butterfly Night to finish. That one's quite dramatic.
I love that. And it was one of the only ones I wasn't sent. And I'm like, hang on a minute.
How very rude.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Did I just hear right? This is limited stock, this one?
I'm not surprised.
Already?
Look at it.
Yeah.
Now, what you need to do is get one of those precision knives we just had and fussy cut around those, and then you'll get your Bondi web, and then you can applique it onto clothing.
Yeah.
Just imagine a pocket with one of those little butterflies on there.
That would look fabulous. So
That'd be
this one's
amazing.
limited. Beautiful. All right. Again, it's a pick and mix. Any 2.5 meters for £12.99. That's good value as well for such good quality.
It's really good value. So normally these would be a good £7.50 a half metre.
Yeah. So there
easy,
you go.
Easy. These are top quality fabrics, quilting weight fabrics. They're 44 inches from selvage to selvage, and they're 100% cotton.
Wonderful.
They're just beautiful.
They are.
Really beautiful.
And
to
again,
work
very
with.
strokeable. 639964 is your item number. Then we also come onto another of your layer cakes. So this one is also again from Anna Marie Horner.
Yeah.
And again, so we've got some deeper colours I'm seeing in here. Very rich.
Look, you are going to mix and match those through. And this is the thing, if colour is something that scares you, get this, because all those colours work. And by the time that you've used that across a quilt or something like that, oh my goodness, you are just going to go, why didn't I ever think of putting that minty colour with that? Yes, why not? Absolutely. But because you're buying, your safety net is the fact that this is a layer cake. So it's come from the same collection, so the colours are going to work. Look at that. you can see the fine artist in her, can't you? When you see that, it's like, yeah, you really do know your stuff.
Beautiful.
Yeah. And you've got your mid-tones, you've got your darks, you've got your lights. So that's what quilters want. You've got your
I know, right?
yeah, that's not going back in the packet, is it? And you've got, but you could equally, you can use it all together and you'll get that connectivity of the colours, or you can split it into different colour families, different colourways, and go, okay, so maybe I want to make a cushion and I just want it in these colour families that so obviously go together. Or maybe you just want to do it, you play.
Just have a play. Exactly.
Just play. It's just, lovely.
Wonderful. 42 pieces you're getting in that layer cake. £43.99. 212928 is your item number. Then again we go on to our charm packs, again from Anna Marie Horner, and you're getting a set of 2. I'll just pick this up and again have another flick through. So some of the fabrics look different, some look the same, I think.
Yeah, this is a different collection of fabrics, but again, you might just see some similar patterns, just in different colourways.
Got you.
But it is a different, it's certainly from a different collection, because you haven't got any of the leopardy ones. But yeah, I love that one.
It's the colours, isn't it?
Look at it. But again, mix and match it through. Or introduce some plains. You know, maybe you've seen a colour in there, maybe that hit of orange or one of those pinks, or, you know, any of that, and you'll go, yeah, imagine picking out that orange and lining a bag in that orange, because you can.
Yeah.
You know, just be amazing.
Beautiful. And then, as you said earlier, hang on, let's pop this back. You have done this lovely little pouch here. Lovely little purse. Look at him. He's fabulous.
I know.
He's great.
But that's 2 of the 5-inch squares in the front, and then the back is 4 of them.
Yeah,
they're like that.
Wonderful. £39.90. Item number, you've got a £10 saving there as well. Item number is 064123.
Hey, with two charm packs there.
2, yeah.
Nice.
That's right. Then next up, love this. It's the Chrysalis pick and mix. So as it suggests, we've got tons of butterflies here.
So Stephen Wilson is an amazing fabric designer, and he just is a whiz at how he makes these look 3D, like they're flying off the fabric. I mean, look at that. Just look at that.
That's beautiful.
Just beautiful. And certainly, you know, when we photographed this for my website, it's just like how has he managed it? It's just phenomenal, and that comes down to how he prints it, how it's drawn, how it's put together. He's a master of it. He's so clever.
Excellent. And then just so you know the names, if you're looking on the website, shall I start here? Let's do this one then. Okay. Oh, what?
Yeah, they've got really weird names.
Crypsis cerulean, something like that. Then this one, Lep Prison, right? These are very unusual.
Use that for your sashing, because that will be amazing. You can cut that into strips, and you could have whole strips of butterflies around your quilt or around your cushion. It'll be amazing.
Okay, that's all cool. Meg's chuckling. She's like, oh, how am I going to pronounce this? What's next?
Oh, hold that out.
What one? Lepidoptera. Lepidoptera. Next one. Azure. Oh, that one. I could do that one. I could do that one. Large magenta. Are they getting easier as I go along? And then Flight Prism. There you go. So names are on the website.
They're just so beautiful. Just the prints on them, and it's like a kaleidoscope. That one that you've got in your hand.
This one.
Yeah. If you don't find out any
actually.
others, just that one is so beautiful, and it is like a kaleidoscope of butterflies. It's just beautiful.
Love that. Okay, have a look on the website actually, because this is how you can do a pick and mix. Very, very easy indeed. There you go. Look at these names, so you can work out how to pronounce them at home. Lepidoptera. That must mean something, I'm sure.
It's probably like the art of butterfly something or anothering.
Yeah. Answers on a postcard. Meg, I'm too obvious. She's asking me which ones I'd go for. Yes. Go on, pick another one that you think I'd do. Yes, I would. Thank you, the Azure. Got to get out of my comfort zone. Which two would you go for, actually, Natasha?
That's an unfair question. I might have all of them.
Oh, all right, that's fair. See, and you can have all of them at home as well. But for any 2.5 metres, just £12.98.
But you need the one that you can do the sashing with.
That one.
Yeah, because it's such an unusual fabric, and to get one like that you can sash things with, and it looks like it's coming out the fabric, just gorgeous.
Lovely stuff. Good. Yes, £12.99, 414 496. Okay, then we've got our Moda solids. Oh, I have to say, now that's quite a classy colour, this sort of deep charcoaly grey. Yeah.
You put that with a grey, it's going to look grey. Put it with a blue, it's going to come through blue. That is very smart. I like that a lot. These are from Moda. These are your Moda Bella solids, so you are looking at top quality planes. I hate skimping on a plane. It's something that lots of people do, and I totally get it because it's not the really exciting, sexy fabrics. But actually...
But then you want the quality.
You do want the quality, and then it matches the quality of your gorgeous, sexy fabrics, and there it's all good.
Excellent stuff. Now, if you want to know the names, this one is a galactic, fabulous colour, that one. Then we've got Storm. I do like these names. Next one, Eggplant. And then the final one, we've got Turquoise.
Love that.
Again, they are picking any 2.5 metres on your pick and mix for £9.99, 724433. Then this is quirky. We've got our fox fabric.
I love this.
Yeah.
This was one I hadn't seen until last week, actually, and the suppliers went, "Oh, we've got this." I went, "Yeah, you need to send me that because that needs to be a wash bag."
Yeah, doesn't it?
It really does. And having seen some companies that have similar styled wash bags at very expensive prices.
I've seen the ones you mean.
Yeah. And you just go, "Oh, that's really lovely. How much?" Here you go. You can make a few out of that.
Yeah, definitely.
And have they done it as a duo for £11.99?
Yeah,
okay, so that's less than you would pay for one of these wash bags.
This is very true.
And you'll get several out of that.
You will indeed. There you go. 2.5 metres. One of your orange, one of your Mr. Fox. Very quirky. £11.99, 486760. And then we've got some.
That is very balletic.
Oh, was it?
Very balletic.
Is it Caif or Calf?
Caif.
Caif. I've got to get that right.
Rhymes with safe asset.
I must remember this because I know he's like a super cool dude.
So he named himself.
Oh.
He changed his name.
Right.
And he named himself after an Egyptian, a boy in an Egyptian book.
Oh, because you've met him. You've had,
I
haven't you?
love Caif.
Yeah.
I adore him and Brandon and Philip Jacob that make up the Caif Asset Collective. I absolutely adore them, and I've interviewed him, for so many hours now, and they've become such friends. It's been such an unlooked-for friendship, but I absolutely adore them. I love for everything that he stands for, all of his colour, his desire to educate people, the desire to bring this beautiful colour and this happiness into people's lives through colour. I salute it completely.
Yeah. Lovely, gorgeous. So we're looking at these. Now, these are huge pieces, 142 centimetres by 200 centimetres. And
so
each
it's about 56 inches. I'm just trying to think.
Not very good with me inches.
2 metre depth there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that's about 56 inch. So that's a wide backing fabric. It's not super wide, but it's a nice wide fabric there. And that's Brandon's in the orange and the yellow there. Yeah, it's really beautiful. But that's been designed by Brandon, and I just love that. So they firmly believe that a quilt should be as beautiful on the back as it is on the front. You spend all that time on the front, but at some point, especially if it's on a bed, it gets folded back.
Yeah.
So let's have
nice.
the back.
And sometimes it's so nice to have that surprise, isn't it, of wow, look at this fabric. Yeah.
Unexpected. And Caif will get an applause for the back of his quilt as much as he will for the front. And that's because he brings us these beautiful backing fabrics. But it doesn't just have to be a backing fabric. That is beautiful fabric. Yeah. And beautiful fabric is beautiful fabric. It's slightly heavier than your normal weight quilting fabric. It's I want to say it's been mercerised, but I'm not sure if that's quite the right terminology because it's just slipped from my tongue. But it's just gorgeous. It just feels a little bit heavier weight.
Yes.
And the only reason I tell you that is just in case you were buying it for a shirt, just also, you know, to dressmate with it, just know that it's just a little bit heavier than your quilting weight cotton.
Right.
But would make a fabulous skirt or something like that.
Nice. We can see Paola in some of these as well.
I mean, yeah. Yes.
I'd pick this one for Paola.
Well, it's got the reds, hasn't it?
Yeah.
You know.
She looks good in those.
Absolutely. And Leonie, I would go with the orangey
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
Kind of those
Lovely.
earthy tones, be amazing.
Be nice. Just to name check them then, we've got the Regency Red, Regency Brown, Regency surprisingly green, and then this is Brandon's, as you said. Yeah, lovely. £18.99. Item number is 068118. And then I just moved out the way because we've got the what is Odicoat?
Oh, a little pot of wonderment.
Okay.
That's what that is. Basically, it turns any of your cotton fabrics into like an oilcloth that you can sew.
Oh, all right, yeah.
So, and this is my fault, it's on the show today, because as soon as I saw the foxes, I went, well, that needs to be a wash bag, but it needs to be Odicoated, so that needs to be on the show, pretty please. And they went, yes, okay. If only, you know, everybody was so obliging.
Like that.
But it is, and it's great. And oh, they've put it with the fusible batting as well, which is great. So this is a Bozor fusible batting. Bozor is an American brand, and actually everyone kind of ran out of it in the summer.
Okay.
And it was taking quite a long time to ship, so this is great that we've got it now. And so yeah, your Odicoat is is fabulous to use. It's normally about £14 just on its own.
Right, okay.
But it goes an awfully long way.
Yep.
Now, I've made with this, gosh, I've made over 40 now pencil cases for my son's school. When they went back after lockdown, they each had to have their there was no sharing of pencils and rubbers anymore. Like no. So the headmistress wanted every child to have their own pencil case. So out of all my scraps and everything, I made them all of their own pencil cases.
Lovely.
I Odicoated every single one so that they can be washed down and wiped down at the end of each day. So it's brilliant, brilliant.
Excellent, there you are. If you would like to go for this, it is £29.99. Item number is 675502. Okay, an update on one of our layer cakes. Which one is it? The cave facet, there you go. Layer cake is limited stock, 42 fabulous squares in total, £50.99. Item number is 030087. Now, everything's going to be dispatched from the 11th of December, just to let you know, but it's worth the wait, definitely worth the wait. You can call us on the usual number, 01733 602000, or you can go to the website at... Oh, it's sold out? Right. All the stock is in baskets. Yeah, if any bounce back, we will let you know. If you would like to ask Tash any questions, then please feel free to send your questions.
Hang on a minute.
Oh, don't ask any questions.
No, I will. And if I know the answer, even better. If I don't, then I promise I won't make it up. I will be honest if I don't know the answer.
I'll be quiet. Right, over to you, Natasha.
Well, it depends what they're asking.
Yeah, this is true.
You know, I mean, if it's a really hard maths question, then no. Right, so first thing we're going to do is look at the Odicoat, because I know that when you buy the pot, the very first thing you'll be like is, so I've got it, and you have a choice, don't you? It either sits with all those other pots of amazing things that you've bought and haven't quite got around to using, or you use it. So the only way that Odicoat is effective is if you coat the fibres of your fabric. So the way that a woven fabric works, because you're using this on cotton, on a woven cotton, is the warp goes up and the weft goes left, and they are woven through. So when you apply your Odicoat, and you'll get a little card, or if you don't, then just use an old store card that you're not using anymore, you're going to work it into the weft and the warp. So you'll work it one way to cover all of those threads, and then that way to cover them going the other way, and that way it's going to work an absolute treat. Now, if you work it in that way and you've covered all of your fibre, look at that, yeah, and be generous, be generous with the amount you will work it through. So just get it on there, get it all over. And what I would say, there's always a debate as to whether or not you sew your project first and then Odicoat it and go in with a paintbrush, or whether you Odicoat it first and then go in with your whether you Odicoat before or after, basically. I always Odicoat before because it'll still sew just like a cotton. So don't ever worry about that. I'm going to take it right up to the corners. Now, what I'm going to do is, and I just use a glass mat or something like that. You can see I'm going to work it into those fibres that way.
Yep.
All the way up.
It's quite satisfying.
It's really satisfying. And then, if you want to put a little bit more on, then do, but then work it across. Now, do not pre-cut your fabrics. If you've got something that says like you want a 9-inch square or something like that, because this will move those fibres around a little bit as you work it into it, and it might just distort it. So allow it to dry. It'll take about an hour to dry. But you want to just get off any little bits like that.
Lovely.
Now, you can add extra coats on. That doesn't make it more waterproof.
So you don't only need the one coat then, really?
You only need the one coat, but if you do add extra coats on, what it will do is add a shine.
Oh, then I would like to add an extra coat.
Right? So that's entirely up to you. So like I say, once it's properly coated, it's not that it's going to make it more waterproof or anything like that. So use it for your kids' backpacks, ponchos, whatever you want. But what it will do, I mean, look, we've hardly used it and it hardly touched that pot at all.
Yeah.
But what it will do is just add a depth of shine.
Does it stiffen up?
I'll show you in a minute because I've got one drying over there.
Excellent.
Obviously, the more layers that you add to it, it will coat it, but you still use it just like you would a cotton, and you still sew with it.
Right.
So I'm going to pop it over here to dry. And see if this one has.
I can see. Look, it's changing the texture.
So this has got the coating on it on the outside. It's almost dry.
Yep.
But
so you did that. I think it was about half an hour. No, more than that. Maybe 45 minutes ago.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, about 45 minutes ago. So it's not. It's almost dry. But look, it's just going to run off.
Ah, it's clever stuff. Yeah.
Right. Which means it's absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect for your sewing. And for anything like that. So that is how you use your Odicoat. Now, do use it, when you look, you can see it just piling on there. If you're using it on your cutting mat, use it on like a glass cutting mat, or on something that you're just going to throw away. Put down some greaseproof paper or something like that that you can then either throw away, or with this it will just. Do you remember PVA as a kid? You used to be able to like peel it off and it was really satisfying.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how that will peel off.
Don't
peel off
ruin your carpet.
Don't, no. No. And also, like my cutting mat, I wouldn't do it directly onto this cutting mat underneath.
Yeah, the self-healing one.
Because it would just. It's not a smooth surface.
Okay.
So I wouldn't do it onto there because it would just get stuck in there.
Lovely. Are you all right for me to do a few updates?
Do, yes.
And then I'll come back to you. Now, the Odicoat, very, very busy, as you can imagine, because it's wonder stuff, isn't it? I'd not seen it before. But so you're getting the Odicoat. Love that. Big pot too of that. And you're also getting your fusible batting. So you're getting that bundle for $29.99. 675502 is your item number. We're doing the Fox. Yes, excellent. Right, Mr. Fox. They're great fabrics, aren't they? There's something very, very quirky about the Foxes. I do like this sort of duck egg colour with the orange. I think that really works well. Yeah, love that. And it's $11.99. You're getting both of these as a little bundle. They're half meters. $11.99. Don't forget, this is your Bella solid fabrics. $11.99. Item number is 486760. Then we've got our Moda solids. Then these have also been busy. We've got our turquoise. This one's gone limited Things are going really quickly. Now, Natasha's got another show later. The eggplant is also limited. This one's the Storm. And then Galactic is also limited. Oh, let's help this one catch up. I feel it's left out. They are half meters again, and you're picking any two. 4, again, so reasonable, but I can feel the quality. £9.99. 724433 is the item number. Then we've got the Stephen Wilson fabrics. Am I going to have to name them again? They're just
no.
They're just all fabulous butterflies. Let me again just I might open this one out. You can see the size. Here you are. Look at that. Beautiful. Sorry about the sticker. Absolutely beautiful, beautiful colours and fabric ways. Oh, yes, it's upside down. Well, butterflies can fly anyway.
Some are flying down, some are flying up.
This
So
is
it's
true.
multi-directional, you're fine, Alex. Don't you worry.
Actually, I like multi-directional because then you don't have to think so much, do you, when you're sewing and what way round it is.
I
and
think
all that.
butterflies are gravity defying. It's
Yes, we'll go with that one.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, stickers. And then have a look, as you were saying for sashing.
Use everywhere.
Yeah, use it everywhere. We've got our fabulous kaleidoscope.
You should have named them, Alex.
Yeah.
Kaleidoscope, great.
Well, you named that first, though. It does, though, like a kaleidoscope when I was a kid.
Yeah.
It's really cool. That one I can pronounce. That's your azure or azure or azure. Then we've got our large magenta, and then a funky name, apparently. So that makes sense. But they're all beautiful. Have a look at the website, and you can pronounce them any which way you like. No, I'm going to let Meg choose. You choose, because I chose the other two. She says, is that so? Oh, you're going to pick the hardest names now. Right, whatever that one is. And we've got our fabulous one there, the prism. Beautiful. So those are the ones that Meg is going for. Lovely. £12.98 is the price for any two. Excellent. Coming up next then, we have also got our charm pack. So this one is by Anna Marie Horner. And you have got 42 pieces. Are you getting 2 charm packs, by the way? Oh, yes, of course, you're getting 84 pieces. Once more, I'll have a nice little flick through. Look at that with the yellows. But they're colours that I wouldn't think of putting together, but I like it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yes. That's just it.
Yeah, I love a bit of leopard
and I
print.
always respect that with a designer because I like, it's like when I eat out in a restaurant.
Yeah.
I don't want to go out to eat food I can make at home.
Yes, I know what you're saying.
I want to work with fabrics that I wouldn't have thought of putting those colours together myself.
Yeah, nice. And you've done, so on the back here you can see you've got the lovely charm squares, all different. I love him, he's a real feature piece, isn't he? There you go, you can see it inside. Fabulous. It's £39.90. £10 off. Item number is 064123. Then we have the layer cake. This one is Anna Maria Horner's also. This one's called the Passion Flower. And we've just, again, got all sorts of different...
Stunning.
Yeah, colourways.
Just stunning.
Let's just show you so you can have a good old look. Yeah, you love that one, don't you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sorry, you'll get sound effects every time you
that's
pass one like that. But can you see there's that kind of colourway? So you can split this into different colourways if you want. That's got your greens and your browns in there. And then as you go through, you then get... you then get more of your pinks and your greens and your purples starting to come through.
Yeah.
You can mix and match them through, of course you can. But just look at that.
Stunning. This one reminds me of marbles.
Yeah, and yet who put pink with mustard?
Yeah.
But there it is and working beautifully.
Love
yes.
it. And this is £43.99 for this layer cake. Item number is 212928. Then moving along, we've got the pick and mix from Anna Maria. You're picking any 2 of your half-metre fabrics. Why won't that sit straight? Anyway, I'll sort that out in a minute. There you go. Lovely. Okay. We've got Skywalk. What did we say? The rose? Okay, lovely. Next one. Queen and Apple. So, I'm just waiting. Sorry, the silences. Next one. Lotus Midnight. That's fab, isn't it? Lotus Prussian. This one's the Heather Walk, and then last but not least, again, Natasha's favourite, Passion Flower Butterfly. This one has gone limited, and I must show you the bag again. Look, beautiful bag that is reversible. Let's do this and pop this one out. Look at that. I love a reversible bag. I love reversible clothes. I love reversible everything. That's great. 2.5 metres for £12.99. A £4 saving. Item number is 639964. Okay, this grey butterfly, this one is going to go any minute. There's one left, and Natasha won't be very happy because she wants it. At £12.99 for any 2 of those. Then we've got Cave's Spots. Look, you can see we've got a gap here. There's already been a sellout. Beautiful colours. This one is the which side are we going? Okay, this one is the indigo. Then we've got the burgundy with the green, which I love that. Makes my eyes go funny, but in a good way. And then we've got the Pacific, and last but not least, this one is the Merlot. Any 2.5 metres once more, £13.99. Item number is 686332. Back to you, Natasha.
They make great linings as
Don't
well.
they? Yeah.
So we've used them here just to have a little pop of colour, just as a little something. They're all there.
Lovely scarves too.
It just all works. It all works. Right, shall we start to assemble?
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it, shall we? So, I'm going to work with the sizings that we've got. So, I've forgotten, Alex, I've forgotten my my stripology. I'm having to cut, you know, like the normal way. Shock, horror. So we're going to trim these fabrics back because, as you can see, from where they've had the Odicoat on, or just how they were cut, you know, we just want to even up. As you would any of your fabrics, you would just start by evening up and trimming down. I'm going to use a zip here, which is about 9 inches.
Yep. So, I have a question for you. Before you put the Odicoat on the fabric, do you need to pre-wash it or anything?
Right, okay, so the big pre-wash debate.
Okay.
For me, I don't pre-wash any of my fabrics unless I am going to dress make with them.
Okay.
Okay, so cottons will generally have some kind of shrinkage depending on who the manufacturer is. It can be anywhere sort of 6, 7, 8% shrinkage. And once you've quilted and you put it in the wash and it sort of shrinks a little bit, you get that soft, and I love that effect. So if I'm quilting, I don't bother to pre-wash. If I'm dressmaking, the last thing that I want is to make a beautiful dress that fits me exactly. Like we were saying earlier, Meg's like, oh, I had a bit of a moment when you said, yes, put the underwear on you're going to wear with the dress you're going to make and take your measurements.
Good point,
you've gone to all of that effort and you've measured yourself correctly, then you put it in the wash and it shrinks. You've got a diet to get into that outfit, and that is no fun. So, for me, and this is my personal preference, pre-wash when you dress make. Then it's just up to you if you want to. When you're doing craft sewing, it's entirely up to you. If you're doing cushions and stuff like that, and you're just going to have them on your sofa straight away, you know, if you've got allergies or anything like that, then yeah, give them a wash. But otherwise,
Just curious.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. Don't know whose it was, but great. So let's cut some 9-inch strips, shall we? Here, let's align everything beautifully. I think we've got Creative Grids on the website. They are my go-to ruler always because they just feel so lovely and safe. And I'm using normally you'd see me with my stripology and I'd have cut all of this by now, but I'm doing it with normal rulers. They're still stripology rulers, but I'm making sure I'm using my mat to help me measure. Okay, so I'm lining up my fold of my fabric on one of the lines. That I know is going to be there. And then I'm also making sure with my ruler here that one of these lines is lying along that fold line as well. So everything that I can line up nice and straight. It's like a double, triple checker as you go. And so what I'm then going to do is measure how big this is. Now this is just freestyling. I've got various zip patterns and whatnot, zipper patterns that you can get off the website, but this is just what fabric we have. Let's go with it. Yeah. Okay, so what I'm going to do, because I haven't Odicoated the actual fox fabric, I'm going to pop a pocket on the outside, which will be on the base. So this is along the lines of my pocketed pouch, and it's not the same exact measurements, but it's going to be sort of something similar. And to have those outer pockets, we're just going to fold those, the Odicoat on the outside, and fold those, and we'll press those, and I will just do a line of top stitch along there just to hold that. Just need to see which side I Odicoated, and then I know that I'm good. Who knows what colour fabric thread I've got in there?
See if it can contrast.
It could be. It could well be. Well, we'll see it, won't we? There we go, that's for sure.
Yep, for the camera.
But you can see this is the Odicoated side, and it's going through my machine.
Perfect.
No problem at all. If you have a Teflon foot or something fancy schmancy like that and you want an excuse to get it out, then do. But it's not necessary. Now, if you've put 3 coats on or whatever and you've made it really, really rich, then, you might want to think about it. But for this, as long as it's dried thoroughly, and this is almost dried, then you'll be absolutely fine.
Bit of chain stitching.
Yeah, okay, you're getting the lingo. Oh, this makes me so happy. In the year that I've been here, it's just so lovely to hear all the presenters really getting to grips with all the sewing and getting all the lingo. And it's a proper hats off to Hochanda for bringing so many more sewing shows.
Yeah, oh good.
Really, it's really lovely, really lovely. So yeah, bit of chain sewing there. That's what we like. And then we'll cut our outer fabric pieces as well, and our lining fabric pieces. So the way that I've done it, the pockets and the base are going to be Odicoated, so they'll be your waterproof things. So if it's going on the side in the bathroom and you've got small children like mine that create tidal waves in every bath, then the base of it that's sitting on the side is going to be fine.
That's good.
Okay. Then your lining fabric on the inside, I don't know, international symbol for
lining
that
fabric.
There, I keep doing it as well. Your lining fabric on the inside, I'm also going to have Odicoated, so that when your shampoo leaks, it's not then going to...
Oh, I've had that so many times.
It's not going to go over your clothes.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I made the mistake of it. Yeah. Didn't have. Anyway.
You're feeling my pain.
Yeah. So on a holiday as well.
On a holiday, exactly.
Got there, clothes smothered.
Yeah. I just, yeah. It's no fun, right? Absolutely no fun. So we're going to put a stop to that, Alex, straight away. And this is the how. So this will be my lining fabric, and then I'm going to cut my outer to the same size. So this is 10 inches by 9 inches wide. So 10 inches deep, 9 inches wide. We will box the bottom. Okay. And that will take an inch off the bottom, so it'll then be more or less square, but with depth, because I don't know about you, but I want to put stuff in this.
I don't really like taking miniatures with me. You know, the mini shampoos. I want the whole shampoo.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it not to leak on my clothes.
Is it too much to ask?
Yeah.
Is it? I mean, I don't think so, Alex. I'm with you. I don't think it's too much to ask. Not at all. So again, I'm going to trim these fabrics back. You can see already that's not... Oh, now we had a conversation with this, about how to line up your fabrics.
Right.
So it's not always going to be straight. Okay, so especially because it's folded on the bolt and then wound around, it's not always going to be straight as it comes off. So when you are folding you're meeting your two selvage edges, just have a little, because the print might not be level as well. Just have a look so that that actually is level, because I can look at the bottom and that is then level. And it's not always where you think it's going to be.
Okay.
Is all I would say to you.
Yeah.
So then, and again, I'm using just a guide on my mat to make sure that I'm cutting straight. So take those edges off, and then you've got a choice. You can either flip your fabric round and do it from that way, but I've got enough here that I'm going to be safe to cut it this way. So I want it to be, what did I say I was going to do it? 9 wide, 10 deep, didn't I?
I think so, yes.
This is where having a pattern, or at least writing it down, would really...
This hour's flown by. Do you know we've only got like 8 minutes or something?
No way.
Yeah, it's flown by.
All right, I need to stop chatting and actually
Oh no,
crack
not
on
at all. I
then,
wasn't
don't
saying that. Just, I can't believe where the time's gone.
Well, we're obviously having far too much fun. Okay. I'm there. We're on it. So, constructing, pouches and stuff is pretty similar the world over. And people shy away from it because it involves a zip.
Yes, zips scare people, don't they?
They do. At some point in my life, I will write all you need to know about zips.
That would be good.
I've got to learn it first. So, this will go on here like this. So you'll have a little pocket on the outside that comes halfway up. And if I wanted to, you know, I could Odicoat my fox as well. And this is going to be on the inside. So you're going to open it up into that. Now, I'm going to keep that tealy feeling, and I'm going to have a teal zip.
Yeah.
This is my go-to, and I don't know if you noticed me rummaging frantically in my bag and having a small panic because I thought I'd forgotten it. This is my zip cheat, and I'm not going to apologise for it.
Okay.
It is wash away quilter's tape.
Right.
I love
Don't
this
apologise.
stuff. I'm not apologising to anyone for it at all. And all it does, it washes away afterwards, but it just means I don't have to baste anything.
Right.
I don't have to pin my zip. None of that. None of that. That means that I can put it on that side, I can spin it around, I can put it on that side, and I don't have to worry about this zip at all. That's going to be my lining fabric. I'm going to put it Odicoat side down. So when you basically need to make a zip sandwich.
Yeah.
Zip in the middle. Your fabric from the outside is going to be right sides together with your lining fabric. So I'm going to put my Odicoated side face down so my right sides are both together there. I'm going to rummage in my machine to find my zipper foot, which hopefully is rummaging around on the top. And we're going to stitch that down.
Cool.
Well, there's all sorts of things rummaging around in here. That's good, isn't it?
You right? Do you need a minute? Or have you found it?
It's here.
I'll quickly do these fabrics then, just while you're popping that on. Okay, Stephen Wilson has been one of the stars of the show, as well as... Yeah, as well as obviously Kay Fassett's layer cake. You have options. You can go for any 2.5 meters. Let's have another flick through then of these beautiful fabrics. All the names are on the website. Absolutely stunning. Details are on screen. £12.98. Item number is 414496. Okay, back to you.
Well, I cheat with zips all the way around, okay? So I've just done my line of stitching. I've stopped here. I've done a locking stitch to hold it because, look, there is my zipper, and I don't actually want to... if you sew past it, you're going to sort of come out of it. So now I'm going to move it out of the way. You'll see lots of people who will stop, they'll put their foot up, and they'll... they'll do all sorts of jiggery pokery to try and get it round without. Life's too short. Just seal your stitch with a triple stitch or something like that, forwards and back, and then just start again.
Yeah,
it's the quickest, easiest way. And because that's the thing that always gets people, is that they can't, you know, even with my foot up, I can't get that zip past it. So then what I would do is then get your iron, you're going to press these to one side, and you're just going to stitch down there, so it's coming through the back there. And again, finger press that out of the way. I would press from the top fabric. Use a pressing sheet if you're pressing onto the
I was just going to say, because will it burn it or will it shrivel it?
No, it's not going to shrivel it, but I would just use a pressing cloth so that you're not pressing directly onto it.
Yeah.
That's all I would do. But all you're doing when you do this, I've just got to wait for a second for this iron to warm up, is...
oh yeah, it's one of those that switches itself off.
Is... you are making sure that that zip can open properly. You know that we've all got that zip that gets jammed because the fabric's too close?
Yes.
And all you're doing is pressing the fabric away from the zip, and then we're going to just top stitch down there, and that's just going to hold that fabric away from the zip teeth. There we go. You can go in with a long stitch, it doesn't matter.
What time are you back on later, Natasha?
I'm back in at 1. Should we finish this at 1?
Yeah, you can do.
Or shall I get it finished and we'll do something different at 1?
We've got basically a minute and a half. It depends if you can do it in a minute and a half.
I'm not going to get this done in a minute and a half. No, far too much chat. But I will get to the stage where we do the zip the other side, and then we'll just sew it all together and I'll show you how to finish it off.
Excellent. All right then, just for the last minute, as you can see, Natasha is using the wonderful fox fabric. You'll get 1/2 metre of your lovely fox, as you can see here, and 1/2 metre of the orange. They go together so well. As Natasha said, it's kind of got a nice retro feel, like those clashing colours of the duck egg and the orange, but it does look fabulous. It really does. I'll very quickly open it out because I've got a minute. Hang on. There you are. Oh, it feels so nice as well. There you go. Have I got them upside down? Of course I have. Of course I have. Have a little look at these Mr. Foxes. There you are. They're so quirky. Love them. Okay, $11.99 then. Item number is 486760. Everything, remember, is dispatched from the 11th of December. What do you fancy making at 1 o'clock then, Natasha?
Ooh, let's see what we've got left.
Oh, okay, yes.
Because I know what's going to happen. I'm going to use, that's the one I want to use for the sashing with the Steam Wilson, and then it'll be gone. So I'm going to reserve judgment and think of something for 1 o'clock with whatever. It's like a challenge. Whatever you've left me, I'll make. Like ready, steady, cook, it's ready, steady, sew.
Thank you, Natasha. Lovely stuff. Make sure you tune in at 1. Coming up next, we have got Lou and Hayley together for Studio Light. After that, I'm with Julia for the Sentimentally Yours one-day special. And as we've said, join Natasha at 1 o'clock.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. Back in the day, there were very few quilt patterns in the marketplace, and so I started to bring patterns into the UK from America and Australia, and along the way I've been lucky enough to work with some fantastic British designers, and that is what really the essence of Daisy Chain Designs are. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. At Stamps Away we create a lot of MDF products because we have laser cutters and router cutters. We also create our own stencils and masks. We try and make everything we can in-house so that you've got all the materials you need to create your projects. If you're watching a show with me on Hochanda, you'll expect to see lots of different techniques, lots of ways of using the products that we produce, and it's all very much mixed media, so pretty much anything goes. So I hope you won't miss the shows on Hochanda with Stamps Away.
Hello, I'm Barbara.
And I'm Julie.
And together we're Scarlet Rose Crafts. We're a family-run business, been in business for 2 years, and our aim is to bring new and innovative new products to the crafting industry.
We've both been involved in crafting industry for many years, and we're continuing to move forward with our new company now.
The Easy Mat Plate is our flagship product, followed by our innovative Easy Shim product.
Our range includes diamond trail plates, ultra-sized dies, cards and sticky sheets.
We're constantly developing new and unusual products, so watch this space.
On our shows, we hope to inspire you with our products so that you can carry on crafting, because our motto is, because we can.
So don't miss the Scarlet Rose Craft shows on Hochanda.
Hi, my name is Catherine Sturrock and I work in collaboration with FMM. FMM creates some wonderful cake decorating cutters. We've brought them to Hochanda and used them with air dry clay to create some beautiful flowers, leaves and other florals. We use them then to decorate various products such as laser cut designs, mixed media, card making and many other items. So join me on Hochanda and let me guide you through the process of putting together various flowers such as roses, peonies and lots more besides.
I feel all fully coordinated with that signage there. We've got a fabulous hour dedicated to Studio Light, which I am very much looking forward to. I know you guys will be as well, because of course the lovely Lou is back with us. How you doing, Odor?
I'm good, really good, really good. I'm in the element with this bit now.
Well, this is it, and this is stuff that if you've not seen these products before, you really need to get involved, because we are revisiting some items that I've not seen before, to be honest. Because Lou's here regularly, obviously, and we've got two different shifts. Sometimes we cross like ships in the night, and I have to say these are beautiful. Now I'm seeing just Lou on here, so these are your designs.
Yeah, when I say that I'm in my element, what I mean is with the techniques. But yeah, these are the last designs, and people are saying, could we get smaller sets, or could we just have stencils? And I thought, well, it makes sense, you know, if people have got the amount of bits where they just want an element of this and an element of that.
Well, sometimes when we see a complete collection, we don't necessarily go for the complete collection. We might go, quite often they come as one-day specials, don't they? And you come for the kind of the essential elements, and then you at a later stage you shop for those additional bits. Well, this is the opportunity to kind of get those bolt-ons to extend what you may already have as well. So how did you get involved with Studio Light in the first place?
Well, they needed a representative for Hochanda, and we was very much sort of like, well, I wouldn't mind trying it, because I knew about them from Holland, but I knew them in a different respect. We all did.
With the photorealistic papers,
absolutely,
the
flowers,
decoupage,
decoupage, and it was like, well, I wonder what else. And then they sent some stamps, and I was like, oh wow,
what
are these? All these. So I started to work for them, and then I realised that I had a real affinity with some of the designers and the owners, and it just went from there and there. And I went for a meeting, and they just said over there, just to meet them, see how the products are made. It also makes you feel part of the family when you do that. And then the next minute I'm sat there, and they said, well, what about you doing yours? And I went, what? What? And it literally was that, and I'd never thought about it. And then, but I've got lots of drawings, I've got lots of sketchbooks that I do honestly use. I'm not one of these who just say, oh, I use it all the time, and I don't. No. Because even when I'm doing crochet, even my beadwork, it all goes in my books.
And I love that, because those are kind of little areas of crafting that are yours.
Absolutely.
Separate from these elements, they kind of cross over. Now,
they do.
It's going to be a busy hour, folks. Sadly, we only have 1 hour with Lou today as well, so you need to take advantage while you've got the opportunity. And I'd love to see what you've been creating with some of these elements, if you have got them in your stash already. Now, the details are on your screen for this first bundle. We had a little sneaky look at it there. But did you check out that saving? You are saving £8 on this bundle, bringing it down for £23.96. It's almost as if you're paying for 3 of these, but we're sending you the 4th one.
Yeah.
And I love these. There's lots of usability. 18 stamps in this bundle.
And I made this with the idea in that I was going to have this on my desk permanently.
What's a daisy?
Because these are the stamps to me that are going to be workhorses, because they're background stamps. I made them so that they weren't going to be the focal element. The focal element was going to be the other rice papers and stuff.
Okay.
And all the marks and all the lines, everything's hand-drawn, and it's all to do with aviation.
Right.
So those little marks and symbols, they're all off aeronautical maps.
Oh, I see. Okay.
All those
lines of dash.
Yeah, and all those lines are strobe lights from the actual machinery on
like the radar and all that
absolutely.
kind of thing. Oh, wow.
And then that's the propeller markings, and then the sound frequency.
You see that pattern, don't you, when the propellers are going? You see that they appear. Love it. Lovely shapes, and I love it because you kind of got some of the things that we know and love, like with the dial there, but it's not a clock, it's a dial. Which sometimes you don't need a clock, you want something a little different.
And you can make it into anything you want, but it's got the real detail on it. And a lot of them, you can add them together to create all sorts. Like you can make a dandelion clock with that, with the stems that you've got with it, and people don't often think of it, they just need to see it.
Love it. There you go. Now you're getting all of those with that £8 saving with the details on your screen. We have got pick and mixes though, so if there's certain elements, little gaps that you've got in your stash, you are going to be able to get any 2 of these for £15.98. So you've got your swirls, you've got your propeller, you've got your vintage plane there, and you've also got your 7 Cs. Now the 7 Cs is the one that's got the dial in that we were just talking about a few moments ago. Before you check out your basket though, do consider that if you are going £15.98 for a set of 2, if you're looking at kind of upgrading almost and going for all 4 of those, you're not doubling the price that you're going to be paying. You've got that £8 discount, meaning that you're paying just £23.96, but whichever way you want to go for them, just make sure you do take advantage of those. So it's just £7.98 extra to go for all 4 of those together. So it's something that I do like to mention. Now obviously if you're shopping and you've got in your head that you're spending so much, then that's fair enough, but I wouldn't be doing my job properly if I wasn't to bring it to your attention that for that little bit extra you are getting 2 extra stamps, not just 1 extra stamp. So it is like you are paying for 3 and you're getting 4. Details on your screen there, 017663. Now another area that we love to see our Lou crafting with are stencils. So naturally we've got stencils on the show for you, and again a lovely range as you can see here, 8 stencils for just £19.96, and these are good sized stencils. That's phenomenal, because normally we'd be looking at probably what, £5.99 per stencil.
Yeah,
that
these
size?
are all A5 as well. Yeah, that's really good value, that. Yeah, absolutely. If you think about it, 10 for £2.50 each. That's it.
They are indeed. And then you've got some of those ones that we kind of know and love with regards to these. So you've kind of got your chevrons in here, building up those layers, building up the backgrounds. And whenever we see those layers, it's all literally about taking elements and building one on top of the other.
Layers and layers and layers. Sometimes you don't always see the full pattern, you just see elements, but they're there. And they make the whole thing come together.
See, I love that one there where you've kind of got your airmail element, and that's a good size, because often we'll see it maybe as a stamp, but it might only be the size of a 10p piece. With that, it's a good size piece. Again, you've got your planes featuring their postcard. Oh, I love this. Bit of maths, I think that's what it is. It's a long time ago. Yeah. Cogs and gears all featuring there as well. Sines and cosines. Oh gosh, yes, I remember that. Mr. Trout, he was my maths teacher. Yeah, It's all a waste of
Exactly, you
time.
shivered down like, oh.
Now, if you fancy getting hold of these, it's not a choice of. You might be looking at these thinking, OK, so which 4 do I choose? No, you are getting all of these for £19.98. You've got £4 saving, and the details there, 079713. But, of course, we have got the ability for you to get hold of them in their little pick-and-mix section. So you kind of got, is it pairings with these again? £11.98 being the price. So with this one, you can get them in the pairings. And that's kind of what we were talking about, 2 for £11.98, which works out kind of like your £5.99, which is your regular price point. But don't forget, if you are going for these, do consider the bigger bundle. So you've got your chevrons, you've got your climb, you've got your sunrise, you've got around the world with regard to this one. I like that around the world when you're getting a lot of stencils for your money there, aren't you? But of course, if you're wanting to go for all 4 of those, which gives you 8 of those stencils, then of course you can do so. £19.96. It only works out, if you're going for the 2 together, I forgot what price it was. I did tell you, didn't I? And it's just, was it £15.99, wasn't it, for the 2 together? So, for an extra £4, you're getting all of them. Oh, my goodness. So 2 from your pick and mix is £11.99, sorry. So for £7.98 more, £7.98, you are getting all of them, which means you get an additional 4. Makes sense, doesn't it? Details on your screen there if you're wanting to get hold of those. So these are all the elements that Lou's going to be working with. We've not got an extensive counter to go along today. We're kind of covering some of the areas that Lou loves to work with, which includes the fabulous Mindful Art Collection Journal. These are brilliant. The size that you've got with regards to this one, I've got a smaller version of this one. It's more of a square-shaped one that I had with a one-day special a while ago. But Lou, my goodness, you are getting a lot of pages within here. Oh, they're not even paper. I mean, look at that.
No, the 25 sheets, 300 GSM, and they're hot press, cold press, so they've got smooth side and rougher
so they
side.
have.
So you could turn them around if you like the one side more, turn it round the opposite way, just take them out.
Well, that's it. You can literally just unclip them, can't you? Swap it over, and there you go. You've got your smooth on one side there, and then you've got obviously your cold press on the other there. So yeah, if you're wanting to get hold of this, a brilliant value for money. You've got plenty of pages in there to be working with. £19.49. Love the cover. The cover is just crying out to be decorated as well, isn't it? And of course you've got your elastic that's going to keep everything in place when you start expanding on those pages. Now 875226. Now Studio Light, of course, an overseas company, so just bear in mind your extended delivery with this one when you're shopping. But have a little look on the website. Why not shop by brand? We've always got Studio Light appearing on our website. All you need to do, go top left-hand corner of the website. You'll see the brand button there. Click on there, and in alphabetical order, you will see all of our suppliers. Now here you go. Other things you could be adding in. Oh, now these look interesting. Leather look sheets. Oh, baby pink, lavender, light teal. They'd be nice ones to add decoration to. Of course, there's papers there. There'll be rice papers. These are nice. I like these ones as well. Yeah. You could be using these to build up that fabulous journal that we've just looked at. So again, you can add these into your baskets. Now, anything that you're adding in that is on flexi-buy, then you could actually spread the cost of the rest of the goodies. And here you go. Just Lou Exploration. This is a perfect set of rice papers to work alongside. You can see they're just £23.99. Some very affordable elements there that you could be working with. So that's the key thing. Add those goodies into your basket. That's the thing that I love about Studio Light. They bring us brilliant quality, but they also do it at affordable prices.
Yeah, I think they're renowned for that. And the fact that you can add on to them and everything matches something else. So you've got something in your collection, you can be assured that when you buy something else, it'll go with it. That's because we want to make sure we get the most for our money.
Oh gosh, don't we? Well, we're all on a budget, aren't we?
Absolutely.
Now what have you got here?
Well, I've got some of my these are my working journals, and they are working. Yeah. And I mean this is what I tend to do in my time. I do doodle, but I just wanted to show you some of these. This is like some of the mindful stuff we do.
So is this the sort of thing that you kind of do when you just like got a little bit of time and you're doodling and playing around?
Yeah, when I'm trying out different stencils or I'm trying out different paints or techniques and stuff. And I do it on my lives as well. Here I've just got this ready for this one where I've put it through a matte and a glossy gel, just gloss down here and matte up here to get a different effect, so that you get watercolour background effects with this. Yeah. And this is adding like most of elements, not all of the stencils, but elements of stencils. And this is just, these are pure clean up now. So these are ready for me to build up.
Yep.
So this is when I've sort of doing second and third generation, seeing how the stamps look together.
That's a big stamp.
They are big.
Yeah.
They are the actual packaging. Look, they are smaller on the packaging. So here I've sort of looked at some of the aviation, and then I thought they look quite like flowers, and I've embossed it as well. So you can just see there's gold elements, all sorts.
They remind me a little bit of Chinese lanterns, those.
Yeah. And when you put them together, you can get a repeat pattern. Here's a background where I've just done one colour and then gone over it with the rust colours, and I've added some. So you can see that again. All these. Yeah. This isn't finished. These are all crying out. And now these are some of the backgrounds you can just see that I've got embossing in gold and silver, and then all the bright colours. So these are not finished, because if you put something on that, the background's so overpowering. But just to show you that this is how I'd clean most of my stencils. So, and I've got some black and white in there, which I like to use. But I wanted to show you how I build up these elements. So how I build up these backgrounds.
I love it.
I've got one of the sheets out of the... Now, I haven't got plain water, which is great. I've got glistening water, trust me. Glistening water. It's got a pearl, it's from Pearlywicks, it's got pearl in it. But I thought, I'm just going to damp down the page, just so that I can get the paints to mix across. Because if I don't, as soon as I put a paint on that, or an ink or anything, it's just going to absorb it. So I need it a slick surface. So I haven't got white paint, gesso. I've got white paint, and the reason I'm using that is because I want to create a texture or a resist. If you use gesso's like a foundation, so you're actually allowing stuff to move over it. This resists it. So I'm just going to start, and I'm going to use elements. I've got a piece of coloured foam. It doesn't matter to me, not worried. And I'm just going to build up the background. Having already sprayed it, it means there's some damp on there now. Now the colour from the sponge will come through.
That's kind of nice because we can see it then.
Yeah. So I'm just going to... I mean, it should be white, but it doesn't matter because it's building up from the background. So the white on it is almost like... you could do it with gel medium, you could do it with glosses, you can do it with anything. So I've put some down there, and move your stencil around, don't worry about it. Now, I'm going to change it up. So what we'll do is we'll use one colour, and then we'll change it up with that one colour. So it's gone a bit pinky now, so you can use... stencil, inks, you can use anything. So,
and I'm guessing because you've got your 300 GSM within that page, that you don't have to worry. You can just kind of choose your product without thinking, oh, hang on, I would like to use that, but I can't because it's going to seep through or it's going to wrinkle.
No, you don't have to worry. I've thrown a lot of stuff at this, and I've yet to be worried about it, honestly. I just think... just try it. I have a lot of people who say to me, oh, can you use that? And I'll go, just try it, because your paint that you're using, unless I've got the exact same...
Yeah, it's tricky for you to say yes and no, isn't it? Yeah.
So I'm going to work with similar to this, just to show you. We've got two blues, you can use either or. Some people might have more of a turquoise, someone might have more of a cyan.
Ones, aren't they, if I remember right?
Yeah, these are the Amsterdam ones. You can use the inks as well. You can use anything you've got, but I'm just going to show you that sometimes we go overboard thinking I need all these colours and I need all this, and you don't.
Yeah.
So I've just got a base down. It's very, very, very... You can see it's just very
fine. Like a watermark,
Yeah, it's like a beige colour, and it's not something I'm loving, but it doesn't matter, because what I'm going to do is I've got my colour and I've got some white there, and I'm going to start mixing on the sponge, not in here. I don't want to mix these two colours together. I want to mix a little bit like that.
Oh, I see, yeah.
And then I'm going to allow the sponge to do the mixing. So I'll take the same stencil, forget that there's anything underneath that, just forget it.
Okay.
Because what we're doing is, each time we put a layer on this, we're creating like a new layer, as if it's a blank page. So you don't have to worry about where anything is underneath.
See that one in the top left-hand corner now, obviously when you're looking at a stencil, you've got like the positive and the negative, haven't you? So it's when you actually put the colour through that you see the result. And now that you've used that in the top left-hand corner, it almost looks like a film reel. One of those old-fashioned kind of cine camera reel-to-reel.
It does, it really, actually, and that's a really good point, because people sort of see what they see in it. We all look at things in a different way, don't we? And there's patterns here.
The honeycomb, that's a useful one.
Exactly, and that one, you don't have to use all of a stencil, you can just use elements, and then as long as you don't, if you go straight to the edge and draw a line, then you'll create it. If you feather it out, then it looks like you've done that on purpose. So I'm picking up a tiny bit of the blue again, and a tiny bit of the white, not blending together. I'm just picking them up together. I mean, you'll remember the folk art we used to do and all that. It's the same way you put half on your paintbrush is white and the other half is another colour, and then it blends together. So I've got the next colour on. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go in with less white and more blue.
Oh, so you kind of the ratios, you're mixing up the ratios as you go.
And each time you're going to get a different blue. Same blue, same base.
So it's tonally the same, but different depth.
So now we've got building
that.
layers. Keep moving the stencil around. This is me in my element when I'm doing stuff like this, because I always get people saying, "Oh, but it looks this and it looks that." And they think things have to look perfect from the start, and they don't. They have to look really rough before they look better.
You regularly say, just keep working with it until you get to the point that you're happy with.
Absolutely. I'm going to change up my stencil now, so I'm going to go with some of the cogs, because I think the cogs...
Yeah, in keeping, yeah.
Absolutely, they keep with this. And then just place where you want them. Now, what you can do, you need to remember that you want these colours to be seen. You don't want to obliterate them.
Okay.
So what you tend to have to do is make sure that when you put your next stencil on, that you're placing it on top of, next to, but not completely over.
Right, I see. So kind of do, rather than just putting it down anywhere at this stage, think a little bit more. Okay.
Yeah, it's just layers. So I like this bit here, but I don't want to obliterate the pink. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to lay that one there. Don't be frightened to move everything round. I see people like this.
We do forget, don't we?
Yeah, we forget. So I've just got the blue straight up now, and I might have to put a little bit of, not black, I might put a little bit of grey with this now, and I'm going to sort of match it up in the corners there, because it's a half stencil. It looks better if you match it up hanging off the page. So I've got those two.
Yeah, it's balancing it. Lou, could I ask you if you could just bring it just, you know.
There we go.
Know. She knows, you know.
I get carried away and I forget that I'm on telly, you know. Right, now I've got this colour and it's looking quite... What we need now is to add a little bit of black, not black, a dark colour. Now you can use a spray, you can use anything. I've got a dark blue. I don't tend to use black that much because it's quite overpowering and it completely covers everything else. And this is like a purpley blue.
Okay.
And I'm sure this, well, it should be. I'm hoping it is. Let's see.
Well, it's not too late yet because it's only on your mat.
It is Prussian blue. Prussian blue is like a blue-green, but it's what we use instead of black.
I hear that name mentioned a lot.
Oh, that's one of my favourites. So the Prussian blue, I'll just show, there you go. You can see it's a darker, but I don't want just that colour.
Okay.
I want to bring in this blue because if I don't, I'm just adding another colour. I want it to be a darker version.
Okay.
So now I'm going to go in on top with this. So it's still the same family of colours, but I've just added something to darken it now. And you'll start to see that darker bit happening.
Yeah.
And then, once you're sort of satisfied, he said I'd put enough out, once you're satisfied that that's the right colour, this is how all these happen. So if you look at this, and you see all this scrappy bit.
Can't quite see it, Luke, because it's out of our shop there. Perfect,
right?
Thank you.
So if you see all this and you think, well, what's all that? That's me going like this. Right, I like that colour. So that's how I work. So have a scrappy page, put your scrappy page there and have it, and then you'll be surprised after time. My scrappy pages are miles better.
Well, sometimes when we work with things, we kind of do like a tester on a bit of a copy paper before we go straight in. So you're basically saying use one of those pages in the same way as you use your kind of your copy paper.
Absolutely.
And also as well, we try to do things that are very precise, don't we, and lined up. And
I think you're already on a negative point there by the word perfect. It scares the life out of me because nothing mine is perfect. In fact, the minute I stop thinking that, it works better.
Yeah.
So I've just put the writing in there. You can just see it's just happening. Now, if you look at that and you can make out, there's a bit there that needs work. Everybody can see it. They just don't trust their own judgment. There's a little bit here, and a bit here.
Okay.
So what you tend to do is people overpower it. You don't need a lot. It might just need that. So start off with smaller elements and then build up. Okay. So now That's enough. You might need a tiny bit there. It could be. You see on here you've got lots of numbers, you've got words. I like the word
tiny
here.
elements, yeah.
Trust. Sorry, it's thrust, not trust. There you go. Be careful with that word.
I didn't like to say anything, but
No,
I just
don't
thought
say
I'll let you
anything.
carry on.
Right, so now I've got that. And this is the daft bit where people say, that's mad, why are you doing that? Now we're going to go back on with white.
Okay.
And that'll break down the
So it's okay
colours.
to go back again then if you wanted to. So you don't have to like think, oh well, I've done my white and I don't like it now. Or I'm gonna rebuild it and do it in a different way.
No, because what you're doing is you're breaking the. It's called breaking the page down. So now what I'm doing is I'm getting rid. I'm not going to do all of the patterns. I'm bringing the background, the foreground, and.
Oh, I see. So it's kind of knocking it back a little bit,
but not obliterating
not
anything.
Kind of like you're going over with your gesso to
Just
cover
see
it.
there, it's just break. So there's an element in that's a bit overpowering. So if I just do, say, this bit here, and I just put that through. Now that's taking that back totally. This is why honestly, this is me in my element. When I'm doing backgrounds like this, I can't think of anything better, especially with these, because there's just so many things to use. And I'm not just saying it because they're mine. I'm just saying it because they are useful.
So if somebody's building up the confidence and this is a new way of them crafting, would you suggest just to stick to 2 or 3 kind of colours on the same?
Absolutely.
Like you're using blue and white, that's all that you're using, just keep it simple.
Absolutely, because the more colours, the more complicated it can get. And then what you can do right at the end, if you're like say you wanted to create, that's a background, so it needs to be in the background, and you're thinking that's too heavy, then the last thing you do is, oh, it was so funny. I was doing the Dutch Facebook Live.
Okay.
And they looked wonderful. And there was all these viewers there, and I was like trying to be my best, you know, my best behaviour, as I do. And then they just lost it when they saw me using my fingers.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. They were like, what's she doing? What's she doing?
Your Facebook Lives, how do we find them?
You go onto my group, Jammers. It's Junk Journals and Mindful Mixed Media. And I do daily doses. Your daily doses,
Like
and I
you
do
lose
mindful moodles now, which
Oh my goodness, that's a mouthful.
Mindful moodles is like, moodling is like doing stuff when you're not really thinking about it. It's a proper word. So I do mindful noodles now, you see it in my book. So I'm going to knock the whole thing back using this sprayer. This is a Phil Martin one. Now, you can see I've left the paint on and it looks, it's not supposed to be neat.
Okay.
But I'm just going to knock it back. Now, the thing is, it will dry really quick in here.
Okay.
And you hear people say it, it's true, they're not winding you up. Right, I'm just going to do half.
I can see it, yeah.
Just going to do half. Right, can you see how that...
Yeah, nice, yeah.
Has really knocked that back.
And when we see that, I mean, obviously we've got my paper pads where we've got pre-printed sheets. This is how they're designed, really, isn't it? Somebody will be building up those layers.
This is how I do mine. If I'm doing... Oh, man, I'm just squirting myself here.
Careful.
Well, it's good. I'm glistening. This is how I do all my sheets. So any of the sheets that you see that are mine, that have got my name, that I've designed, then this is how I do it, because I can see all the elements, but I want it to be in the background. So now, like, you look at that and you can see the pinks, you can see the blue, the dark blue. That's ready now to do
as your base.
As your base. So let's copy one of these out. I'll do the same, so you can see I've just mucked that up with a bit of colour. So if I start to use a little bit, you do get through quite a lot of paint, white paints. I always buy 2 or 3 tubes of white paint, but now that really dodgy, it was very dodgy, that as it was, is now changing completely, because
That
it looks
totally different, and it's nice because it's kind of a piece of art that's never actually finished.
Well, I mean, that's as strong as it was before.
Yeah.
So you can see, you might want that, but you want it knocking back, and that's great if that's what you think, but this is a way of how we can sort of show you how to do it yourself, because it's quite... I can turn around and say, oh yeah, just do this, but if you're not sure about it, you're like, well, show us first and then we can do it. And I think that's one of the best things about these shows. You can do it yourself.
And
when
of course,
someone's
Lou's
showing
working
you.
those fabulous stencils as well. You're getting 8 of those stencils for a phenomenal price there, £19.96. I will show you them again in a few moments. But of course, we've got the stamps that are available on the show, and that's what Lou's moving on to now. And don't forget, with these, it works out that you're paying for 3 of them, but you're actually getting 4 of them. So you are making an £8 saving with regard to these. They are available in their kind of pick and mixes. I think they were pick and mixes, they were, weren't they? Yeah. And you're choosing any 2 of those for £15.98. But as we say there, don't do that because you're not paying much more. It's only £7.98, where you are getting an extra 2 stamps. So it really does make a difference, doesn't it, with regards to shopping these. 18 stamps in total there, 017663. Now, if you'd like to get in touch, we've only got Lou for 1 hour today. What a travesty. We'll have to put right with that. But sadly, if you do want to get in touch, studio@hochanda.com. So let us see your makes, let us hear your words of encouragement as well. Thelma has been busy emailing in, and what's Thelma been up to? She's been loving your demonstration.
Thank you. And how
inspiration you are.
Oh, thank you very much.
Well. Yeah.
That means the world to me. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Thelma. That's nice.
Yeah,
How to send it.
I do appreciate that.
Now, obviously, you created your background. Is there anything that we need to bear in mind before we start stamping?
The only thing I would do is I would use a towel or something just to make sure it's dry, or if best leave it overnight or leave it for an hour or so, because you might think that's dry, but I can show you on the back that it's rumpled there.
There's a few
and
little
there.
dimples,
That means it's wet.
Okay.
So I'm not too worried because I'm using it's a pretty dry surface, but if that was too wet, then anything I did on top of this, it would bleed.
Okay.
Even these alcohol inks. So these are I'm using the stays on. Now, what you could do is use the paint to do this on top, but if you're not a bit unsure, get your stamps. As long as the stamps you're using stays on, it won't bleed on this, even if it is a little bit damp. But if you're going to use paint, it will. So I'm using the stays on, and it is a permanent, but I do need to clean that because that's shocking.
We had, I don't know if you caught it earlier in the week, I think it was Tuesday morning, right early, 7 o'clock. I think it was Tuesday, it might have been, or was it Monday? I can't remember. Monday, I think it was, yeah. 7 o'clock in the morning, Paola was here, real education on ink pads. She did have the multicoloured stays on ink pads featuring during that hour as well. And of course, you can go back and watch it. It is available there on the website. So I do suggest you have a little look. Don't go now, though, because obviously we're having a lovely time here with Lou. But all you need to do is go to our TV schedule. You can click back the date there and you can view any of those shows. But it really was an educational hour. So I do urge you to go back and watch that one. Sit down with a cup of tea and you will really enjoy yourself there, and you'll learn a lot in the process. And of course, you can get hold of the ink pads that Lou's been working with in this demo.
I'm using the Versaclair. I can use them as well. They're brilliant. You can use all the ink pads you've got. If it's a permanent one, it's going to react better with this, if in case it is still a little bit damp. So I'm using the stays on. I'm using a midnight blue, and the midnight blue ties in very well with the Prussian blue.
Yeah.
Now, the stamp doesn't give you any idea of how fine this stamp is.
Okay.
This is really fine.
Oh, wow.
And people don't realise just how fine that is.
Yeah, because it looks as if it's going to be a heavier result.
It's not. It really is fine. And when you emboss this, it just looks so subtle. And I'm just going to go over this. It doesn't matter if it moves. It doesn't matter. It's this. John has very kindly. Maybe I need to do what? I'll do it later. I can't be bothered now. I've got to wipe both surfaces. I've got embossing powder. It fell out of my bag and it's got on both surfaces.
Oh, right. Makes it tricky, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't stick very well. So, can you see how fine?
That looks amazing.
Now I'm going to show you how fine it is on a piece of paper, because these lines look a lot chunkier than they are, and when I was drawing it, it was like I had to use a big pen, but we've done it really fine.
Oh,
so it's not overpowering that.
Yeah.
And it looks really good when it's embossed. You get a wonderful sort of... Just show you this one.
I know people will ask, which of the stays on was it that you were working with again there?
Midnight blue.
Midnight blue.
Yeah, I'm using a midnight blue.
Just very quickly show you them, and then we'll come back to that, Lou. On the website, we've got loads of choices with the stays on there. $14.99. You're getting 4 of those.
Wow,
so,
that's good.
That is brilliant value for it. It's got some gorgeous colours in there. It's not often we see the stays on in different colours. Many of us will have invested in a black stays on, and you just think that's it. But there are lots to choose from there. So yeah, 4 of those, and keep a note of that item number, because I think you'll probably add to your collection as you go on. Works out £3.75 each. So if you want
paid a £5 for one of mine.
Yeah, easily, yeah. Yeah.
Seriously, I paid a £5 for one.
Yeah.
That's really good. Right.
Good value.
Just to show you how, you know, we might have time to do it. Can you just see how that embossed, that gold?
Oh, I like that.
So that
make an amazing resist as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, I wanted to show you how fine they were, but I also think if you did that as a clear watermark on top of all your surfaces, you're going to get a really unique paper.
Lovely.
So we've got this, we've done that, we've got this on here now. I'll show you some of the others. So you can start to see now, this is very, very, we've built up, we've got about 4 different blues on there. We've got white, we've got stamping, we've rolled it over it. I'm going to use some of the others. Now, we've got these lines were made to look like the strobes on the instruments on the...
It's like on the dashboard.
Yeah, on the dashboard.
Whatever it's called on a plane, I don't know.
And these are like the strobes, and when sound and anything reaches levels, it peaks and troughs. And I was really interested in how the lines sort of created. And this is another one, but this one is done when sounds are underwater, apparently.
Oh, right.
So I was really intrigued.
Back, doesn't it? That's how I learned that about submarines. When you hear they know how far away something is in the water because of there's 2 different sounds that you hear. You kind of like you ping, and then you get not a pong, but you get 2 different sounds.
Ding, ding,
and
ding.
It's the second one that tells you the distance. I thought it was fascinating.
Well, they can do that with like aeronautical things, like they can. At night, they'll have sonar and radar, I can't remember the proper term, but where they
animals have been doing it in nature for obviously
well,
all
bats
their
do it,
lifetime,
but it comes from bats, So I've got a blue again. Oh no, I tell you what, we could change it up and add a blue, but no, I'll stick to this. So I've got these dots, and these really, I'm going to create like a focal point now. Well, I was. See, it doesn't matter.
I like that, yeah.
No, because you can't see it, and you can do these as much. So if you don't want the stamp block on,
that's quite a delicate finish, isn't it? Yeah.
Right, I'll show it you. Right, I'm determined. I'm sick of this. I should have cleaned it. I thought I had. You know, the best will in the world, right? The best will in the world, me. Terrible. This happens to you at home. I know it does. Right, look how fine they are.
Yeah.
So they're not over it. It's a bit misleading, that.
Yeah. You know, it almost be like I was going to say like a beaded curtain, but it is even lighter than that. I mean,
it's great for you edging. Yeah. If I was to just show you, I'm just creating an edge now around here, sticking now into it. Look at that. And then emboss it. It looks brilliant, but I'm creating a frame around the picture. Bear in mind, if you're using in paint, then you'll have only used 1 colour paint and white or a dark colour. So, again, keeping it safe.
I like that, yeah.
I'm just creating a frame. Now, change the width and the depth of what you're setting at. It's sticking now. And then you can, if you want to, you can take this off the mat, the block, and use it on its own. It looks great as, you know, flower stems.
Yeah.
And have a head on the top, so you can do your own little doodles on it.
Good idea.
So what I've done now is, can you see, I've created a frame. It's delicate, but the way to do that and create even more depth is to redo that. I'm not going to do it all, but just bring it in more. So I'm going to do that now. Closer together, but not as far in. So I'm only going to be using that. I don't want that edge, because if I do that edge, what I'm going to get is a straight line, and I don't want a straight line.
Could you almost cross-hatch this one as well if you wanted to? Oh,
yeah, you can. You can create it like that.
Yeah.
But you get, this is from looking at pointillism as well. Pointillism is where everything's created with points. But what I'm actually doing is just creating a depth along one edge to create a framework, and it just, there we go. Can you see now?
Nice, yeah.
You've got that lovely frame, and you can, if you're doing that embossing, I've got it in embossing here.
I was going to say about embossing, I imagine it would look like little tiny sparkles, wouldn't it?
It does. When you emboss that, it looks like little beads, tiny little beads. I will find it. Oh, look at that, now it's dry.
Oh, nice.
And that was one of my old pieces. Right, there's it in beads.
You'll have to bring it back again. We're too quick for you, Lou. Oh, look at that. If you tilt it up to the camera. See, that's nice.
Beads?
Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness, look at those. They almost look like little... Do you know what they remind me of? Those little tiny micro dots that you get with your adhesive.
They're like that, aren't they? They're like that. So that's it. So I'll bring that back and show it you. But, yeah, there you go. That's the pattern. That's the one we did before, and I did scribbled
Nice,
all the
yeah.
paint here. That's a really nice background now, and it
Yeah.
almost looks like a map.
Yes, yeah.
You know, so I've got that there. I'm really happy with that. I want to now create the other one. I'm not going to do too much of this, but I'll show you the other one, how this works, and then I'll move on, and we can have a quick recap if you want. That's this is the dot dash one. So this could be like Morse code, but it's another.
So what's the origin of this design then? Because you were talking about the other one with the sonar. Is it a similar sort of idea?
Yeah, this is another. This is a similar sort of mark that I don't know. It's like a strobe, but it's measuring depth, I think. So you get a different. You get like a long line and then a beep beep.
Yeah. right.
Then it's D. So what I was trying to do. This sounds daft. I was trying to create what I heard in lines.
Okay.
So I was hearing this dee 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 like that. And
Oh, yes, yeah.
So that's what I've done into lines, and that's what it reminded me of. So that's the edging from that
Nice.
one. Now I'm going to show you that one on its own because, again, this can look a little bit misleading. All these. Oh, I'm stamping on something. That's not a good idea. All these stamps. See?
Oh, wow, yeah. Much bar. It's more like bar-like, that particular one,
And
isn't
it does
Yeah.
look like bamboo
Like
as
little
well.
columns, yeah.
So you can do, if you do like little lines on it and then a leaf. I mean, if I had a pen, I could show you quickly, but you can make them into really cool. This is a pen that's a bit fat, but you've got that. You could almost just. You've got your bamboo leaves there. So don't just think of them as one thing. So I've concentrated on one area just to show you how that works. So now the last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make this into my sort of journal page, and I want to create a focal point. Now you can do that with your own words, but I'm going to use this here.
Okay.
And then what I want then is an area that I am going to colour out. So what do I do with that? Well, I've tried all sorts of things and found that this is the best way. Get some white paint on your sponge. Only pass over once. So I'm just going to go like that.
Right, okay.
And then 1, 2, that's it. And I might want one down here.
You don't want to completely obliterate what's
No.
underneath it, right?
All
okay.
I'm doing is just there. I don't want to get rid of that and just leave that. Now what will happen is that will let anything else on top of it stand out.
Okay.
So you can go over it with another colour. I could do it blue, I could do it light blue, I could do it anything I wanted. But it allows me to sort of sit this on here, go back to my dark blue, the Prussian blue, and just, because it's now white, I've not had to keep it white from the beginning, so I've not had to section that off, and I've sort of put the white back on the paper. It'll allow this to stand out a little bit better.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
And then I think this has got to be done just down here. So,
Yeah.
I mean, we're creating a big... I might need a little bit more. Creating one colour, a tonal. They call it monochromatic. So it's one tone, one colour, and we've just added black and white. But I'll show you when you mix lots of different colours together now, so you don't have to be frightened of that. And allow the paint to sort of go darker in areas and lighter in areas, and then you'll get some shading. And if you're really okay with sort of experimenting, get a little bit of white and just put a little bit of white on there, go back with your blue, and it's great this, because you open it, there we go.
Nice,
so you've got this plane now, and then what you can do is you've got your marks here, these. So I'm looking at the way the plane sort of flying that way. Could have it flying that way.
Yeah.
I quite like it this way.
Yeah.
And these sort of, like
They almost
postal
elongate
marks.
it, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is postal marks, but they also look like the areas of flight
Like
lines.
the flight path, yeah.
So.
Or the trail. Look at that. Love it.
So we've got there. We'd get something like a black pen, or I don't want to go too far into sort of journaling.
That's
because,
all right.
But
We've
what
got
you
about
would do.
15 minutes left.
Oh, I can do another one. So you can.
That's nice, because it's kind of reinforcing those areas, yeah.
You can sort of block it out and then put a little bit of pastel on it and blend it out. And then if I get this, just blended it in with my finger. If I've got a rubber, then I can change that. And then if I do get a black line, what happens is if you put a black line on this, if she finds a pen, I had a pen in my room. Oh, well, you have to use this. And next minute I looked up and it's like leaking everywhere.
Oh, no.
It's my favourite pen. So I'm just going to put a little line on the top. And then you'd get your white pen, and then you do some white drawing on that, and you more or less sort of... So that's how you've got all the different patterning you can do, the areas, one colour, background, and then the stamps on top, and then the stencils underneath it. So, yeah, so that's one way of doing it. So.
I love it. Right, now, Lou, as I say, we've probably got about 12 minutes left, so we can do a quick recap if that's okay.
Absolutely, that'd be brilliant.
So, yes, the stamps. We've been busy for these stamps. Now, you are getting 4 stamp sets, giving you 18 stamps in total. But so you kind of like you're paying for 3 of these and getting 4 sent to you because you've got an £8 saving with these. Now, they are available in pairing, so you can kind of go for these 2. Oh, no, it's a pick and mix, so you can choose any 2, so you can kind of decide on those ones. But why not go for the complete bundle? Because you actually got that £8 saving that if you were going to go for one of these sets, you're looking at £15.98, but it would make sense to pay that extra kind of £8 and then get hold of them all together as well. So it's just shy of £8, £7.90 something. So 017 663 if you're wanting to get hold of those. So shall we give you those names just in case you want to go for them individually? So on the website, this is how a pick and mix works. You've got all your different options with regards to those. So if you're wanting these, you've got your swirls there. So the swirls is including the one that we just saw Lou working with there. You've also got your propeller, you've got your vintage plain, and you've got your 7 Cs. But don't forget, if you're going for the set of 4, they will all come together. You don't have to worry. But you're choosing, so you could go for the swirls alongside the vintage plain. What I don't want you to do, though, is choose 2 and then go back in for the other 2 because you are paying way more than you need to. Using that pick and mix is one way of getting hold of a couple of them for £15.98, but for an £8 saving, you will get all of those. Similar sort of scenario with regards to the stencils, because it is a case of you getting 8 of these stencils for that phenomenal deal of £19.96. Now, these are A5 in size. Now, an A5 stencil, you'd usually be paying about £5.99. So the fact that you are getting 8 of these is phenomenal. It's like you're almost getting a set of these as a bit of a bonus. Now you can see there £19.96 is your price with these, but you will get all 8 of these. They are available in a kind of a pick and mix, 2 sets, so you'd end up with 4 stencils for £11.98, which just sounds brilliant value for money, and it indeed is. But by paying just an extra £8, you will get an extra 4 stencils. Works out £2 each then. So it makes sense to go for them all together. And of course, if you've gone for the stamps, there's certain elements there. You've got the continuity, that element of travel featuring with many of those, but then many of these other areas you are going to use in so many different scenarios. I mean, that gorgeous kind of clamshell there, very Art Deco style with that one, as is that kind of starburst that you've got underneath. So you're going to get some really wonderful effects. So you might have other stamps with that Art Deco nature, maybe fonts, sentiments, where you could use these alongside. The chevrons, very geometric. Again, if you're working on something quite urban, then those are going to work really, really well. And then, of course, you've got that wonderful travel element within here as well. All of that coming to you for £19.96. So if you want to get hold of these, 079 713 is your item number, and these are brilliant quality. Look after them, you'll be able to use them for many years to come. Talking about many years to come, it could be that it takes you years to create this particular fabulous journal, because of course each page is kind of a living art piece. It's never really finished. Now within this you've got your binder, and of course you've got your hook and loop in there securing it with your 3-ring binder spine there. These will open out and give you your 300 GSM card pages. Now with these, how many pages are we getting within this one? 25, my goodness. They're good thick pages because they are 300 GSM, and as you saw Lou working there a few moments ago, you can use these in loads of different ways. Now on one side you've kind of got your hot press where you've got obviously your smooth finish, but then on the other side you've got your cold press, so you've got that kind of pitted there, and you decide when you start working with this, yeah, you can add as much medium as you like with these. They're really going to be able to take advantage of these. Lou, with regards to these pages, I mean, are you talking mixed media? Are you talking kind of watercolour? You can use it for anything. So if you're a watercolour artist, you could use these.
Oh yeah, it's not called a watercolour paper, but I've used it. Definitely works wonderfully for it. The only thing I've not used on that is oil paint itself.
Oh, right, okay.
I've not used
Yeah.
it, but yeah, even alcohol pens, although alcohol pens, you're better off with a finer pen,
Yes.
a finer paper, because you want to bleed proof, or you want it to bleed. These work, everything.
Okay. Wonderful.
Everything.
£19.49 will get you this, and it's a brilliant base. I think it's a fabulous gift for somebody as well, because obviously it comes ready for you to decorate. And don't forget, do check out the brand section for rice papers and different papers you can use. But there you go, you can see with that sleeve around it, it is a really, really nice gift for somebody. £5.50 saving, good sized pages as you can see there as well. 21 by 26, so just shy of an A4 sheet. You're only talking like about 3.5 centimetres, something like that. It's 29.7 is it, I think, the height. It's not a lot, isn't it? So yeah, definitely one worth going for, and the details are on your screen there, 875-226 if you're wanting to get hold of those. And yeah, lots of you taking advantage of those. Now, I'm going to head back to Lou. We have had a question come through from Carolyn asking about the stencils. Now, the stencils, obviously we use them in loads of different mediums. What about things like die cutting machines where we want to get that embossed look? Could you do that with these?
Yeah, absolutely. My advice is to dampen your page slightly, not a lot.
Okay.
Sometimes I've put my paper, I've got wet wipes, biodegradable ones, and I've put them between on sheets of paper on them, and just allow them to seep through, and then it works brilliantly. Then you get a really great impression. So yeah, absolutely.
There you go, good question. And there you go, suitably answered there as well. So keep those questions coming. Not got too long left, about 10 minutes or so, I think, within the hour. So, of course, Lou's going to be back, but not today. So, yeah, if you've got any questions, you need to do it as speedy, quick as you can. And thank you to the lovely lady that was emailed in about our outfits and saying how it was Paula, was it, that emailed in?
We're very colourful and
got all the colours
coordinating
going on today. I love that shirt. It's amazing. So,
I love
Lou.
that top. Right.
So, what are we up to next?
I'm going to just show you some quick techniques. Got another technique here to do, so I've got some prep to show you and then some ideas. Now all I've done is I've got some white paint and I've got some copper paint. Now it won't retain the copper metallic, but it'll give me sort of a beigey colour. Well, that's great if you want to, but I want to build up tone. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stencil with this, allow it to dry and then build up more tones. So just to show you that even paint, you can use your stencil with it. Now my advice is when you're using paint, because it's thinner than gel medium, it's just one pass over and then leave it. Because if you start like this, you've got a tendency to push it through. Okay. So you could just leave it like that to dry. And it's again like that pinky colour. And then, you know, don't forget, what I'm going to do is just leave that there, and then I've got to do that.
Anything left over.
Yeah, and clean your stencil this way, and then clean it properly.
Do we have to wash them or anything like that?
You can do. I don't. I just wipe them while they're still wet. That's why this is like this.
Oh no!
Oh! You don't want to see what's just happened.
There's nothing to see here.
You are. Look, do you want to see my pants?
I'm just glad. I'm glad that we've got the screen. I'm glad that we've got the screen, because there would have been white paint coming in my direction. Oh no, Lou!
It's all right. They're all right.
Oh dear. Thankfully, we're at the end of the hour as well. It's gone on the screen as well.
I'm not wiping that yet. I've got a show to do.
I can't show you, but yeah, we've got white paint. I'm glad that we got the screen there, because otherwise it'd be on me as well.
Should I wipe it off? No, I'm not wiping it off. No.
Don't worry, don't worry. Thankfully, we're towards the end of the hour, so we'll be able to.
Oh no, but I'm dripping! Oh no! Right, stand still with this. You're dripping everywhere. Right. As long as it's not on my shirt, I don't care. These pants, these have seen a better old. I've sewn these up so many times, you know what I mean? I'm surprised they're not sewn up the end to get my feet in. Right, I've got this. What I've done is, I've got some gel medium, and on here you can just see the gel medium has got a gloss and a matte area. And what I'm going to do is, I can't tell you what's going on here. They're trying to clean up this mess that I'm standing in and floating in. So I've got these here. What I'm going to do is just show you some little techniques. I'm going to stamp on top of these with some of the stamps that I've got on the show, to show you that stamping on top of these embossing looks really cool. I'm going to use, let's use this brown. So I'm going to use a brown, I'm going to go on top. Now, if you use a permanent ink, remember, you want it to be permanent. I'm just laughing at him. Shove it.
It's all up the wall, it's everywhere.
Right, so I'm just going to put this here. And it'll go on top. And miss parts, if that makes sense. So it'll be on there. I'm not going to do it all over. So it'll hit the embossing. And thank you. Not saying that. I'm so in trouble. I wouldn't mind. I've tidied all my other bits just to create this mess.
It's like, you know, when you leave the top off the liquidizer and you turn it on. It's a bit like that at the moment. There's white paint everywhere.
Well, do you know what I did the other day? Thought, right, I'll be clever here. Just give me fabric softener a bit of a shake. The whole kitchen, the house smells gorgeous. All over the kitchen.
It's down here. I was going to say, standing in one spot, Lou, because you're standing in the paint and it's going everywhere with your footprint.
Oh, shoot. Oh, it is. Shoot. Shoot. Right, so I've got this as well. I'm just going to add this in little bits. Again, I tend to work in threes, so you look at the areas and you think, I'm just going to put a light bit there. I just want it sort of a mere suggestion. So I've got the colours there. I'm using a brown. I've used... They're calling me rotten over there.
I'm just going to say,
it's really having a go at me.
Floor manager
It's
John,
an accident.
Go to your happy place, John. Just go to your happy place. That's our floor manager.
Oh, did you? Right. Yeah, how many times have I said sorry now? Do you know what I mean? I'm not. No more. So I've got some metallic paint. Now, it won't stay metallic. It's just in the same family. So I used the StazOn, which was the brown, and I've stamped with that. I've got the gel mediums in the background. I've got a copper, but I don't want it to be overpowering, so I'm just putting a little bit on there, a little tiny bit of water. Bear in mind this has got sparkle in. Not a lot. Test it.
Okay, Lou, just to let you know, we've only got 1.5 minutes left.
Right, this won't take a minute.
Oh, wow, look at that.
So, as I'm passing over this, I'm going to get light and areas and dark areas, but now the embossing...
Giving it that vintage look now.
Exactly. I'm just going to darken the edges, but it brings out, we've got some nice sort of clear pattern, we've got some gloss pattern, we've got some stamping, we've got the sort of gel mediums showing up. So it's really quite a simple technique, but it's very effective. And if you just go steady with it, and then when you're happy with that, then what you can do is go into the edges more, and you get a really... That's quite an interesting, but it's not over the top background.
Yeah.
And if you want, wherever it's... Might need a cloth. Wherever it's there, you can sort of rub some of it off. With it being a permanent, you can rub some of the paint off and reveal more.
Yeah.
So you can see you've got lots of techniques that you can build on if you just think about putting layers and layers and layers, and think about all the things that you've already got, like your mediums and your gels and your paints. Get them out, put them in your stencils, put them with your stamps, and really useful techniques.
And there you go. If you have just joined us, Lou's been with us for this hour. The first piece that you can see there with all the blue content and that fabulous plain, that was the first project that she worked on during this hour, and she's been using the projects throughout the hour. And yeah, there's lots of savings to be had within those bundles. Check out those prices. You're saving £4, you're saving £8. You're making some good savings with these, and taking advantage of those fabulous studio light products as well. Just bear in mind your extended delivery with regards to these. Lou, when are you back again?
Oh, I've got a really great Studio Light One Day special in 2 weeks.
Oh, look out for that one. There you go. So if you like your Studio Light, make sure that you're keeping an eye on the schedule for that one. And of course, you can go back and watch this show again at any stage that you wanted to. But I don't suggest you do it just yet, because we've got another fabulous hour coming up after the break. I'll see you in a little while. So, of course, it's just coming up to 12 o'clock, so it's our midday fix of the One Day special. Then I'm back with Natasha with her favourite fabrics before we go and look at Neil's expressions.
Hi, I'm Lucy from Sweet Poppy Stencils, the Craft Station Limited. We're a craft retailer and we specialise in stainless steel stencils. Our stencils are manufactured in metal. This allows us to have designs that are intricate. We also have new products coming on board, our craft bonds, our pole drops, and our acrylic paints are joining us. We've recently joined Hochanda and we're really excited. This allows us to demonstrate and show our products. We know customers like seeing the demonstrations, so make sure you tune in and don't miss the Sweet Poppy shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Hayley. Join me for some amazing Fabric Freedom shows. Fabric Freedom design all their fabrics here in the UK, and they design them with quilters in mind, so they're really good at picking out those unidirectional prints, really nice and small prints so you can work on smaller patchwork projects, and paste prints as well, which is one of their signature fabrics. They do lots more fabrics besides quilting cottons, so tune in to the Fabric Freedom shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us at Hochanda and crafting with La Blanche.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. So on our Hochanda shows we aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration. Be sure to join us for our Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
Hi there, I'm Nick from Odicoat. I've been crafting for as long as I can remember. It started off making things just for myself, but then friends and family asked if they could use them too. It was really important to me to bring something unique to the crafting arena, something that was different and something that people would enjoy using just as much as I do. Over time, I want Odicoat products to build you a complete library of dies, stamps and stencils which you'll enjoy using whether you're new to crafting or you're a seasoned crafter. My products will complement everything that you have already, but they will also work perfectly as a standalone product. I really hope you'll come and join me on Hochanda for my shows with Odicoat.
Hello, it's 12 o'clock, which means it is the penultimate live hour for the One Day Special, which is all about the fabulous sentiments from our Phil, Sentimentally Yours. And I have to say, so we were chatting earlier, weren't we, Julia, that this is really quite a different, funky style for Phil.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a very funky chap, though, but, you know, yeah, it is very different, and it's very different and it's very usable by, I think, absolutely everybody.
Yes.
Because you know the alphabet itself has got, you know, it's got open areas that you can colour in. It looks great embossed. You can use it with your oxides. You can use it with any of your colouring mediums. Use it in your journals, your scrapbooking. You can use the alphabet just as a prompt for your journaling. You can use it in so many different ways.
Yeah, love this. And of course you can colour them in.
Yes.
And obviously emboss them, as you've just said. But look, we're having a look at some of the sentiments. I'll turn one around in a second because they are a lot larger than the packaging. Look, live life in full colour you've got on this one. And then the next thing we've got is create your own destiny. Really lovely sentiments, very uplifting these. And then of course we've also got, look, the ones that you'll need to someone special. Have a brilliant time. What else have we got? Just coming down, but birthday wishes for you. Obviously you need the staples. Have fun on your birthday. They're wonderful. Now I said I was going to turn one around because like I said they are a lot bigger and I'm trying not to wreck the pack shot because that's standard for me. Yeah, look at that difference in size. Because you are fabulous. You're fabulous, Julia.
Thank you, my darling.
You're welcome. You are just amazing. You're that too. And then we've got with very best wishes and on your special day, I'm presuming. Yes, it is. And then we've got Phil, of course, on there. Should we show some samples?
Yes.
Let's have
lots of beautiful samples.
Oh, I got some from the back, didn't I? Let's start over here.
Yeah.
So this is beautiful. Is this done by Joanne?
That's Joanne, yes.
Yeah, I'm starting to tell her style now because look, she's painstakingly risen that with tiny little.
And it's interesting because she's made the those are the enchanting flowers there, and she's made them look like fuchsias.
Isn't that clever?
Which is very really clever.
I love it.
You've got too much time on your hands, Joanne.
Very nice. This one.
That's one of mine.
Oh, it is. That's one of yours. Gorgeous. Love the colours you've used. And again, what I want you to look at is all the detail. So there's a little skull there. There's a skull there. What else can we find?
It's crown on the A.
Oh, yes, there is. The crown on the A. It's lovely.
Lots of different flourishes.
Now, Jimmy, who's directing this hour, he hasn't closely looked at these, so Jimmy has to play the skull game. Find the skull.
Okay. I thought didn't you play the skull game last night, Jimmy?
Oh, I'm lying. He's just said, oh, I did it yesterday. Oh, sorry. Nice. And then let's bring this one in. This is by Lozzie.
Yeah,
very nice. I like her choice of colours as well. Very dramatic.
Yeah. So she's added a little bit of gel pen to the red colouring that she's done on the centre.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they change the personalities with the different colours that you use, and you can make it however, you know, like most stamps, you can use it in whatever colour way you want.
Nice. I think this one then, this is nice. It's got some glossy accents on it.
Yes, that's another nice addition, isn't it?
Yeah, love that. I'm not sure. Oh, it opens. Oh wait. Is it this way?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, and there you go. Yeah. Another sentiment from a different collection, I think.
That might be one of Alison's. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
No worries. Beautiful.
I think it does say on the back. Does it not say at the back at the top?
No, it just says opens. Oh, it's got an A though.
Oh, it's Alison's.
Okay, right. There you are. And again, completely different when I show you this one. Have a fabulous day. That
again,
yeah, it is. Yeah. Beautiful. As ever, when we take our breaks, I will show you lots more samples. You can see this is a why not deal because it's got that freedom discount and your postage is covered. You can spread the cost as always. 2 payments of £36.55. Yes, pence. Why? I nearly went to say cents then, and then I threw myself. Anyway, well, we do ship to the US. 420162 is the item number. Next, then, I would, if you could, go for them both in tangent.
Yes.
Yes, we've got our uppercase and our lowercase, and they match beautifully with the one-day special. Yes. Again, very funky. Have a look, see if you can see the skulls and the crowns and the eyes. There's eyes in there.
Yeah, so all the letters are the same throughout. All of the flourishes that go with each letter are the same throughout the whole collection. So an I in the alphabet is the same as the I in birthday or wishes or whatever. So so everything matches. Obviously, when you're talking about lowercase and the numbers, then you've got something entirely different because they've not been used anywhere else in the sentiment side of the collection.
Lovely. Again, just having a look at the size of the stamps. Really nice size. and then have a little look at the lowercase. So cool, so funky, really love these.
And of course you've got the hashtag, you've got the @sign, you've got the ampersand, and you've got the other one that I'm trying, exclamation mark. Yeah, and the numbers.
2 payments of £20 and 24 pence. Item number is 082364. Are you all right, Lou?
Our poor Lou is being very accident prone today. She must be really tired, that's what I think.
She just tripped over some of that. She's all right though. She just Have you got the paint out?
No, I've got a new one.
Oh, excellent. Always carry a spare. Always carry a spare. Oh yes, samples for the alphabet. I'm getting carried away. I'm getting carried away with Lou's pants, she's saying. Right, so here you go, personalising Love You Mum. And that's
really lovely,
yeah,
isn't
it's been beautifully coloured. I like her choice of it. See, I wouldn't think about putting the yellow with the pink, but it's really funky.
Yeah, so the colours that go with the, some of the embossing powders.
Yeah.
And they do really work. They're really bright and snazzy and they're uplifting, really.
They are. Now, you made a version of this one for me because it's got my name on it.
Yeah, that's by Jennifer.
Yeah, that's beautiful. So if you want to see this one being made, have a look at the 8 AM show, a version of. And then we've got, look, Noelle. This one's by Jennifer too. And then this one here, not sure who this one's by, but it's really beautiful. This.
I think that's probably by Jennifer as well.
Yeah. Good stuff. £40 and some change, or 2 payments of £20 and 24 pence. Item number is 082364. Then we've got our texture stamps, which are so useful, aren't they?
Definitely.
Yeah. Again, let me swizzle these around because they're a lot bigger. There you go. We, Julia and I both adore the crackles. Yeah.
We do.
And I love the brickwork too. And you've already done a little board for us, but you're just going to find uses for them.
Always,
yeah.
with everything, yeah. And that, because of the way that they're made, they're so forgiving that you can just stamp within your hand and you can cover a whole background piece and it looks like it's just a whole stamp.
Yeah, that's fabulous, that. £14 and 49 pence, 032432. Yeah, these have been really busy, Meg's telling me, so do check these out. £14 and 49 pence. And then our monthly mega deal. Now, I believe this is the last time you're going to physically see it on screen. Oh, well, you'll be here at 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
But this is going to be ending, as in the monthly mega deal, on the 28th, which is, isn't that tomorrow?
It's Saturday.
I said this earlier.
You did say it earlier.
Yeah, I don't know what day we're on. Now, you're getting all of these pens, all 168 of them. I also have a nice colour chart, so you can see the colours. We go through all the reds, pinks, all of the colours, then we go into some skin tones, and we go into both warm and cool greys. Fabulous to get started. Now, this works out at only £1.34 per pen. Is that on the Freedom, if you're a Freedom member? Yeah. I mean, what would you expect to normally pay for 1 pen?
Oh, probably £2 upwards. I remember years ago paying £2.69 for an alcohol marker. Yeah.
Oh, yes, nibs. Let me show you the nibs.
And some of them are like £4. They are really expensive.
Yeah. So you got good, but... obviously, Phil never skimps on quality, no. And I know so many people have been enjoying using them. So we've got the brush nib and the chisel tip.
That's right. It's quite unusual to have a brush tip on an alcohol marker.
And you can do your brush lettering then.
Yes.
Lovely.
But you can also get into your fine details as well. And I should mention that I've forgotten, the brush tip is actually, you can actually take it out and turn it around.
Oh,
It's still a brush tip the other side.
Yeah.
But if you find that your brush tip's a bit scraggy because you've used it a lot, you can just pull it out with a pair of tweezers and turn it around and pop it in again.
I was going to say, don't use your fingers because then
you'll get alcohol ink
all over
them, and you'll have to wait a couple of days for it to come out.
Yeah, I can imagine if you're using red as well.
Yeah.
3 payments of £74 and 98 pence. If you're a Freedom member, 214773. Basically, the way it works is that you're getting a box of 24 for nothing, pretty much.
Plus a bit.
Plus a bit, yes, you're so right, because they're $39.99 each. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Now, if you did want them individually, I have to say I like that they've got the little carry handle at the top as well.
Yes, yes.
Nice and portable.
Yeah.
Here's set 1. There's 2. 3. 4. We did this earlier. It was like, surprisingly, next is number 5.
It just shows you all the pens in them, so
absolutely.
You know.
It's good. There's number 7.
I mean, it's all very well having a list of the colours, but you know, it's nice to actually see them in the tubs.
Yeah, lovely stuff. 745245 is your item number if you just want one. What are you going to do for us, Julia?
I don't know. I'm changing my mind. I'm just being really rubbish at the moment. Right. So let's just take one of the extra backgrounds that we've got on the show, which is your circuitry one.
Okay. I love this one.
I am dithering because I don't know whether to use this.
Yeah.
Meg, you tell me, shall I use this or shall I use the Textural Temptations?
And Meg says?
Textural Temptations.
Yeah, it's textural. You knew before you
I knew that already. I'm just trying to mix it up. Right, let's use these. I do love these anyway. I love all of the stamps that our film comes out with, but I am a bit I'm going to try not to use my favourite. Or shall I? Can't make my mind up. I'm going to go for my favourite again.
Why not?
I'm sorry. Right, and I'm going to actually, I'm on watercolour card, which should be on the website, because I want to do a technique with an oxide, but I want to do my background, and because I'm going to use my oxide and I'm going to do a watercolour technique, I want to do a permanent background so it doesn't move. So I'm using the Verdant Versifying Clair, which I think probably is on your website as well.
Right.
It'll be one of the ones that Paola had on. So just in my hand, I'm just going to take this lovely crackle background.
You all right, Lou?
I think we might have to ban our Lou from the studio today.
She says she's going home.
So I'm just, obviously you could just take the stamp and put it on a block and ink it up loads of different times. But if you use it in your hand like this, you're just repeating very quickly, but it kind of fills in but leaves gaps, and it just looks like it's a natural background. It looks like that's what the stamp's supposed to be like. And it's I know it's quite a fine a light colour, but I don't want it too heavy because I'm stamping on top of it.
Yeah.
Obviously that's going to stain your stamp, but just live with it. It's a love stamp.
Yeah, just live with it.
Just live with it. Yeah. If everything's clean, you don't love them.
I suppose. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, absolutely. So then now we're going to stamp our sentiment, and this is the inverted corner rectangles, and they all fit on the inverted corner rectangles.
Yeah.
Every single sentiment, which I really like. They will fit on other things as well, but you know, because I haven't made my mind up what I'm using, it's good to have one where I know it's all going to fit.
Absolutely.
So we're going to use the To Someone Special. So I don't think we've used that one during this.
Yeah.
And the stamps are 4mm photopolymer, so they're the best quality photopolymer that Phil can get.
Yep.
And we're going to pop this on here.
If you do want the inverted rectangles, they are at the bottom of the screen. Ah, lovely. £35.99. Item number is coming onto the screen.
Did I say squares? I can't remember whether I call squares rectangles and vice versa. I get in a right pickle. So this is Wilted Violet Distress Oxide. It could be another dye-based ink. You could use a Memento for what we're going to do now, but obviously a lot of people have got oxides.
Yeah.
I'm paying a lot of attention to the central area because it's harder to ink up in the central area. Using the stamp press so that we get a good impression.
I need to get one of those. I'm waiting for payday.
Yeah, you need to get, this is the one you need to get, the Stamp Perfect.
Stamp Perfect, sorry.
Yeah, definitely. Give it a good old press and see how we get on. I'm going to go again because it's not quite dark enough for me, which is the beauty of the stamp press.
What colour did you say you were using?
This is Wilted Violet.
Wilted Violet.
Yeah, and we've got Verdant Versifying Clair in the background.
Very nice colour.
So lime and purple, really bright.
They're like Halloweeny colours.
Yeah, they are a bit, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're your sort of colours.
Yeah, it's a nice contrast.
Yeah. That's the thing, that's the hardest thing, deciding on what colours to use, really.
Yeah.
I think I probably need to ink my purple. That's better.
Nice.
Okay, so of course you can miss that and you'll get a second impression from that. Now I'm going to have to try and keep my fingers out of the way because I'm dreadful like this. Where's my... I need my water brush.
And you were saying it's opposites, the ink that you need to stamp with.
Yeah. Yeah, so,
Right.
so you have dye-based inks with permanent markers, such as alcohol markers, and you have permanent inks with watercolours.
Nice.
See if this is going. Yeah. So keep your hands out the way. The best thing to do is to make sure that this ink is dry. So I'm going to actually colour in the ones on this side. So all we're going to do is drag the colour out into the actual letters. Because Distress Oxide is water reactive, we can do that. Now, you don't need to worry too much about actually distorting the image, because if you leave your stamp exactly where it is, and if you make a mess, you can always stamp over the top again.
Good point.
Or you could even stamp over with a different colour ink if you wanted to. But what you don't want to do is start over there and drag your hand across it.
That's definitely something I would end up doing.
Been there, done that. So we just carry on doing this.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I've got one that I did earlier in blue somewhere. Slightly different. Where is it?
You've done loads there.
I've got a nice little pile of toppers. I won't actually need to stamp anything out if I need a quick card.
Yeah.
There we go. Here's the blue one. I haven't got background on that one. This is Salty Ocean.
Yeah.
And it's just another one, and I've done it exactly the same way, just stamped and then pulled the colour out.
Lovely.
So that's just a little technique for you to do that's slightly different to what we've done before.
Do you want me to do some numbers then?
If you like, and then we'll make a card.
Okay. Nice. One day special then. You have got big sentiments that are really funky. They're surrounded, these letters, by flourishes, and there's all sorts of things. So have fun when you get them home, really taking the time to see what you can see in them. I think there's an eye in there, crowns, as I've mentioned, some really funky skulls. What else? Oh, I know there's a sword going through some of them. You're having a look then. Is that the one I've turned around? Yes, that is the actual size of those stamps. You can sort of see the difference there, but they really are a fabulous focal point, these. Let's have a look at samples. Okay, this is really pretty. Now, this is mixing and matching the one day special with the alphabet. Let's just pop that there. Doesn't that look so pretty? It's really nice. Here's another one.
How feminine is that?
Yeah,
really
it's
lovely,
really
isn't it?
Nice. Almost has like a wedding invitation feel.
Yes, it could be, couldn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah.
Love that. Very pretty again. I do like it embossed in the silver very much.
Yeah, that's on one of the, I think that's one of the nebula papers.
Oh, is it?
From the brushstrokes.
Yeah, it's wonderful. And then, sorry, I'll just have to pop this down. So, okay, then we've got, again, I think this is from Joanne because of that, the way she's, it's really effective though. It's worth that time. And then I like this. Oh, I need to put that on that pile. And Have a Brilliant Time is another one that's all raised up very, very nicely. That's cool. This one's being coloured beautifully. Isn't that stunning?
Yeah, we're going to do a version of that one in a moment. That's one of Karen's.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I'll do one more. There you go. I love the colours that they've used, and the background, as well as obviously the sentiment itself. Could be a gents card, that one. 2 payments of £36.55 if you are a Freedom member. 420162 is the item number. Then, to go with it perfectly, we've got the alphabet that is surrounded by the same funky detail. You've got your uppercase and your lowercase. And then have a little look at this. This is a cool sample. Flirty at 30.
Yes, that's one of Joanne's.
Yeah, that's so nice. I like the way she's done a slightly jaunty angle with them, and she's used glitter to highlight, you know, all the flourishes and everything.
Yeah, if you put things at a jaunty angle, it hides the fact that you can't get things straight.
Yes, there's another one here. There you are.
That's Beth. That's I think that's one of Alison's.
Beautiful. We've got a tag to Mum.
That's Lozzie's.
Lozzie's.
And she's done some really cool. The background there, she's done with the alcohol markers.
Nice.
So she's done some circles and then used the fine liner and drawn around on the top. It's really cool, really funky.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
And she's done the same sort of thing with the dad one as well.
Yeah, very funky.
Yeah. For
your upper and lower case, it is 2 payments if you do want to spread that cost of £20.24. 082364 is your item number. 01733602000 is the number to call, or of course you can go to our website at hochanda.com. Over to you then, Julia. You happy to go?
Yeah, I'm happy to go. I'm going to use a different sentiment to the one that Karen's used, because I've just used the one that she's... I didn't really plan it very well, did I? I just chose the wrong one. She's used it to someone special.
Yeah.
And I've just used that one, so we'll use a different one. Let's see what's going to fit. So we're going on to an octagon, so I can't use that one. It's the beauty of clear stamps, as you can see exactly where you're going. Let's see, we'll probably get this one on. They are quite large, this is the thing. No.
Don't worry.
Let's see. Where's that? The amazing one should go on, hopefully. Oh, it's quite long as well. We might have to go back to the other one. Yeah, it's not going to go. Right, so we're going to have to use the one we've used before. I'm sorry that we're repeating
That's all right,
one that
don't
we've
worry.
already used. Trying to mix it up and then obviously it failed miserably.
All good.
Yes. So we're actually going on to one of the papers from, I think...
Oh, it's fab, that.
I think that this is the Celestial paper pad. I think this is the one it's from, because there's 4.
Yeah, I must have a look at those. I'm not sure I've actually seen them. It's just one of those
we could do
things.
that one on your special day. Let's do that one instead.
Okay.
Yeah, there's 4 different ones, and they're really stunning. The Terra Nova and the Celestial are more muted in their palette, and then the Aurora and the Nebula are really bright colours. But they're really cool backgrounds because they're quite plain, and some of them have got kind of like watermarks on them, but it means that you can stamp on them, and wherever you stamp on you don't lose the definition and the detail. So we'll lose a little bit of the flourish, but that's okay. Don't stress about getting it all on. See if we're straightish. We are straightish. And we're going to stamp with Memento because we're going to use the alcohol markers on the paper, which is a newbie to me.
Which one is Apologies?
Pardon?
What did you say is a newbie?
New to me is using alcohol markers on the papers.
Right, okay.
Because obviously I've only used them on the specialist card that we've got. So lots of tapping with the dye-based ink, which is your Memento.
Yep.
Remember, we're using dye-based ink because we're using alcohol markers. And give it a good old press. In the middle especially. And pick it up. There we go.
Perfect.
That looks fantastic,
It
doesn't
does
it?
on there.
Right, we're going to just put that side to dry one moment. Also, one great thing about using Mementos is that your stamps are virtually clear. It's not clean there because of the going over the edge or there, but it's clean straight away. It just lifts it off. Tremendous. What we're going to do is stamp around our frame. So Karen's cut me. Karen's made this pack up for me, which is brilliant, and we're going to stamp around the edges with ripe persimmon and aged mahogany, and we're going to use some of our texture stamps, of course, and let's
go for a different one.
Go for a different one. Go for it. Well, let's go for the brick wall.
Okay.
Because I really like that one. And in our hand We're going to just stamp around the edges. Oh, that's quite juicy, isn't it? I don't use this colour very often.
It is bright.
It is very bright, isn't it? And in fact, oh,
that's why I was looking at that, going, that doesn't look the same.
What is that? That's festive berries. That's not what that should be.
I did think when you took the lid off, I was like, that's very different to the colour on the lid.
That is definitely, something's happened there. No wonder it wasn't right. I thought that was ripe persimmon. Right, we'll sort that out when I get home. I can only blame myself.
Blame the cat.
No, it's not the cat's fault. There's a lot of things that are Ed's fault, but it's not that. So we're using a different colour to what I was expecting. This is ripe persimmon. That's better. That's at least what I was expecting now. Okay.
I suppose happy accidents like that make you come out of your comfort zone because you haven't planned it.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's a bit of that. Those will just wash off under the tap later on. Can't believe I put the wrong lid on. I bet you it's happened when I've been doing a Facebook Live or something and I've got in a bit of a mess. That's what I'm going to blame it on. Right, so that's now going to dry as well. So that's our background that's going on. And we're also going to give everything a chance to dry and going to ink up our background as well.
Okay, cool. So we've mentioned your cat. This is sort of like stuff I listened to here. Apparently your cat was angry and decided to take it out.
He wasn't angry.
That's what they're saying.
But I think he felt that we were ignoring him because when he asked to go outside, we actually opened the door to let him outside. When he asked for food, we actually fed him.
Yeah.
And then he decided that he was going to poo in a box instead.
Excellent. Not the cat litter box.
No, he hasn't got a cat litter box. He doesn't like the cat litter box. He hasn't had one since we had him.
Yeah.
But it was a box. It had like spare ink cartridges in it. It had some sweeties in it. It had a spare magnetic sheet in it. It had all sorts of things in it, and he decided at least he didn't poo in the box of orders I've got to send out.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine if you didn't notice it as well and you shipped it out?
You notice when they do that. Right, so I've just brayed with the 4-inch brayer the ripe persimmon over the background, and this is the quintessentially quilted embossing folder, the 8x8 embossing folder, which is also on the show.
Yep.
And Karen's used the almond hue card, which is, you don't have a photograph of that on the website, I noticed, on your pick and mix. It's a cream colour, lovely cream colour, but it is available. So that's our background, so that's all our kind of inking. Then we can now go to our on your special day and I'm only going to do a little bit of colouring, and Karen's given me a nice map of what she's used. So for the lettering we're going to use 140, 97 and 94. And if we have a look to see what they look like, I've lost my chart again. It's just you guys have nicked it again.
Sorry.
So we'll just have a look at them. So this is our light orange. Obviously we're going on copy paper here. Then we're going for this one, which is your 97. And then we're going for this one, which is your darkest one, your 94. So that's the palette that we're going to use for the letters.
Colours.
Yeah, really nice. So I'll just do the your, because Karen's done one for me. She's also coloured in, if you want to take a screen grab at any point, she's used number 10, number 59 and number 44 on the outside, but I'll show you what she's done when we pull in her copy. So we're going on here, which is, like I say, new territory for me.
So because it's on paper, definitely make sure you've got a mat underneath.
Oh, well, definitely anyway, even if you're using the card, because the card soaks through. So
don't do it straight onto your dining room table.
No, don't do that with any sort of alcohol of any sort. So we're just going with the lighter colour first. Then we're taking our mid-tone, which is our number 97. So we've gone with the 140, now we're on the 97. And we're going about 2/3 of the way up.
Yep.
Under the rules of 3. And you should be able to just see that the alcohol is actually running down, not running down, but seeping down.
Yes.
It's actually a pretty good blend, actually, considering
already,
it's paper. And then we're going with the darkest one, which is your 94, about 1/3 of the way up.
Sorry, I'm always mesmerised with
I know,
colouring.
it's relaxing to watch, I think. We don't have time to do it properly on air, obviously, but obviously it's relaxing to do. Then we're going back to our number 140, which is our lightest colour, and going over the whole lot, and that's where the blend, that's where the magic happens, where the lightest colour bleaches out some of the darker colours, and you get that lovely ombre effect. You don't have to have the ombre. You can do all sorts of magical colours if you want to. But so that's it's the simplest way to use alcohol markers in colouring in this sort of image, because it's not challenging at all, and you can just do it in that 3-step, and we can see that the paper's taking the alcohol through quite nicely. So the one that Karen's done for me, and we've got all our little bits here, is this one.
Oh,
so you can see how beautiful it looks. So we've got all the yellows, the greens, and the oranges down the bottom. Really, really nicely coloured in.
Regal,
it is
card.
Really, really special.
Yeah.
So the coloured cardstock that she's used is the rich claret.
Yes, love that.
So we're going to pop our background on as it is. Glue, there it is.
If you do want the embossing folder that you can see here, the quintessentially quilted, and you've also got the striped elegance with this. It's £17.98, 022 550.
Yeah, they've split them up in, there's two pairs of 2 different types of embossing folders, so rather than having to buy 3, it's split into pairs this time, because quite often the quilted, this one has been available just with the Christmas ones, so it's quite nice to have it, you know, available with your everyday ones.
Yeah.
So that's going on the back there, and then we've got another hexagon here. This is octagon.
I'm never very good with those.
Yeah, I've got ink all over my fingers. This might be a dirtier card than one that Karen would make or Phil would make. So we're just going to glue this on flat.
Nice. If you'd like the octagons, we have them. 13 dies in total. £35.99, 132532 is your item number.
And they do come on the magnetic sheet.
Yes, I forgot that.
Yeah. So all the new kind of stock of dies is coming in on a magnetic sheet. I think I'm picking it up off the background. Right, so now we're going to pop another frame on. So again, this is with the octagons, and this one's on foam tape. Thankfully, it's quite a simple card to put together. I mean, I like to do techniques with them, but sometimes it's nice to go further and actually give you a card as well, and some ideas of what to do.
Bit of inspiration.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of inspiration from the design team, though, so it's a little bit different when you see a card actually made.
Yeah.
And then we're going to just pop this. I've got dirty marks everywhere. I might be able to just get them out with a water brush, though. So there's my frame.
On it.
Or a pearl. Yeah. Right, I'm going to put this frame on as well. So this is the one that we stamped. So this is a smaller frame that's going to sit in the middle.
Marvellous. Don't forget, if you're running low on glue, you can also get a nice little bundle of the glues. They're on the website.
Yeah, you don't want to run out of glue at this time. Christmas is the time of year where you need your glue.
The most glue.
Yes, absolutely. So we can pop that down on here. And I'm going to get a piece of kitchen roll so I have to press it down just in case that's wet still. Yes, I can see that I've got ink everywhere. That's it. Okay. And then we're going to pop our, you can see where all the inks come through.
I like the back.
I'm really impressed. This is how it should be. So I'm really impressed that these papers are taking your alcohol markers.
Yeah.
So I don't know how much stock he's got left of the papers. So to give yourself a different look, you can actually, the fact that you can use them with the alcohol markers is tremendous, as well as all your die cutting for your flowers, etc., etc.
Yeah, that would look nice.
Yeah.
Just mix it up a bit.
So that's going in there, and then to finish off, I'm not going to do it, but we can put glitter around the edges and a few pearls. And I mean, on its own, like that could be for a man or a lady.
No, I think so.
But yeah,
very pretty, like that. Thank you, Juliet. I will be back with you shortly.
Okay.
If you are just joining us, once more, have a little look. I've turned one of them round so you can see the actual size. So don't think you're getting like different lots, but there you go. Just so you can see the size, and then I'll turn it, as she says, please don't knock over the pack shot. And I'll turn it back round so it's all even. There you go. You can actually get these in sets of 3. So we've got happy birthday to you, have a fabulous day, to someone special, have a brilliant time, and we've got because you are fabulous, you are just amazing. Do you know what I like? I can actually read them on the monitor because they're such a good size.
Yeah.
Normally I can't read the sentiments. Oh, look at that. That's a beautiful sample. I love that in the red and white. Live life in full colour. Create your own destiny. That one's a good one, isn't it? They're both fab. Birthday wishes for you. Have fun on your birthday. And lastly, with very best wishes on your special day. You could have both of those. Yeah. Look at that. That is fab. That's like a carnival card. Oh, it's nice to have a look at some of the ones at the front because sometimes they get a bit left out.
look how many flowers Alison's put on that card.
Again, do you think she's got too much time on her hands?
I actually think that she's trying to do Phil out of the job. I think that's what it is.
Oh, nice. Yeah, let's have a look at the top there. You are just amazing. I like that contrast there. You see the lighter purple and then you go into this real deep purple and then into these wonderful pinks. Very nice indeed. Okay, if you're a Freedom member, this is a why not deal. 2 payments of £36 and 55 pence. Again, look at these wonderful samples. Item number is 420162. Have a brilliant time. Then we've got the alphabet, which will match. And you've got your upper and your lower case. Such wonderful, funky designs. These really are. Love them. And again, I've got some samples. I wonder if there's any more on the back that are just those. I don't think I've got any of just the... I think I took the majority of them. So we have got... What's on this one? Oh, I haven't shown this one. Look, it's one of those pop-up cards. And they've put... So Jennifer has popped snow on there. Oh, I love these. They're so pretty, aren't they? There you go. So we've got snow. What didn't I show you? I don't know. I think I showed you them all earlier. We've got this one, and if you want to see this being made or a version of, do have a look at the 8 o'clock show on Rewind. I love that flirty at 30. I love that it's got a little bow on. Very sassy. Then we've got Beth. This one's for Beth. Lovely. And hang on, let's just bring this one in. There you go. That one's got your Noel on it. They've shaped that. It's cool. 2 payments of £20 and 24 pence. If you want to spread the cost, 082364. Now, on the website, you can, of course, shop by brand. This is what we've got on this show. What's that there? Got some, storage bags.
They're so that you can actually just pull out certain colours and take a load of colours with you, with you.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I like that. There we go. We've got the cards there, specific for what was that? Oh, the pens. Okay. Your alcohol markers. Oh, right, there are the papers. Let's have a little look there. Really nice. There's oodles on there if you need a brayer, if you need some embossing folders. Just have a little look, have a little browse. What are you up to, Julia?
Oh, I was just colouring in.
She's just having a nice time.
I was just having a nice time, absolutely. Right, okay, so there's a couple of things that we can have a go at, which we haven't done with you. I did last night, but...
I'd like to see.
Exactly, I know what you like. So, I've just got a piece of pure white card here, just cut out with the inverted corner rectangles again. And then we're going to take... let's have fun on your birthday.
Which one is this, you said?
This is have fun on your birthday.
Yep. We all can next year.
We all, well, hopefully, hopefully.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
And I'm going to just remember, I need to dust this with an anti-static bag. So we're going to do a bit of embossing. So it's Alex's favourite.
It is.
So, of course, we do a bit of dusting with our anti-static bags, so any kind of fingerprints or oily marks or, you know, residual ink from the previous demonstration don't actually attract any embossing powder. I can't believe how inky I got in the last time.
In which time?
And the last demonstration, how I got so inky.
Yeah.
Right. I think we might have to just move the magnets a bit. This is quite a huge stamp, this one. You can see it fills up that beautifully. And we're going to stamp with our Versamark. Let's choose some colours as well while we're at it. We'll have Lemon Zest.
Ooh, really nice and bright.
We'll have Mandarin Burst, and we'll have the Fabulous Fuchsia.
Oh, that's going to look bright.
Yes.
That is, it's going to look carnival-like.
It is, that's the idea. So lots of tapping over our piece. And of course, if you wanted to colour in with your alcohol markers, you can do exactly the same thing as I'm doing now, but do it on your Silky Smooth alcohol paper, a card rather, or of course we know now that you can use it on the papers, the celestial papers, and then you can just colour in. Just remember that with your embossing powder, if you go over the lines, then the embossing powder will change colour with the alcohol markers as well, because the alcohol markers will work on a non-porous surface.
Good advice though.
Give it a good old press. Make sure we get the middle bit, so we get all that detail. You could, of course, stamp onto coloured card, and then if you can choose not to emboss, because once the ink dries, you'll get a watermark, which is quite a subtle piece that you can get. We can't see anything just yet. Good. It's good for television, isn't it? Versamark. And I think we'll do it so that we've got the words, the sort of sentences, if you like, as different bands of colour. So we go with the Lemon Zest first, and these, just like the other embossing powders, are anti-static in an anti-static bag.
And ultra fine.
And ultra fine. So that's our Have Fun.
See, again, I can't do this for you.
I know. Manual labour. And then we'll go with the Mandarin Burst. Sometimes you will get a little tiny bit of contamination where you haven't, you know, if you flick a bit harder the second time and some of the previous colour comes off, but it'll be so insignificant it won't actually destroy your powder. And they're big pots anyway.
Yeah. Sometimes it's quite nice to create your own colours.
Yes, you can absolutely do that. And sometimes they're nice when they lay on top of each other as well. So we've got a little bit of the orange there. When we add a bit of Fabulous Fuchsia, those two colours will blend there. Fabulous. So you don't need to put much on at a time. So already that looks fabulous.
It does.
Let's have a little bit more down there, actually.
So bright and lovely.
Yeah. Happy. It's like I missed my paper. I've got an A4 piece of paper, and how can I possibly miss it? Don't forget these colours as well. If you're doing any ultra thick embossing, you can add these colours to a little bit of ultra thick once it's molten, which is quite nice.
I'll have to try that.
And the heat tool.
Here we go.
Warm. So it's always a good idea just to warm it up before you actually start embossing.
Yeah.
And then we'll see it go. And it's off. It's going glassy. I mean, they are quite big sentiments, as we've said, so they're not the quickest thing in the world to emboss, but it's worth it.
Yeah, it's enjoyable anyway. That yellow go.
It's beautiful, isn't it? And there is cardstock on the Pick and Mix to go with all three of these colours.
Right.
So you could do all your matte and layers with the 3 colours that you've used. You've no need to colour it in because you've got the colour from the embossing powder.
Yeah.
But of course, if you wanted to, you could use the 3 colours that we've got and pick out some watercolour pens and go in and colour alternate letters perhaps in the different colours. There's lots you can do. I mean, this is really nice, I think, for a child's card or just to make somebody feel happy, because they are happy colours, aren't they?
Definitely.
I think we're done. Don't stick your fingers in it straight away. So there we go.
Yay! So nice. You really get that glisten, don't you?
Yeah, yeah. It would really look really nice actually if you put glossy accents in the centre maybe. There's lots of different mediums that you can put on to make, you know, just glitter, you know, but going with your quickie glue pen and put some fine glitter in, that would look lovely too. Lots and lots of different things that you can do with that.
Our lovely Meg has requested. Do you reckon
I've got another one here.
Oh, sorry. Can you show that? Show that.
See, I've got that, so that's another version of it.
Yeah.
With different colours.
A bit of purple at the bottom.
Yeah, yeah.
Nice. Could you do something with the alphabet?
Alphabet? Yes, yes. I was going to do that actually.
Oh, yeah. Psychic.
Yes, 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 yes. Because I've got some little letters that I've got cut out already somewhere. I have got them. Oh no, they're in here. In my little drawer. In my little drawer of goodies. What did I do with them? Sorry.
You need a minute?
Just a minute, yes. It's not very interesting watching me look for something, is it?
Oh, you're on it. Okay, fine. There you go. If you would like to go for the alphabet, can we have a good look at the smaller one, actually? Just because they're not different, but what I mean is they've got like the different types of flourishes on. It's really sweet, aren't they? I like where's the lightning bolt? On the L. Oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah. What else have we got? Is there another skull, you said? Oh, actually, on the lightning bolt one. Oh, yes, I can see it now. Oh, yeah. And then we've got loads of lovely swirls. Oh, there's some hearts on the Z. You've got a crown and wings on the X. Now, I have to say, I do like the hashtag. I like the way that's been done.
Yes,
it's
really cool, isn't it?
Very cute.
That's a good background, actually.
Yeah, isn't it? But, of course, you are getting the uppercase as well. They are coming together.
Well, we can use a bit of the uppercase and a bit of the lowercase if you like.
So, what's this, Jimmy? The Q has got hands above it. Are there hands? I thought there was a crown.
Oh, it could be hands. It looks like hands, either side of the crown.
Huh, cute.
Yeah.
That's sweet. I wouldn't have noticed that one. See, the more you look, the more you see. Very good.
It's cool, isn't it?
Yeah, lovely. Details on screen then for the alphabet. If you can stretch to it and you're going for the one-day special, I would recommend you get these. Perfect. Okay, did you find it?
Right, I've got it. Yes, I had them nice and accessible. And I didn't look in the nice and accessible bit. Right, okay. Well, as lovely Meg's in the what's it?
Does she get a name?
Shall we do a Meg?
Yes.
But we'll do a mix of uppercase and lowercase, okay?
She's saying thank you very much.
Ah, that's all right. So we'll have a background on it as well. We've got plenty of time. And let's grab this one. And we'll put some... Let's go for Victorian velvet. So a bit of distressing, just to add a little bit of a background.
Yep.
From the textures. Just makes it look a little bit more interesting.
Meg, you're going to have to string these up and then you can put it on your computer.
Yeah, stringing is not included.
No. Sorry, you have to provide your own string, Meg.
Right, so there's a little bit of Victorian velvet.
Yep.
Then we're going to go with our memento and going to grab a little block. So we have the capital M.
Lovely. Okay, you've had a request.
Not another one. I might not be able to fit another one in.
Maybe for the 4 o'clock show.
Okay.
Could you do Kim?
Kim?
Yes.
Yes.
Because, okay, yeah, just to explain, and can I just say, all computers and everything are thoroughly wiped down, etc., etc. We are taking very good precautions here. But basically, on alternate days, which shift days,
yes,
Meg is on the same computer
as Kim.
Not at the same time. Well, that would be weird. She'd be sat on her lap, but you know what I mean, as Kim. So Meg was saying, just to make sure she doesn't look like she's taking ownership, then maybe we could have a Kim bunting as well.
Okay.
We don't ask for much, do we?
Right, so there's the capital M. Then we've got a little e. So this is your lowercase e.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we're doing the memento, and that's going to sit beautifully in there.
Yeah.
Just give it a second.
Just to like soak in.
Yeah. Egg. And then we've got the G, which is down here. I haven't used any of my lowercase yet.
Let you see how new they are.
Yeah. How rude.
Right, let's have it. Right, we're having a close-up here because she wants to know if she's got any characters in hers. Is that like a little flower at the top?
It's a flower at the top, yeah. And I'm not sure what that is.
They look like, what am I trying to think? Like prickly pears, not prickly pears. Cacti, round cacti.
Well, there's definitely a couple of stars in there.
Ah. And then the E looks like it's got antenna.
That's got a star in it as well, like that one. That kind of flows nicely, doesn't it?
Well, and the G has got a lovely flourish.
So if we wanted to do a tiny bit of colouring, 146, 147 and 84. So I won't have time to finish it, but
That's all right.
I'll do it the same way as I did before. Oh, I keep on doing this. I keep on being too aggressive with my pens. So we do the same thing. So we go in with the lighter colour. We go 2/3 of the way up with the medium one, and then 1/3 of the way with the darkest one, and then we go over again with the medium. Exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
And we can do that because we're on the special card. It just looks nice just with one pass actually as well.
Absolutely.
But I will do it properly for her because I'm like that. 147.
That one. Do tune in obviously at 4 o'clock to see more demos from Julia.
Yeah, if there's anything you want me to show you.
Oh yeah, that would be nice. Message.
Then just email in at the studio and I will do my best. If I've got the stuff with me, I'll give it a go. And then we have the darkest one down here, just about 1/3 of the way. And obviously remember the alcohol's still evaporating, so you know it's sort of, I don't know, half an hour or so before you get the full benefit of it.
Yeah, it sort of develops like a photo, doesn't it?
It does, and then we go in with the lightest one, and then it kind of bleaches everything out. I've tried to leave a few of the tram lines there a bit more.
I think you're going to do this.
It is quite quick actually with the alphabet. It's in fact it's reasonably quick with all of them. It's when you do all the embellishment bits that it takes a little bit longer, but it's not necessary if you don't want to.
Right.
And then that's it, isn't it? That's all three.
Perfect timing.
Yeah, there we go.
Meg is very happy. Lovely. If you do want to go for the alphabet, then there it is, £40.48, or you can spread that cost. 2 payments of £20.24. 082364, and then just to finish with the one-day special, all of these wonderful sentiments that are a really nice focal point. As Julia said in the earlier show, it doesn't have to be on the outside of the card. You can have a real sort of pizzazz when you open up the inside of the card. £76.94, but it is also on a freedom discount where you save a bit extra. It's £73.09, and of course you can spread the cost on Flexi Buy. 2 payments of £36.55. Item number is 420162. Thank you very much, Julia.
Thank you. That's our last hour together today, isn't it?
When are you next in?
Monday.
Monday.
Yes.
I will be in Brighton. Right then, we're going over to see Hayley and Natasha now. And she is bringing us some of our favourite fabrics. There's some absolutely gorgeous, gorgeous pattern fabrics on there, followed by Neil's Expressions, and then Clever Hands Creative.
Have you heard of Hochanda Freedom? Did you know that as a Hochanda Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £5.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Hochanda Freedom members badge, regular newsletters, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with Hochanda more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause it if you're going away, or you can cancel it at any time. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or head to the website, quoting item number 88888, and join Hochanda Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Paul Church from Clarity Stamp. I've been fortunate enough to turn my hobby into a career and joined Clarity Stamp in January 2016. My background has always been in crafting, and I enjoy making things and sharing things. That's what crafting's all about for me, making things and sharing with others, and also learning all the time. At Clarity Stamp, we bring you a wide range of products, from stamps, stencils, groovy, and pergamano. And the great thing about that is that it covers crafters from all different aspects, so whether you're into stamping, stenciling, parchment craft, we've got it covered at Clarity Stamp. So I hope you can tune in and join the Clarity team on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Katrina from Rowan Dean. We're a small family business that design embroidery kits. Embroidery has always been my passion, and I'd love to show you how to do some of the stitches and some of the kits. We're based in Derbyshire, and I'm really inspired by the landscape and flora of Derbyshire, and I think other people will be too. Our kits are really easy, and I hope they inspire you to have a go at stitching. Since we've been on Hochanda, we've had a great time. Everybody's been really friendly and really good. We've met loads of people all around the country who watch Hochanda and find it really inspiring. Don't forget to join me on my Rowan Dean shows on Hochanda.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you. So please join Elizabeth Craft Designs here at Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Hayley. Join me for some amazing Fabric Freedom shows. Fabric Freedom design all their fabrics here in the UK, and they design them with quilters in mind, so they're really good at picking out those unidirectional prints, really nice and small prints so you can work on smaller patchwork projects, and paste prints as well, which is one of their signature fabrics. They do lots more fabrics besides quilting cottons, so tune in to the Fabric Freedom shows here on Hochanda.
Well, hello there and welcome. Welcome to what's going to be an amazing hour, because we've got an hour full of fabric, so I am very much in my happy place. You can see already got the details on the screen for the first item, Kay Facet, another fabulous product that we're ringing within this hour of a gorgeous range of his collective. But I am not on my own. By Jiminy not, I am here with the lovely Natasha. How you doing?
Hello, I'm good, thank you. Waving through our screen.
I know, it's a bit bizarre.
Yeah, I'm good, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. I'm looking forward to this hour, because I know you were here this morning.
Yes.
You've actually done 2 shows already today, haven't you?
Yes.
Presented first thing 7 o'clock this morning, then guesting.
Switch the old hats around.
That's it. And you've chosen some beautiful fabrics to share with us during these hours.
Well, yeah, it would be rude not to. So everyone loves a polka dot, and these are the latest ones from the Kay Facet collective. So these
Lovely.
were released in August 2020. They actually landed in the shops in September, and they are so useful.
Yeah,
and
indeed.
Wonderful for the gentleman. If we're making anything for those, but also just as an accent piece, a lining, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, where, you know, you might want, you just need that something.
Something there, yeah, that special ingredient.
Yeah, and maybe it's not a floral that you want.
Well, this is it. But of course, the beauty is Kay Facet works with a wonderful palette of colours. So you, I am sure, already have Kay Facet within your collection that will have elements of this. And by the way, when I mean your elements, I mean the colour tone, the pinks, that gorgeous kind of berry tone that you've got there, the teals, the turquoises. These will be colours that will appear within that Kay Facet palette. So you will have something, I am sure, already in your stash that will work with these perfectly. Now, you are choosing, we're not presuming that you're going to want particular ones. You get to choose yourself. How amazing is that? And you're going to be able to choose any 2 of these. So £13.99 will actually get you 2 half metres. Could be 2 repeats of the same one if you wanted to. That's entirely up to you. Or you can choose. You could go in twice, in fact, and get all of these, all 4 of them, and they beautifully work together as they do, as you can see on your screen there, but they will work alongside other things if you have got other fabrics. Not just your Kay Facets, because of course we've got an hour full of beautifully coloured fabrics, loads of colours, loads of pinks and blues and greens and all sorts in there. So of course naturally these are going to work beautifully well. So 292 462 1399 if you want to know. Let me take you through those individuals. So you've got your indigo, which is that one with that lighter blue dot in there. Next one is you've got your burgundy. That one kind of plays tricks on your eyes when you're looking at the screen there with that gorgeous kind of green on top there. Next one, this one's one of my favourites, which is your Pacific with that gorgeous kind of turquoise on top. And then the next one is lovely Merlot. And again, that's a nice one with those gorgeous pinks. Busy for all 4 of those, to be honest. And at £13.99, I am not surprised. Now, if you do go for 2 half metres of the same fabric, they tend to be pre-cut pieces. So please expect them to come in 2 pieces, but if they do come as a full metre, that's a bit of a bonus, isn't it? But you're going to cut it up anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Next set that we've got for you, we're looking at a different designer with this particular one. Again, we have got a beautiful array of fabrics. This time you're choosing again exactly the same at 2 half metres, and with these ones you can see here £12.99. Oh, I forgot, wrap my own knuckles, I forgot to tell you, extended delivery with regards to these, the 11th of December. It's only a couple of weeks away. That's a little bit of a scary thought, to be honest, but yeah, have you all got your advent calendars ready, because we're going to need them next week. So again, beautiful fabrics, and I have to say, Anna Marie Horner, Natasha, beautiful fabric. I can understand why you chose these.
Oh yeah, and she's an amazing artist in her own right, but the colours that she uses, again, just such a lovely dusky tones, twilighty tones in there, but then with that little hit of ochre coming through. Really,
Gorgeous.
really beautiful. And I always like to think bag making with Anna Maria Horner, just because the scale of print that she's got. Yeah, and so that one is actually reversible. So you can turn it through. It was an excuse to use you know, more.
Well, this is the thing, because when you've got gorgeous fabrics, it's always a little bit difficult to choose the particular ones that you're going to keep. But with this one, you can have both of them on show on different days
It's
of the week.
win-win. Yeah,
It
and
is.
also, yeah, I was explaining to Alex that the actually to make this, it was more a case of I have children that get everything dirty. So it's like, if I can turn anything through and make it reversible, then it has
Second
twice the life before it has to go in the wash. So purely selfishly, that was why that was created.
Isn't that gorgeous there? But it just shows and just illustrates how gorgeous those fabrics work together. £12.99, another phenomenal deal. And again, you have got choices. All of those gorgeous colours there, so you can choose any two of those. We'll warn you though, that first one that we looked at there, this particular one is actually limited in stock. That one is called your Passion Flower Butterfly. So if you're wanting that one, be aware that that one is now limited in stock. So you have to be quick with regards to that one. But it doesn't matter which ones you go for, to be honest. You have got amazing quality. Now this one, oh, this one's got a fabulous name. This one is called Radiant Front Walk Heather. And I think the heather relates to the actual colour, because what you'll often find is these fabrics are available in different kind of colourways. So heather potentially being the key word with that one. This is a nice one. If you like your bold prints. So this one is your gorgeous lotus with this one. And it's Prussian, I think, perhaps because of that Prussian blue. Yeah.
Or Prussian is your colourway there, and then you've got the other colourway next to it.
Well, that's it. So there you go. You can see it's exactly the same print with regards to this one, but different colourway. Shows it totally different. This one we're looking at midnight this time, and it's kind of that midnight grey as opposed to that kind of Prussian blue that you've got with that one. This one, I like this one now. This one is your cream and apple, and I love this one. You've got that good just geometric design coming through on this particular one. Some fabulous names with regards to these ones. Next one that we're looking at again here, look at that power of colour. That is a signature piece there, as you can see. The gorgeous, I mean, you could fussy cut that and applique that in place if you wanted to. So really pretty. Now this one is your piecework rose. Gorgeous kind of little birds featuring within the backdrop, and this is it. It's all about interest, and you've got your bold elements on the foreground almost, and your kind of more subdued elements which you see as you look into that design. And the final one here, this is gorgeous, a very restful look, and this one is your front walk in sky. And there you go, that was the front walk that we saw a few moments ago there. So again, those two do work really well together, so maybe you'll be using those two, because of course they are the same fabric, the same print as you can see going across, but on two different colourways. So that could be your choice if you wanted to go down that route. Any of those two, you're going to pick two of them though. You will end up with 2.5 metres. Could be two repeats again of the same one if you're wanting to. But of course, absolutely fabulous for you to get hold of and use in your quilting projects, or as a signature piece, or in your bag making, or anything at all like that. You can have loads of fun. So 639 and 964 if you're wanting those. £4 saving. And of course, you can go back in and get more repeats. So if you can't narrow it down to just two, then by all means do use that item number again to get more. Now, pre-cut fabrics is something that you can quite easily kind of been using in a variety of different ways. Natasha regularly shows us how we can get those different results dependent on those pre-cut sizes. And these are 10-inch squares. Always a popular size with these ones. Pinked at the edges as well. And this is a lovely array of fabrics here.
Isn't it gorgeous? You've sort of got two colourways going on through there as well. When you flick through, you'll see. So either split it in half or use it as a whole and go, do you know what, this is great, because the colour is going to weave its magic as you work all the way through, which is just super.
Ooh,
yeah. And as you go through, you get these little jots of colour that are just going to connect it all the way through.
I love it.
And you've got everything. You can really see the artist in her coming through, can't you?
Well, this is it. And you've got the thing that I love with this. You've got kind of your geometrics, but then you've got your kind of botanicals in there as well. And love it. Absolutely amazing. Now you are going to get all of these, and again there you go, seeing those wonderful butterflies coming through. You're getting 42 pieces within here. Very useful cut, a layer cake.
Oh, absolutely, because lots of people use it just as the 10-inch squares, and that's really great, and you know, you can just sew those up and it makes a really good sized quilt. But the other thing to think about is the fact that actually for each one of those, if you want to cut them down into charm packs, or if you've got a charm pack that you're adding to, then you've got 4 5-inch squares out of every single one of those. So it is the equivalent to 4 charm packs when you're buying it. When you think of that, it's like, oh, okay. But also, I mean, we could do a whole show on how to cut a cake. You
Oh,
know,
it's loads.
There is so much. You know, you can cut them on the diagonal. There are just so many ways to work with them. And on our shows last week, was it an ODS last week? I can't remember. I think it was.
I think it was, yes, last week. It was the William
I don't know,
Morris one,
weeks,
wasn't
months,
it?
they merge. But we had a quilt that was all about the layer cake.
Yes.
And so, you know, it would look so different. The Kelmscott quilt would look so different just in these fabrics as opposed to the William Morris. Just gorgeous, and that we did 3/4 triangles and all sorts of things.
Exactly, and you'll find loads of information out there on the World Wide Web of loads of different patterns and ideas using your layer cakes. So if you're just new to sewing and you're wanting kind of a pre-constructed bundle that's going to work beautifully together, then this is a nice one to go for. £43.99. 212928. And of course, Natasha there mentioned charm packs. Well, your charm packs, these are a smaller size square. So this is 1/4 of your traditional layer cake size. So this time we're looking at 5-inch squares. You're going to get a pack of 2 with these, and these are gorgeous. Anna Maria Horner, again, 42 pieces in each one of these ones. So beautiful fabrics, as you can see, and absolutely gorgeous. I mean, these, again, a nice size piece, especially if you're considering that you're going to be cutting these maybe into your 1/4 squares and your 1/2 squares and quilting them together.
It's going to be an abundance of colour, but also there are so many colours that you can just take a snippet of and put a plain in and make it go so much further. And we've got some beautiful plains on the show, and it's
wow.
yeah, I know, right?
Beautiful, love it. And that is just one of those, because you're actually getting 2 of those, and then of course to put your pieces together and you can create your little project. So this one here, simplicity is key with this one. Yeah, you've got your your squares coming together like you can see there, and then making a larger piece of fabric that you in turn can then make into, well, whatever you want it to be. Could be a quilt, it could be that you're using it to make garments with. So yeah, loads and loads of scraps. I was about to show you that one, but that was one of the 1/2 meters that we saw earlier on, but I'm going to show it you anyway because it's cute. So there you go, very, very usable pieces of fabric with regards to those ones. And of course you are getting your 2 of your charm packs, 2 repeats of the same one, so you've got plenty of scope with regards to those. 064123 £39.90 and £10 saving. That is a good saving on those. Now the next ones, oh my goodness, these are gorgeous. Another designer with regards to these ones. We're looking at Chrysalis with Stephen Wilson. Absolutely beautiful, 1/2 meters again with these ones, Natasha.
They're stunning. Yeah.
Beautiful.
I've made some gorgeous masks out of that fabric. It's just beautiful. Just stunning.
Now, in true designer nature, there have been some fabulous names that have come up with these ones. Now, I'm not going to get my tongue all tangled over the names. We're going to jump onto the website to show you. And it's also a good way for you to actually see the imagery, as you can see there. Yep, that was a wise call, Katie. I'm with you on that one. I can say Azure and Prism, but the rest of it, I will leave it. Oh, Cerulean. There goes another one I can say. But gorgeous butterfly elements within these ones. I love it. I love that Lepidoptera prism. It's almost like a kaleidoscope. Do you remember the kaleidoscopes as a child? I used to look through. It's almost like a telescope, wasn't it? And you twist and turn it. Absolutely amazing. You can see that kind of repetition almost of the butterfly. And here you've got certain elements. So look at that. I mean, you've got almost like a mandala of butterflies there coming from that centre point, going right the way out. Absolutely beautiful. So that could be something that you're going to get a circle cutter, cut around that, use that as a main element, and of course you've got your variations of those running through. Absolutely gorgeous. All of those fabrics, incredible quality. Inspiration are there again. See, you're choosing 2. So there, straight away, I would be going for those 2 together that I was just showing you there, because they are instantly beautiful. Again, you might like that backdrop of more of a solid colour. This one's got more of a solid colour, but it's still got interest, because it's kind of got that almost like a crushed fabric feel to it, but it is completely flat, the way that it's been done with the printing on that one. Again, if you want something, maybe you're using it for your sashing, maybe you're using it for a different style, maybe you're binding or pockets, then again, that one's got maybe a little bit of a calmer influence, but of course it works beautifully alongside this. This is another good one. If you're wanting to cut strips, again, you're sashing or a border, absolutely beautiful. And then, of course, that gorgeous blue with those smaller butterflies featuring there. Sport for choice with that one, really. But you're going to have to narrow it down to 2 with our pick and mix. But saying that, you can go back in and get more than one set of 2. £12.98, 414496. Now, a clever way for you to extend the usability of your feature fabrics is to bring in a plain, a solid colour. And that's what we've got here, a lovely array of solid colours. Picked out to perfection by Natasha here, because the colour palette that we've got here, absolutely perfect to work with any of those fabrics we just looked at. These will be a dream to it. I mean, have a look at that. You can see here, it doesn't matter which one you go for, those colours cross-pollinating, they're going to be perfect. Good choice, Natasha.
Thank you. And also if you look with the Anna Maria Horner ones as well, it works so well with those.
Now these two in the middle, just to warn you, these ones are limited in stock, so
see that bottom one? I thought that bottom one would be the first to go. I think it's called Galaxy or something. It's absolutely stunning.
Yeah,
such
galactic,
a sophisticated Galactic. That's it. You know, I had a Galaxy
nice,
something in there somewhere.
It's kind of like a grey tone, but it's got more of a bluey hue to it.
It's a blue-grey and stunning, stunning, stunning.
That one has got limited stock now that you said it, Natasha. See, she only has to say it, and there you go. It turns green on your screen. Pick any two of those, but your options are running out rapidly, so please do be as quick as you can. You're getting 2.5 metres. We're talking Moda with these, brilliant quality. Perfect for you to support those gorgeous quality fabrics that we've just been looking at. £9.99, any two of those, half metres of each of those, giving you a full metre for just £9.99, which is a phenomenal price for Moda. 724-433 if you're wanting to get hold of those. I must admit, I do like that blue. I mean, look at those two together. That's just got to happen, hasn't it? If you've gone for that one, you need to be adding that one in for sure. So yeah, there you go. If you want any Modas, there you go. Details are on your screen. One more to share with you, and this is a real fun fabric. I love this. With your foxes. Natasha, this is really good. I love this.
Fun, isn't it? Really fun. Look, we can be sensible and go for all the grown-up fabrics in the world, but sometimes you just need a little bit of a hit of fun. And these are so on trend at the moment. And the number of emails I get from, you know, places that go, oh, and look at this, and they've got this sort of design as bedroom furniture, as bedroom bedding, sorry, things like that, and wash bags and laundry bags, all those sorts of things, but they're really expensive.
Yeah.
So let's make our own, and everything can match in whatever sizes you want. And we're going to finish off the wash bag we started in the last hour.
Oh, right, OK, looking forward to that. Now, of course, Natasha was here earlier on, so we have been very busy with this one. So you're looking at half a metre of your fox, half a metre of your Clementine Bella. And with this one, what was the update on this one, sorry, Katie? Half the stock, so yeah, if you wanted it to do be quick, 486760. Now, have you seen these gorgeous fabrics behind me? Can I tempt you with these? You've got choices with regards to these. Absolutely beautiful. Straight away, you can look at these and you can see instantly K Facet. Gorgeous colourways, and they are again from the K Facet collective. You've got them all on the same item number, but have a look at those sizes. You're looking at 2 metres and it's 142 centimetres. Now bear in mind, quite often our quilting fabric comes maybe 45 inches across. This is huge when you're looking at the actual width of these. So these could be a quilt in itself. Certainly a quilt backing, but too pretty to put on the back of a quilt. Why not make this your feature element within your quilt there? Absolutely beautiful. In so many different ways you can use these. But look at the price. £18.99. That is a phenomenal price. Now your Regency, you can see your red, your brown and your green with the stripes. Those are your Regency, and then your last one is your Brandon Mabley, and absolutely beautiful. And again, I just think they look fabulous. They're gorgeous kind of holiday prints as well. I mean, that Brandon Mabley, if you wanted, or maybe you should have said, if you wanted to actually go for this one and use it almost as a sarong or a sundress or something like that, you've got that gorgeous power of colour, as you can see, with regards to that one. But any of those, you're going to bring a little bit of colourful and light into your life, aren't you, with those? Absolutely beautiful. And the details are there on your screen, 068118, if you're wanting to get hold of those. So, Natasha, I can see that you're busy beavering away. What are you up to?
Well, we started last lesson. It's sorry, not back in school. We started last show making a waterproof pouch, and we started using the Odicoat because I know that a lot of people haven't used it before, and this was the piece that we Odicoated on air, and I Odicoated half and left half not. So this is it with the Odicoat on, and you can gently press. I press from the other side with a pressing cloth if you want to press it out, but you can see that has a slight texture now, and that now is going to be splash proof. You can you can pop a bit of water on there. If you want to then add another layer exactly as we did earlier, working with like an old store card or whatever. Sometimes they come with it, sometimes they don't. Then just work into the fibres, warp and weft, make sure they're covered and coated. Then that will just get more and more of a shine and look more and more oilcloth-like. But as it is now, it's splash proof with your water. It's not going to get any more waterproof because these are already coated. Just going forward, it would just bring more shine to it. So think about what finished look you want to your project and allow at least an hour in between for it to dry, because otherwise, like me, when you get too overexcited and you try to stitch it too early when it's still a little bit damp, it will gunk your needle and then you have to replace your needle.
Okay, now do you have to add more of that as time goes on? So if you're washing the item that's actually got that coating on there, do you have to apply more of it at a later stage?
I have never had to do that.
That's fair
I
enough.
don't know
It's not something I've worked with personally.
No,
so,
it's I've never have. So I was saying earlier, Hayley, that I've made over 40 pencil cases for my son's school using this.
Oh, wow.
So they wipe them down after every school day. They
Yes.
wipe them down with an antibacterial
Yeah.
What's it? That's a technical term. And and they've had those now for a term or so, and they've been absolutely fine.
Okay, that's good to know. But you've got plenty in there anyway.
Yeah, it goes an awfully long way. So whether you are making a poncho for the little ones, whether you are going to make wash bags, whether you're going to make a shower cap, you know, because shower caps only seem to come in colours I don't want.
Yes, yeah.
It's not a fashion item, but I'd still like it to be one that, you know...
You don't feel as if somebody's going to jump and take a photograph of you.
Yeah,
because it looks funny.
Yeah, I'd shatter that lens.
It's not coming by itself. Website's probably the best place for you to look, because with regards to this, you are going to get the tub itself as well as your batting there, and of course that's your fusible batting, which is perfect for you when you're creating bags and quilts and all sorts of goodies. So there you go, you're getting both of those, which is £29.99, 675 502 if you're wanting to get hold of those.
So I have used that as well. And just to make this have a little bit more rigidity.
That's a good word.
Yeah. I've popped some on the back of my outer fabric. It's very easy to apply. I can show you how to apply some. You've got to look a little bit careful. In fact, you're better off shutting your eyes and just feeling it, because one side is really soft and the other has got tiny, 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 tiny glue dots in. But sometimes you're kind of hard pressed to actually, so you've got to really look to see it. But they are bedded in there. It's a lovely one to use. Now, with some, you can just,
it's almost like
look
little
at that
tiny
camera
pimples
work
on there, isn't it? But it's not shiny, so sometimes we'll say, oh, use a shiny size, but it's,
no, it's not. There are just tiny, tiny little tiny white dots. That's your adhesive. Now, it says on the instructions for this one, because every one is a bit different, that you need to use a damp pressing cloth. Yeah. Okay, I don't have a damp pressing cloth to hand. So the only reason that they suggest that is so that you know when it's done.
Okay.
Because as soon as that pressing cloth dries, you know that your iron is warm enough and that it's had enough time to adhere. So it's about 10 to 12 seconds that you need to do it. If you don't have a damp pressing cloth to hand, then there is a cheats way.
Okay, what's that then?
Well, I just put a bit of starch spray on.
Okay, fair enough, yeah.
Because then I've applied the dampness, which is going to help everything else. And as soon as that's done, I know that it's good, and it works an absolute treat. Only because I don't bring damp cloth in here. You know, it's in the studios. It's slightly different,
like
isn't
a water spray as well. You know, like one of those garden.
Yeah, so you might be able to do it with just with your steamer. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good point. Sometimes if you've got a steam setting on your iron,
it's one of those things, isn't it? At home, you would just have your pressing cloth. That's fine.
Yeah.
Just don't mess around. Just get a pressing cloth. But if you find yourself in a TV studio without one, then this is the way to get around it. Easy. Easy.
The iron that we're looking at here as well. We had a show with Hayley Smith, I think it was yesterday or the day before, featuring the Olsen.
Is it back in stock?
I don't know about this moment in time, but I know Hayley Smith did a show with it. So, it's the day before yesterday, I think. Check out the schedule, you'll find it.
It's, I think it would spoil me for using any other.
Oh, yes, definitely.
It's got a nice long lead on it, actually. And there you go, that's it on. that nice and
Look at
smooth?
that, no wrinkles or anything.
No, it's really smooth.
Gorgeous.
Bosal is a really lovely make.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
It's a real good quality one, and it's one of those things. Like if you're doing something that you don't want to last, you'll get away with a cheaper one. Of course you will. But Bosal has a great name for a reason.
Yes.
I remember during the summer trying to get hold of it. Oh, for love nor money, it really was hard to get hold of, but it is back in stock now. So it just gives a really lovely finish if you want it. Now, we made a couple of pockets earlier, and I was just basting these on.
Lovely.
Because then they're fixed in place, and then we can just finish this off. And this was sort of freestyled a little bit. What I'm going to do is go from the top down, because with the other one, the other side, I kind of went all the way around and ended up with a little wrinkle. So I am just going to go down that side and then down the other side. I'm going in with like 1/8 of an inch, and I've increased my stitch length as well. So we're all good. Just because I'm basting. So I'm going so close because I want to be within that seam allowance, so that this just won't be seen.
Fabulous.
And then we're going to trim off some corners so that we can box the bottom.
Wonderful. Nice and easy, going through like a little drawing on the fabric that Natasha's working with. Pop the details up on the screen as you can see there. You've got your fox, 1/2 metre of that fox fabric, that gorgeous orange, that clementine look there, real zesty look to this one. Really fun project, and I think whether it's a child you're making this for or a big child over the age of 18, which I certainly fall into that category.
Yeah.
$11.99 for your 2 1/2 metres there, brilliant value for money. And of course, with regards to these extended delivery with all of the fabrics that we're chatting about here, it's only a couple of weeks, so not too long to wait with regards to those.
There's a very large adult round here that, you know, might
we're
have
going to
their
go back
eye
to
on
Natasha, but there she is. You appear to have disappeared
Just
then.
rummaging, rummaging away. I'm going to take 1 inch off each corner here for my boxed bottom. But of course, my pens don't want to work that well on the Odicoat because it's
well, if you've coated it,
yeah,
makes a point.
So I was just seeing if I had a better one, but I don't. didn't think that one through, did I? Normally at home, I've got so many different pens. It's like, this one will do.
We had a question come through earlier on as well, and I forgot what the question was. Somebody was asking for with the Odis that you're talking about, that you're coating your paper on there. Do you put it on before you start the project, or when do you finish? So is it easy to put it on kind of your fabric before you cut anything, or are you best to wait and then think, oh yeah, I'll apply that afterwards?
I apply it before, and then I sew with it like any cotton. But that's always what I have found to be the best.
You don't miss any bits that way, do you? It's easier to
No, absolutely. You don't. So that works really well for me.
And because it doesn't affect the nature of the fabric, doesn't make it any trickier for you to stitch with, then
no, you treat it like you would any cotton. You absolutely do afterwards. Don't give it any special treatment afterwards. You know, you really don't need to. So it's fine to use. And no, so I would because otherwise you need to cover the warp and the weft.
Yeah.
And you know, you can do it afterwards, but you've got to go in with a paintbrush. And then it's going to be much thicker. It's going to take a lot longer to dry.
So if you've got something that you've already made, I'm guessing, because it could be like one of those hindsight things that you've got something you think, oh, well, I actually made it last week or the week before, and it could do the coating. Then you can use it. As Natasha said there, you can do. There's ways and means. You just might have to do it with your paintbrush. But if you're starting off a project, then I'm guessing, like Natasha said, they're advisable to actually prepare your fabric before you start cutting out and stitching. And then that way you've covered every one of those fibres. So you're okay then.
You have, and that's what you want. Now, if you want it absolutely watertight, then you can always go along your seams and just add a little bit afterwards, just to coat where it's pierced the fabric, where your needles pierce the fabric. That's if you want to be really pernickety. Like I say, I've never had a problem. More of a problem is the fact that I've actually sewn that in. by accident. I did not mean to do that.
Oh,
you know what I need? You know those...
Oh, did you see the show this morning?
Yeah, what was that unpicker?
Just in case you're just tuning in, we had a fabulous show, 9 o'clock this morning, brand new company. Well, it's not a brand new company to us here at Hochanda, it's just a while since we've seen them, called Slice. And they bring the most incredible ceramic cutting tools. So there was a little seam ripper that was in there, which was brilliant, because the nature of them, you haven't kind of got the sharp point that you would have with a metal seam ripper. You've got the ceramic, so it's almost rounded at the end. So it was so clever, because it meant that you don't actually catch your fabric, you just catch the stitch. So yeah, you definitely need to have a little look at that show.
Well, with the amount I have to unpick, Hayley, you know, no word of a lie, it would be definitely on my list.
Well, this is
definitely on my list.
Can't it, if you're not careful? So yeah, do go back and watch. Hopefully Harry will be back again very soon. I think we need him back here on a monthly basis, because the tools were brilliant, not just for your sewing but also for your paper crafting.
There was also, he had something for everyone, didn't he?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah,
I kind of feel that Hayley this morning has been one of those really useful mornings, because what I've stolen one of the tools that I had on my 7 o'clock show, because I was really impressed by it. I was like, yep, and I'll be using that later.
But you know what, today I think I've spent more than I've earned.
Have you?
It's been one of those days.
Gosh,
today.
It's a regular thing.
Yeah.
It's more like charity work coming to work here, isn't it?
Yeah. I kind of just waft a pay packet and it's like, yeah, it's gone.
But look at all the goodies I've got. It's pretty fabric. It's all good. We should come with a warning, shouldn't we?
We should really.
Did you get everything off that show?
Pretty much so.
Oh, good job. Good job.
Well, I started off literally shopping for my mum, because my mum has
blame your
issues.
mum. Yeah.
So I thought,
Thanks,
because
Mum.
that's kind of wholesome, isn't it, buying for your mum? And it's like, well, actually, I wouldn't mind one of those myself. And I got a little bit selfish then, and then started shopping
I
for
like
myself.
to think practical.
Well, this is the thing, yeah. And I think with anything, you can warrant a purchase, can't you? If you've got the practical ability, and it's going to make life easier for you.
If it's going to last,
yes.
If it's going to upgrade from your life, from where you are now,
do it. Yeah, go for it.
Do it. Do you know what I'm going to do right now? I'm going to sew from there to there.
Wonderful.
Do you know what? I did an early start this morning. I've forgotten everything. Or just put it in a different place. Here are my pins. Here we go.
Now, the pattern that you're working with, Natasha, is this one of your pick and mix patterns?
Well, yes and no. It's a slight variation on the pocketed pouch.
Oh, I see, okay.
Yeah, just that.
So could you use that pattern as inspiration?
Absolutely, and it's only that the measurements are slightly different. Everything else is there.
So the knowledge that you're gaining from the pattern, you can kind of transfer over.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was just going with what fabrics we had. Now, I don't know if there's ever used to bug you with pouches. I could never remember which way to push the zip in.
Oh, I see, yes, yeah.
and I would do, and sometimes I wouldn't even notice, and the zip would go in one and out one and out the other. When people are wondering what I'm talking about, when you separate your top fabric to your lining fabric, the zip has to lie one way or the other.
Yeah.
And it either lies so that it sort of pyramids that way or it pyramids that way.
Yeah.
Push it inside the pouch, into the lining.
Yeah.
And I just have to think, the way I try to remember it is that I put everything inside.
See, I think belly buttons, innies are better than outies.
Do you? Oh.
Much neater.
I don't think I know anyone with an outie. Well, I probably do. I just haven't investigated people's belly buttons.
Show of hands.
I thought Kirsty was lifting her hand there. It's like, wow, the things we learn at work. Gosh, it's one of those days, is it? Okay.
Every day is a school day.
Yeah, I'm just going to stitch all the way along there, and then I'll go across there.
Wonderful. Can I show everybody those
down there, and then I'm going to go along there.
Yeah, stitching.
Do
I'm just thinking, project Natasha's working with there. Perhaps you don't want to go for the foxes and that gorgeous orange, but just to let you know, with regard, I don't understand if you don't want to go for those fabrics, but I can understand if you want to go for these ones as well, because this is a kind of, well, it's a lovely array of fabrics. Now, one thing I will mention, if you want to go for the indigo, which is that gorgeous one there with the blue on there, 60% of the stock has gone of this particular one. We've got some finished samples between myself and Natasha in kind of no man's land, as we call it, where you've got those gorgeous polka dots being used in a whole array of different elements. Some of them are being used as borders, so maybe you've got a larger project and you just want to use a different layer. Maybe you want to make something reversible. As you can see, those pouches there, the nesting pouch is another one of Natasha's patterns. That shows you how you can just pick out just certain colours of that main fabric that you're using and use those polka dots as a contrast. So there you go, if you want in those spots there, you've got your indigo featuring there as well. You've got your Merlot and you've got the green one, which I'll tell you what it's called in a moment when Katie tells me. Pacific. The next one that you've got is that gorgeous burgundy, and the burgundy's got that kind of apple green spot featuring on top of that one, so really nice. Again, you could go for those two together because you can choose any two of these in the pick and mix, or maybe you're going to go for that Pacific with that gorgeous kind of turquoise colour on top. It's almost like a teal tone that you've got in between there, so yeah, really nice effect one. That's one of my favourites, I think. I do like that one a lot. And then the final one that we've got is that spot of Merlot with that shock of pink coming through it. Really happy fabric, this one. And again, you're going to get ½ metre of that one within your pick and mix, or potentially a full metre if you're wanting to double up, because you can do that with any of them. They will come in ½ metre pieces, but you could go for 2 of those. So it might be that you want to go for the Merlot and the burgundy tone that you've got, your burgundy. That's a mixture of your Merlot and your burgundy. Your burgundy. So yeah, we're making our own colours up here. So you've got your Merlot and your burgundy, perhaps those two coming together, or those gorgeous kind of tones on blue there with the indigo and the Pacific there. So whichever you go for, then brilliant value for money. Details on your screen, but the indigo is the one that is most vulnerable at this point if you're wanting to go for those. So yeah, do go for those ones. I can still hear the sewing machine going. Shall I give you a review of the next item as well? Because I know we've been busy with this one, and this is where you've got those gorgeous fabrics. Now there's some updates with regards to these, because when we left you, we were telling you about this one being very vulnerable at the end here. That one has now sold out, so I'm going to tuck that one in. We're going to say night-night to that fabric and cover it over with the next one, because we have still got these gorgeous fabrics coming to you in a variety of different colours. So this particular one here has got that heather backdrop to it. Really pretty one. This one's called Front Walk. We've got 2 variations of your Front Walk. You've got your heather and you've got your sky, which I'll show you in a few moments. I'm going to bring it across there because they do work beautifully well together, those two. So it might be that that's where you're going to be getting your pick and mix of putting those two together beautifully. Yeah, the website is, to be honest, the best place for you to shop, because you'll be able to see all those fabulous names. Always designers come up with amazing names to kind of illustrate their designs. And here you go, you can see you've got Hindsight Piece Work Rose there. You can see all those gorgeous tones there. The lotus flower as well, such a pretty flower feature in there. And again, that's another pick and mix, and you can choose 2 ½ meters again there. Next one, the layer cake. Now you've been liking your layer cake. Half the stock has gone of this one, and this is where you really have got a myriad of different fabrics featuring within there. So if you perhaps want a little bit of help, or you just like trusting somebody else with your choices of colour, then this is a brilliant one to go for. Now you've got a nice array in here, so you've got some of it, what I call your more subdued tones, your safe colour tones, your safe colour palette, your powers of colour featuring within these, your geometrics featuring in here, some really beautiful designs, as you can see here, coming right the way through in the same palette throughout. Now if you did miss out on those gorgeous butterflies, just to let you know, they are featuring within this bundle as well, this layer cake, in a couple of different colourways. But again, you will see replications of those designs going right the way through this bundle here, but they all come to you, all 42 pieces, 10 inches square, always a very usable piece of fabric, and there's loads and loads of ideas of ways that you can actually work with these, even simply just stitching them together as a square block quilt. Do things like your disappearing 9 patch with these, absolutely beautiful to work with, and a really nice way of getting hold of a good array of fabrics there. $43.99 if you want to get hold of those. Now another cut of fabric which is actually made up of quarters of layer cakes are your 5-inch squares, and these are your charm packs, and you're getting 2 repeats of these ones. So you're going to get, in one of these, I think you're getting 2, so you'll actually end up with 4 of these. So it's almost like you are buying a layer cake's worth of fabric with regards to these. So Definitely worth considering. £39.99, sorry, 90 pence. A very affordable way for you to get hold of your fabrics. And again, you can just choose any of those, put them side by side, and you will see that they really complement each other with regards to the colourways and the kind of happiness that you've got within those fabrics. You can have loads of fun with these. So if you're wanting to get hold of your charm packs, both of them coming to you £39.90, and yeah, details are there, 064123. Just very quickly, I'm going to tell you about the next couple of items as well, because these have been popular. That chrysalis with all those gorgeous butterflies, this has been a popular pick and mix, and I'm not surprised really. Absolutely gorgeous, as you can see there. All that kaleidoscope of butterflies with regards to this one. Gorgeous blues and pinks and purples, yellows, all the colours literally within that fabric. And then of course you have got somewhere you've got more of a focus on a colour, perhaps that's cerise, as you can see there, maybe the blues and purples of that one, or if you are like me and you love that one here. This one, incidentally, this one is your, what was this one called, sorry, Flight Prism. That one has now gone limited in stock, so if that one is your preference, please be quick with regards to that one. And again, all the others absolutely gorgeous there. And £12.98, again, phenomenal value. 414496 if you are wanting those. But don't forget about things like your solids. Now your solids, I don't know if we'll have updates on these. I think we have had a sellout. So your galactic, that's the one down at the bottom there that was hanging on. It went limited stock when we were looking at it a few moments ago, but it has actually gone now. So just to let you know, the next two that we're looking at here, these two are limited in stock. So again, you've got that gorgeous aubergine there, and I don't know what we were calling that one, Storm. So those two have gone limited. Oh, and the one at the top as well. So there you go, basically all three limited stock. That's nice and easy, isn't it? £9.99, again, brilliant value. Again, get 2 half meters, could be 2 repeats of the same. And as you can see there, those colours absolutely complement those gorgeous butterflies there. But of course, Natasha is working with that gorgeous clementine and the fox fabric. Half a metre of each of these within this particular bundle. A really fun fabric to work with there. And I love this, a kind of nose to nose on some of these. Some are kind of tail to tail as well. Well, I suppose there would be, wouldn't they, if they were nose to nose the other way around. That is a really daft thing to say, Hayley. Never really thought about that one. But yeah, if they're nose to nose, then the other ones are bound to be tail to tail, really, aren't they? Because you've kind of got... Yeah, don't worry about it, Natasha.
No, I was just having a moment of love for my machine. Well, I was just thinking, because I suddenly realised, you know, I'm cutting through quite a lot of layers because the pockets on this were double layers. So that's 2 layers each side, that's 4 layers, plus the outer layer, so that takes me up to 6, and then plus 2 layers of fleece.
And it's just gone through it.
And I was like, oh, I wish I'd bought my... Oh, no, I did bring my walking foot because I've got the NX7. So whilst you were chatting, I was like, just pull down my walking, attach it onto the back, walking foot attach. And I was just having a moment where I was like, oh, you're great. Yeah, because, you know, that's sometimes I'm really lazy, I don't always have time to change a walking foot, but when it's as easy to do on that, great. Which means that I don't shy away from many layers of fabric, and that's so I can box the bottom of this so that I'm going to be able to stuff more in here, basically. That's what we're doing. So that square that we left cut out there like that, we make it into like a funny mouth. You won't see that in any sewing books, Hayley. They don't know, they don't describe it like that. They've missed a trick. Right, they've missed a trick. And then one seam goes one way, one seam goes the other. So what that's going to do, firstly, that's going to nest your seams so that hopefully your seam will go whoa in one continuous, so it looks seamless, right? But also it means that I'm not then going to be going through even more layers if I've doubled everything up. And then, so you'll end up with a nice straight line there, and you'll just sew straight across. Straight across there. And that's what I'm going to do, and then we can turn it through.
Lovely.
Hurrah!
And again, don't forget details of the fabric on your screen there. Those gorgeous foxes, the fox and the orange, all coming together there. You're getting half a metre of each one of those there, £11.99. And the project Natasha's working on has been inspired by one of her pick and mix patterns, which they're always on the website. But just to let you know, that fabric, 60% of the stock has gone of that particular one if you wanted it. 486760. Brilliant value for money, as you can see there on your screen, and a nice happy fabric as well.
Who was that one?
Oh,
it was that one it was inspired by.
There you go.
that is the pocketed zip pouch.
Lovely.
And that was with some Tilda and some PU.
Oh, nice.
So that's actually quilted PU on the bottom, again giving that waterproof effect. Should we turn it through? Oh, helps if I actually... There we go. Somewhere I left a turning through gap. Here we go. Whether it's big enough, I don't know. And also, somewhere I left the zip open.
Oh, yes, those are the two things that you only do it the once and you think to yourself, right, next time I'm making sure that I do leave that zip open.
I've done it so many times. I keep thinking I should have only done this the once. It's like turning through gaps. How many times do I chat? It's because I chat.
And do you know what? I think it's with me, because I don't particularly like hand sewing. So
yeah, make it the smallest you possibly
make it as small as you
can.
possibly can, but you're actually making yourself more work, really.
I know, because that's the thing. I don't have small sort of pixie hands.
Okay.
Great big hands.
So
yeah, I should have left a bigger one.
Bananas, bunches of banana hands earlier.
Oh, have you? Yeah. I mean, it's a good look.
It is.
Even with my magic tip of going for the furthest point first. I've got a lot of layers. I think I've underestimated my layers here. There we go. Through we go.
That's it.
It's a happening.
You kind of get to the halfway point and the rest of it's plain sailing, isn't it?
I'm committed to it now. Now, when you turn it all through, you see, yeah, I can't even get my hand through it. That's how small a gap I went. Ha! I think I have children's hands.
Can we just surgically remove Natasha from the bag?
Yeah, now stuck. That might happen. So you might end up with both your pockets on one side.
Okay.
Is it a problem?
Clever.
You just have to flick it across. If you want both pockets on one side, then have them, because you know you could have it like that, and that's absolutely fine, and then you'd have one side completely like that, and then two pockets. But the original design was, oh, look at that, you see, seam,
beautiful,
all good, and then you just have a little moment of, you know, battle whilst you push everything out. What am I doing with this? This would do it.
Oh, okay. What's this?
If I'd left a big enough hole for it to actually go in. This is my learning today, isn't it? Do not underestimate the size of my hand.
Okay.
But look, I top stitch my turning through gaps. Do you hand stitch or do you top stitch?
I sometimes don't even bother.
Do you know?
If I'm having a confessional.
No,
if I'm making something for somebody else, then I do.
Yeah, but if it's for yourself.
Sometimes,
Until you then get to that stage where you can't... Where did I leave the... Oh, it slipped through the gap.
That's
I didn't bother to stitch.
You've got to make sure that you don't put anything in there that could slip through the hole.
There we go. So, yeah, I'd give that a press. And that...
That is so cute.
And so this is Odicoated, so that's going to be water. So when that sits on the side in the bathroom, when the kids splash the water everywhere, it's not going to get a soggy bottom. And then because we Odicoated the fabric on the inside, when stuff leaks, it's only going to leak onto there.
Nice,
which means that I can
swim
also,
bag as well.
Yeah, swim bag. But also what I've discovered is my daughter, who's 2, doesn't put the lids on pens.
Oh, yes.
And you know that pencil case I made on air the other day?
Yeah.
Yeah, she left the lids off, put all her pens away.
Oh, bless.
And it's now got lots of blobs of ink on it. So I think I'm going to try and see if this will do the job.
Yeah. And that's kind of a good idea, because as we were talking earlier on, you can coat fabric of items that have already been made up using that set. But
But there we go. That is the... I just love the foxes, and that was instantly what I wanted to make the minute I saw those two fabrics. I was like, yep.
Love it. Thank you. And of course, the first part of that demonstration was during Natasha's show earlier on this morning. I think, was it 10 o'clock this morning? I think it was 10 o'clock. Yeah, it's 10 o'clock this morning.
Let's say yes.
So yeah, you can watch the first part and then obviously catch up to do the second part that we've covered. We've got a little while to come through. Have you got another demonstration, about 7 minutes?
Well, yeah, what I wanted to show actually was I kept going on and on and on about the Stephen Wilson fabrics and how I would sash.
Okay, so we're going to look at that in a moment. Yeah. Perfect. Gives me an opportunity to show you those fabrics then, really, doesn't it? So with these ones, absolutely gorgeous. The butterflies featuring strongly within here. So whether you want quite a bold butterfly print, as you can see there with the larger butterflies, when you want something a little bit more toned down maybe with that gorgeous pink in the background, and then obviously you've got your butterflies kind of fluttering around with that one. Love the rest of these ones because you've almost got like a kaleidoscope effect using where you kind of twist and turn those kaleidoscopes as a child, and you're getting those almost motifs running through there. So you can see the butterflies making up those little mandalas there. This one is one of my favourites. Now, it's limited stock, so yeah, if it is one that you're wanting to get hold on, Flight Prism this one is called, but you will find it on the website. You've got so many colours featuring in here. Your black as a gorgeous contrast, even a dark blue would work with this, your teal, your yellows in there, pinks, purples, all coming through there. Absolutely gorgeous. The next one that you've got, I like this one as well because it's kind of toned down with the grey panels in between, almost like a wibbly wobbly banners coming through, but it's kind of like it overlaps. It's really, really clever design, really pretty. And again, it's nice if you're wanting that kind of like a straight edge to something, maybe like your sashing, then this one you've got plenty of scope between the gaps of those banners there that you could quite easily do that with regards to it. So that one is a gorgeous one, as is the next one, and this one is a similar sort of one. You've got a smaller print on this one, so potentially if you're wanting to do things like your binding maybe with this one, you could do that with this. And again, you've got that gorgeous blue coming through there as well. Absolutely beautiful, whichever you go for, to be honest. I mean, we really are spoilt for choice. Any two of those, I'm not quite sure what I did to that fabric, but there you go. You fold it back over, so as you can see there. So choosing any two of those for the price on your screen, they're being £12.98. And again, you can double up on the same ones if you wanted to, £12.98 for 14496. So you're working on sashing now then?
Well, I'm gonna fussy cut.
Okay,
and
nice.
sash and just. I don't know about you, Hayley, but sometimes I see a fabric and I'm like, I have to do something with that involves X, Y, and Z.
Okay.
And with this one, this has to be the focal point. At some point, I need to use this as the focal point for something. So I'm just using, I'm using the fabric to line up my ruler, and I'm going to use.
Oh, nice. Just to let you know, Natasha, we've got around 5 minutes left.
Okay, well, we'll see how far we go.
Okay.
But what I just wanted to show was, let's have a little measure across and see where we've got.
That's almost like a quilt block in its own right, isn't it?
It kind of is, isn't it? So that's, yeah, so 8 and a little bit. Yeah, just trying to cut this sort of equally, but just to give you.
Oh, so you're kind of going halfway between the two mandalas.
Yeah.
Right, I see what you're doing. Yeah.
So I want this to be my focal point.
Lovely.
So I love a bit of fussy cutting with fabric. What happened was I saw a quilt that was made with this fabric, and it was divine. I mean, there was no other way to describe it. It was absolutely divine. But it had, the sashing was all done with this.
Beautiful,
all the way around. It was exquisite. And I was like, right, when I get my when I get my hands on that fabric, I am just going to, I'm going to use that however I can.
Okay.
So I'm going to take myself quarter of an, hang on, let's do it from this way, quarter of an inch from the furthest point out, because I know I'm going to sew with a quarter of an inch seam. Or I can do it a ½ inch out and then know that I'll have a little strip of the grey.
A little bit coming through.
Yeah, just to give it a little bit of, and I'm lining up my ½ inch mark with the edge of the white one, because that seems to be the bit that's sticking out the most.
Okay, okay.
So I look for that common point, and I'm going to cut, and then I'm going to see here, I might spin it around.
Just while you're getting that position, Natasha, can I just mention to people, we've missed out on one of these fabrics. So the Flight Prism has just this moment sold out. So the one that Natasha was just working with, obviously concentrating on that piece as a centre of panel. It's going to carry on, obviously, because you may well have invested it. And she is using this one. Now, this is your, how are we pronouncing this one? L-E-K, Lek Prison. Some fabulous names.
So this is where you really needed to have got some sort of PhD in butterflies before you pronounce.
Okay.
They're all butterfly-based names.
Oh right, okay.
He's very
It's all
very
very
clever like that.
educational here.
Every day's a school day.
Just a couple of minutes left now, Natasha.
Well, you'll start with, when I've chopped this off, you'll start to get a good feel for what I'm trying to do here. There we go. So for my cushion front.
Oh, that looks amazing, that panel.
Right, but...
Oh, yes.
Yeah?
Yep.
So I would probably actually go top and bottom.
Right, yeah.
So that I then would have that going the long way up.
Yes.
So then, you've got it...
top and tail it and then do the side bits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that you've got your long flush going through there.
Yeah.
And I would absolutely take these all the way round, and that would then be the front of my cushion panel. What I might then also add in, I might then bind it in something outrageous like an orange or something.
Or even frame the centre point with a solid. I
mean, you could.
If you've got any of that clementine left over, I mean, that would pick out the orange from that mandala.
A little bit of a flange or something round there to separate it and give it that little bit of a lift. Oh, I think you're a good idea there, Hayley. I think I might just do that. I think that would be absolutely gorgeous. So look at your fabrics. If they inspire you to try something new, then give it a go. Let the fabrics do the talking. That's what I would really say to you. It's what we've done this morning.
Lovely. You back next Thursday?
Yes.
Fabulous.
CAFE One Day Special.
CAFE One Day Special. Look, you need to tune in for that one for sure. So thank you for your company. Check out your baskets now, but stay tuned. We've got lots more coming up. Looking forward to the next hour. Looks interesting. So yes, we're here with Neil's Expressions. I'm not sure if it's a new company. I've not seen these before. Then Clever Hands. Looking forward to this. Our bit of lino printing. Looking good. And then, of course, we're back with a final call of the One Day Special at 4.
Hi, I'm Anna and I'm a founder of Craftbox UK. Craftbox is a box full of craft supplies that we send to our customers monthly. All products are placed in a beautiful, sturdy box, which is ribbon tied, and we hope that by receiving this box, you will feel like it's Christmas every month. Make sure you don't miss the Craftbox shows on Hochanda.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. Oakwood Archer is a family-run business and my son and my daughter work very hard with me to bring the best craft items to you in the UK. We specialise in high-quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Working with Hochanda is fantastic for us. It gives us the opportunity to bring all of these brands and all of these products from all over the world direct to you, the crafter in the UK. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter. So please don't miss Oakwood Archer shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and we're really excited to still be working with you guys here on Hochanda. We were there from the very, very beginning, and we're still bringing you lots of really exciting soft crafts. We design and manufacture all of our kits and all of our fabrics here in the UK, and we love bringing them to you. So if you're an experienced sewer or you're just starting out in soft crafts and sewing, join us. There's tips and fabrics for everybody. Make sure you don't miss our shows and come and craft yourself silly on Hochanda.
If you love cake and you love to bake, we've got something you're going to enjoy. Here at Hochanda's Crafty Kitchen, we'll be introducing you to brand new guest demonstrators from the world of baking and cake decorating, who will be on hand to inspire you with sugar flour making techniques, food flavouring ideas, baking kits in a bottle, and as well as showcasing some very fashionable kitchen aprons. Watch out for brand new products, some very bespoke to the baking world, but others you can utilise within the world of craft, which will allow you more flexibility between the different mediums. Intrigued? Well, set your temperatures, set your timers, and tune in every fortnight to see what's in the oven on the Crafty Kitchen.
Hello, my name's Catherine Sturrock and I bring to Hochanda my company Character Crafts. Character Crafts brings to you our laser cut designs. Each design is designed by myself. We cut them on the laser machines here in Doncaster and bring the products to you at home. Character Crafts is suitable for all ages and all abilities, so I hope that I can inspire you and help you along with your crafting. I like to show you how to use different paint techniques and different techniques to bring the characters alive and use various mediums to decorate, and I also use air dry clay for decorating with the flowers. So make sure you look out for the Character Craft shows on Hochanda. I hope to see you soon.
Well, hello everybody, how are you? I hope you're having a fantastic day. We've got a great... This show, I think, really sums up why Hochanda is such a special place. We've got some beautiful book kits for you. But before we do look into these and do anything else, let me introduce you to the very talented Neil. How you doing, Neil?
I'm fine, thank you, and you?
Second time, very well, thanks. Second time on Hochanda?
Yes.
We were having a little bit of a chat before the show. So it is a bit nerve-wracking.
It is
live
indeed.
TV.
It is indeed. But this time I'm a bit more relaxed than last time.
Okay, good.
And even though I left half the samples at home.
Neil was saying to me, you spend so hard, you worked so hard doing the samples, and a lot of them were left in Cumbria.
Yeah.
Hey, live TV, don't worry. This is your place. I mean, at the home, this is your tribe. A lot of crafters watching. And you've got a rich pedigree in crafting. You've been doing it for years, done a lot of demonstrating as well.
Yeah. Yeah. I've been crafting for about 10, 12 years, I suppose, seriously, as a hobby.
Yeah.
And I'm fortunate enough to be able to demonstrate and teach workshops in all sorts of craft through various craft stores and things like that, which is great. I've had some stamps released and stencils and that over the years. And it was back in March that we decided to start seriously and turn it into a full-time business, just in time for lockdown.
What a year. Oh, well, look, we're going to make up for it this hour. Now, we've got some bookmaking kits for you. We actually got lots of different options. What kind of level would you need to be to do something like this? Let me just show you a finish. Now, obviously, this has been decorated. You get to decorate these any way you like, but this will give you an idea of what you're going to be able to create. So you've got your signatures of paper inside. I mean, it's a great foundation to build on now.
I designed the kits primarily so that they would give you, if you're new to crafting and you like the idea of journaling, art journaling, with the kit and a basic craft stash of paints and papers, you would be able to put a book together. There are some tools that you need that that most crafters would have at home.
Yeah.
If you're a more creative, experienced crafter or like pushing the boundaries, a lot of these kits have been designed that you can cut them up in little pieces, play around, add your own bits and pieces to them, and have fun. Really.
Do you know, I love these, and it just feels so wonderfully handcrafted as well.
Yeah.
Think about what you have in. Let me just pop those down for a second. Think about what you have in your stash right now. how you can decorate these. So you're going to make the structure. You've got the different designs here. These are options, so we will look into those in a few more in a moment. But you're going to create your book. So you've got that hardcover element. This is is this a tangle option?
That's motion.
Motion, apologies. That's your motion option. But then all I'd be thinking, Neil, is what paints I have, acrylics, what texture paste, so you can put some crackle on there, embossing powders.
Yeah.
You could gilding.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see as you go along, there's quite a lot. I'm a lover of texture.
Yeah.
I like working in layers.
Yeah.
I also like practical. And for me, I art journal a lot. I journal recipes, storytelling. So making my own books was like the start of an obsession.
This
really.
is so often we have guests who come here. Yeah. I'm so glad you're offering these kits, because have you watched Leonie, Lou, you know, all these fantastic guests we have, Catherine, and they have art journal books, and this is something you can make, and then obviously while watching Hochanda, see a technique, you can maybe try it out.
Yeah.
So what are we actually getting in the kits? Now, this is obviously the detail, the design that separates the options. What else will we be getting in the kits now?
So every kit will contain the covers,
right?
Any decorative elements, the spine, fabric, the needle, the cord, and a 200 GSM card, which is sufficient to fill the book, and full instructions, quite detailed. But even if you don't use, like some of these books now, you can see they're all mixed up papers, because I have a habit of experimenting as an artist with different papers. But the paper in the kits is a good, smooth stamping cardstock. It takes inks, it takes paints, it's pen and ink, pencil. It works really nicely. So it's a good all-rounder, but there's nothing stopping you from adding your own paper at a later stage.
When you say fabrics, is that what we create the spine?
Yeah, because if you don't create a fabric spine, it's a weak area.
Oh, okay.
So fabric will actually keep it in place.
Nice.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Okay, so we'll start going through the options, and then I think the best way to really appreciate what you're getting is seeing it in action. First option is motion. Then we have our tangle. That's nice. That's lovely. And then we've got our butterfly at the end. So those are the options here. It's your 15 by 15 centimetre square bookmaking kit. You get everything you need to make these beautiful books. So you're going to get the signatures of paper. You're going to be able to get the fabric. You've even got thread in there as well. So obviously that's how you make your signatures. It's comprehensive. You get your design and you get your book covers in there too. $17.99 is your price. Just remember though, with this, ultimately, at the end of it, this is what you are going to have, something that is personal to you. So being able to create something that is so wonderfully original, you can employ techniques. So think about techniques. It could be a marbling technique at the back if you want, and your mediums. All those special things that you have in your life, those mediums that we all love and covet, being able to employ these in there. And then you get to decide, is this a memory book? Is it an art journal book? Are you going to put additional pockets in there? Have you got papers inside? Imagine some of your beautiful papers, being able to use those. All right, we're going to move on. So we've got some A5 options for you as well. This is another option. A few more different designs nestled in here. I love these. Neil, these are cool.
They're fun, aren't they?
They're lovely. I have to say, all your designs are fantastic. They really are. There'll be special books. This is a kind of book, I would imagine, this is kind of an heirloom piece. You'd keep it and then pass it down, whatever you write.
They're very much, I think, special occasion books as well. Yeah. So a special gift, artist, graduation, things like that. They really make something truly special, and you can personalise it.
You mentioned something, Neil, and you can tell you are a crafter, because one of the key things we always say, to especially someone just starting out craft, secret to crafting, it is textures and layers. Now look at that for a beautiful piece. So we've got the little fox, that wonderful tree going through, but it is that handmade feel, the fact that you've threaded those pages inside. Texture, 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 and open it up, and then that is a blank book that you get to go in any direction you like. $19.99 your price. That's just one of the options. I'll go through them all. So just see here, this is your geo. There we go, there's a geo. Then we got plinth. The bottom here, there's your fox in the forest. Oh, I like that, pebble dash. And then you've got your swirl. Let me show you this, because I thought, these are great. Look at that. I really like that. Neil, these books, they are special books. I mean, it's the fun of making them, but then keeping them, and you're never going to lose this. Everyone will know this is your book. What about recipe books? You know, you could do anything in there, but if you wanted to pass on special family recipes in there, write down something. Only reason I mentioned that, something I'd like to do. My mum's a great cook. Get some of those recipes, put them down in a book.
Yeah.
It's a nice thing to do. All right, $19.99 your price there, 524,197. Now we've got some stencils, and I have to say, Neil is very, very good at how he gets the most out of his stencils. We're going to be seeing some stencils in action. Hopefully this hour, we're going to do that, Neil?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
hope
showing
so.
it.
Yeah.
Well, let me just open these up, because I've got these displayed on the board, and I think it's the best way to really see the stencils, and then we've got some mediums on there as well. So, set of 3 stencils, $14.99. First thing that strikes me, Neil, they're a good size.
Yeah, I design them to fit with the journals that I make. At the end of the day, it's always a struggle. You can get square sizes. You don't get A5 stencils very often.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much why.
Perfect size.
Yeah.
I like the theme as well. So these are brand new designs from Neil. This is your nested plasma and bubbles. Let me just show you them with mediums. So we've got some examples here. Again, think about what you have in your stash. How are you going to be using that? I mean, that, get those. I like it on black cardstock with your different mediums. We like those. All right, we're going to move on. Now, next we have a same item number, just a different item. It's your Geo, Organic, and your Linear. Let me just open this up and show you. So there we go. Set of 3. Geo, Organic, and your Linear. Oh, I like those. That's got to feel like a torn feel, but then it's got, you know, I also like, it could be sort of like a tribal image in there as well. Nice open spaces too. Lots of your producers saying, do you know what a talented crafter she is? That's absolutely right. So there we go. That's your next option. And then finally, this is another separate item number, because they're different sizes here. This is your 15 centimeter square, your Tangle, Butterfly, and your Motion. Let me just show you this. We will be getting to demonstration with Neil shortly, so do stick around. There we go. Oh, we like those. $12.99. I really like that. So think about your texture paste, your sprays, embossing with them as well. $12.99 your price, $306,983. Finally, we do have a toolkit to share with you. Neil, do you need this to make the books? Or
you don't.
Will it help?
There are certain things that you will need.
Okay.
But a lot of crafters will have them already.
Right.
So things like the pokey tool, a protective surface, things like that. But everything I've put together there is designed to make it a lot easier. And if you're somebody who thinks that this is going to be a cool, fun hobby, and I can see myself making loads and loads of books for all and sundry,
make life easy.
The toolkit definitely makes life easier.
So what are we getting in the toolkit, Neil?
So what you've got is, first and foremost, you've got a stitching cradle, which at the moment is in pieces, but I've got an assembled one in my workstation.
Well, we'll have a look at that in action.
Yep.
There's your stitching cradle.
You've got protective foam underneath that.
Yeah.
So that just helps because you're working with sharp instruments and things like that. I still recommend that you use like a self-healing mat or something underneath. You have a bone folder.
Yeah,
that
bone
one's
crease
made
tool.
of ox bone.
Oh, right, nice. Yeah.
You've got the awl next to it, so that's the thing that you would use to make your holes in your books and in the spine. You've got a
square punch guide.
You've got the guides, so you've got paper and reusable guides.
Right.
The paper is actually for a mini book. There is actually a tiny little book that is only available in those kits. In the toolkit as a starter almost.
Okay.
It literally makes a dinky little book.
So you've got the paper, and this is mylar, so...
And that's mylar, so that's reusable stencils,
stencils
for the whole and guides.
And then we've got our thread here, and you've also got detailed comprehensive instructions and everything that you need. $22.75 if you want to take advantage of flexi payments, splitting that price in half. $579 283, your item number. We're just going to jump onto the website as we head over to our first demonstration. If you do have any questions, we would love to hear from you. studio@hochanda.com. Talk to us. Any questions? If you've got a question on your mind, odds are someone else is thinking it as well. So we would love to hear from you. studio@hochanda.com. Okay, so as I say, website is a great way to get ahead. See how easy it is to put anything into your basket. If you are spending over £60, you can take advantage of your flexi payments as well. So we are going to start crafting now. Neil, what would you like to share with us first?
I thought we'd start off by actually doing some quick cover demonstration. These are the techniques. They might not be new to anybody, but they're the ones that I use over and over again.
Nice.
So, and there are also some of them just arrived by accident. So. But just so that you start, if this is your basic book, so if you've got an A5 book kit and you've bought it, you've got it home, the instructions will get you to put the fabric on, bind it, everything is ready for you to then decorate your cover. One thing that I discovered is that I use an awful lot of glue and I make a lot of mess. Yeah. And what happened was I make about 10 or 15 covers at a time. So I have a lot of glue, and I was wiping a lot of glue off my mat. Yeah. And one day I didn't actually have any tissue to hand, so I used a piece of paper, and I liked it, actually. I forgot about it. Yeah. So, and it's something that I use a lot now for both end papers and, so you can see, now this is just Bob Standard Basic PVA, and you can see, if you pan in, that I'm just putting a whole bunch of it loosely on the paper. Now this normally was my leftovers.
Nice.
Right. Yeah. But it starts to separate, and all you literally do is press it in and pick it up.
Oh, that's nice.
And
well, we're just panning in there and we'll get a good shot of that. Yeah, it's nice to see.
Yeah, just pick it up and you get really nice. You can create patterns. So if you want to work, if you want to design something that would work with an idea that you have or with one of the stencils, you literally can do a swirl and do a pattern, pick that up. You can do both sides of the book, you can do both, or just the front. You can also work with the decorative elements, yes, but you've got something that when it's dry will totally resist the paint. Basically. Right. Now this technique works better for distress techniques, so aged, vintage, works better with dark colours. Okay. So yeah, you don't, I tried it the other day with white and the results weren't that interesting. Nice. So you just pop that to one side to dry. Yeah. And as if by magic, here's one that I did earlier. But so what we'll do is do what I would normally do if I was at home now, is there's still quite a bit of glue on the mat. So instead of wiping it off, I'm actually just going to, I make a lot of end papers. Yeah. All my books have end papers in them that I make rather than stick in. So I'm forever making bits of paper. So it's a good way of cleaning up. Okay. So I work primarily with acrylic paints. As I said, these work much better with darker colours. Okay. And
I think with the books as well, if you wanted to give that sort of vintage look, like you've discovered this special book in there, using your gilding, I can just imagine all your gilding waxes, you've got beautiful designs you're playing around with. These are special kits.
What's also important, I think, to remember as well is this is just one layer. Okay. A lot of the books that you see, you don't realise sometimes a lot of the base layer is it disappears by the end of the process because you've got. But actually, if you take it away, you notice it. Your books are a bit flatter, or so I work in layers. But yeah, so you can. I've got a moist wipe and I've got that, and you just start scrubbing it in.
Is it important that it's moist?
Yeah, because it just helps it. I mean, you can use a brush. But again, I tend to have, I mean, I'm just going to use like the glue brush. Yeah. You can work it in. Yeah, as well. Okay. I just out of habit. Yeah.
It's just easier to move it around.
Yeah. And I think because I use end papers at the same time, but you can see actually, so what happens is it starts to work in.
Yeah, I like that.
the book.
Neil, that looks good.
And suddenly, and you can go dark, you can let that dry a little bit, add
Is
a
that
bit
just
more.
is that just with your glue?
That's just glue.
Gee, it looks like you've crackled that. That's incredible.
Yeah, it gives you, you can actually, if you play around with your textures, or the way that, if you do, you could almost get a leather pattern through it. But I like the randomness. I'm not an overly planned crafter. I have a clear idea of where I want to go.
Yeah.
I don't always take the A to B route.
Well, I love that, and that you're letting the project guide you along the way. Because as we're going across, you might get a little detour for the better.
Yeah, but you can see if you look at that, that's very quick. But actually, you've got the basis, and if you had a clean wipe, you can even lighten up some of that area. But you've got something that straight away,
I like that.
it's no longer just.
Neil, I really like that.
Yeah, but it's one of the quickest, simplest things to do.
It looks so good.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of glue, let it dry, put some paint on there.
And let's be honest, PVA glue, which is all it is, it's not a fancy glue, it's not an expensive glue. You can buy, I buy it by the bucket load. Yeah.
Neil, I love that. I really do. I'm very impressed by that. So think about that as your starting, that's your starting layer. We're already onto a good point. And something that Neil was very keen on with the kits is the fact that it's a perfect opportunity to dip into your stash. So think about those mediums, those paints, all those elements that you want. And also, I would imagine, Neil, too, good opportunity, those little trinkets, embellishments that you've got sitting in your craft room.
Funny you should say that. If you like steampunk and gears,
you love it. Yeah.
It's the perfect distressing for them as well. Exactly the same process.
Nice.
Yeah. So all these have been done is dipped into the same old thing.
The colours.
You see.
Neil, can we follow you on social media? I'm just thinking if anyone makes any books that they really like and want to send you pictures, how do we do it?
Yeah, pretty much. If you do a Google search for Neil's Expressions, literally it comes up, and you'll find my Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, whatever I've got, blog, everything, and I will start putting some of these techniques, refreshers onto the blog. So that way, if you miss it, catch-up's finished.
Just to say, other search engines are available as well.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. We just have to cover ourselves.
You can tell that I don't do this very often. but yeah, so very quickly you've got a gear and a cog that is aged and rusted, and you can add a little bit of texture paste or texture paint to it and change it. But yeah, it just gives an interesting base layer.
Well, see, now you're saying stuff that's really getting me thinking, because I know as a presenter we've done shows where we've offered paints to achieve great raster techniques, and then you can sprinkle some texture on there as well. So how good would that be on a book? Equally, if you want to put gilding flakes on there, if you want to put gilding wax, I mean, it's just, you can go in any direction you like.
Yeah, it just gives you an interesting surface. I mean, if this is another one this is just grey paint. So again, if this had a bit of a rusted edge to it, detail, stamped with some like industrial lettering or anything like that, you've got the perfect old, and a bit of a shine added. You've got the perfect rusty metal, old vintage steampunk grunge,
Great.
look, which is good. But it's quick and simple.
The fun part is, because you might have made cards, you might have made, say, mixed media pieces. All those techniques you can employ onto your books. Neil, would it be okay if we had a quick recap and got back to you? Is that okay?
That would be
All right,
great.
we'll just let Neil reset. I really like these. And what I would say to you, and I kind of find it as a presenter, how many shows I've done where you see all these fantastic techniques, and I don't know if you think the same way as me, but as a crafter, I'm constantly looking for that next project and different things to do. What I love about these bookmaking kits is you can create something that is wonderfully unique, dip into your stash. So if you wanted to use your gesso, of course, we can gesso up. We can use all our special paints on there as well. It's the feel, got those hard covers